I was standing in my own kitchen hallway, holding an envelope that said $4.2 million at the top, when I heard my husband say, "We just have to wait until she signs the papers, and then the money is ours." My daughter laughed softly and said, "She will never see it coming. She trusts us too much." My heart felt like it stopped beating. The surprise I rushed home to give them had turned into something else. Why were they talking about my money like I was already gone? I had left work 1 hour early that day. I was smiling the whole drive home. 42 years at the same hospital, 42 years of early mornings, long nights, missed birthdays, and tired feet. And now they had handed me a retirement package worth $4.2 million. I could not believe it myself. I kept saying the number in my head while I drove. 4.2 million. I imagined walking into the house and saying, "Guess what? We are safe forever." I imagined my husband Robert lifting me off the ground like he used to when we were young. I imagined my daughter Ashley crying happy tears. Instead, I was frozen in the hallway, listening to them whisper in the kitchen. Robert said once she signs the joint investment transfer, we move it. My brother already has the account ready. Ashley said, "And then what about Mom?" There was a small pause. Robert sighed and said, "She will be fine. We will tell her it was a bad investment." At her age, what is she really going to do about it? I felt like someone pushed me off a cliff. At her age, I am 68 years old. Yes, my hair is grey. Yes, I walk a little slower, but I am not stupid, and I am not invisible. Ashley spoke again. "Dad, are you sure this is right? That is all of her retirement." Robert said, "Do you want that student loan debt gone or not? Do you want the new house or not? This is our chance. She owes us. She chose work over us for years." That is when I understood. They believed I owed them. I stood there shaking. I did not cry, not yet. I felt something colder than tears. I felt my trust breaking in half. The envelope in my hand felt heavier than a brick, $4.2 million, and suddenly it felt like a target on my back. I slowly stepped back toward the front door. I opened it quietly and closed it again, making noise this time as if I had just arrived. I forced my voice to sound cheerful. "Honey, I am home." Chairs moved quickly in the kitchen. I heard Ashley clear her throat. Robert walked out first. He smiled wide. "Hey, sweetheart, you are early." Ashley came behind him, her eyes bright and fake. "Hi, Mom." I held up the envelope. "I have big news." Robert's eyes locked on the paper in my hand. "Big news," I nodded. "I just received my retirement package. It is more than we expected." Ashley gasped. "How much?" I paused. I looked at their faces carefully. I saw excitement. I saw hunger. I did not see love. $4.2 million, I said. Robert let out a low whistle. "That is incredible." He hugged me tight, too tight. Ashley jumped up and down. "Mom, that is amazing," but I had just heard them. I smiled back at them, but inside something had changed. That night while they slept, I sat in the living room alone. The house was quiet. The same house I paid for, the same house where I packed Ashley's school lunches, the same house where Robert and I once danced in the kitchen. I replayed their words over and over. "We just have to wait until she signs. She owes us." At her age, what is she really going to do? I realized something painful. The betrayal was not sudden. It had been growing slowly, like a crack in glass. Robert had been distant for years, always talking about business ideas with his brother, always saying we needed more money even when we had enough. Ashley had been frustrated since college. She blamed me for working too much. She once said, "You loved your job more than us." Maybe I had worked too hard. Maybe I had missed things, but I never stopped loving them. Everything I did was for them, and now they were planning to take everything. I walked to my desk and opened my laptop. If they thought I was too old to fight back, they were about to learn something. I called my financial advisor first thing the next morning before anyone else woke up. His name is Mr. Thompson. He has handled my accounts for 15 years. "Good morning, Mrs. Parker," he said warmly. I lowered my voice. "I need to change some things immediately." There was silence on the other end. Of course, what is going on? I told him everything, every word I heard in that kitchen. He listened carefully. "Mrs. Parker," he said gently, "if what you are saying is true, do not sign anything, not one paper. We can place the funds in a protected trust under your name only. No joint access." I felt a small spark of control return to my chest. "Do it," I said. By the time Robert and Ashley woke up, my money was already moved into a private trust that only I could touch. At breakfast, Robert kissed my cheek. "I was thinking," he said casually, "maybe we should sit down today and talk about investment options." I buttered my toast slowly. I smiled sweetly. "That sounds like a good idea." Ashley said, "Mom, I know someone who works with my friend's dad. He doubles money fast, doubles money fast." I almost laughed. "Sure," I said calmly. "Let us all meet tonight and talk about it." They both looked relieved, but I had already made my move. That afternoon I visited a lawyer. Her name is MS Reynolds. Sharp eyes, sharp mind. I told her everything too. She leaned forward and said, if they try to pressure you, we can document it. If they attempt fraud, that is serious. Fraud, the word made my stomach twist. Is that what my own family was planning? That evening we all sat around the dining table. Robert spread out fake-looking documents. Ashley sat beside him. I noticed something new. Ashley would not look at me. Robert cleared his throat. This is a joint venture opportunity. If you sign here, we can move the funds and start earning right away. I read the paper slowly. It was not an investment form. It was a full transfer authorization. They were not planning to invest my money with me. They were planning to move it out of my name. My hands were steady now. I looked up and asked one simple question. Why is my name not listed as primary owner in this document? Robert froze. Ashley's face turned pale, and that is when I saw it clearly. They did not expect me to read it. They did not expect me to question it. Robert forced a laugh. It is just paperwork language. I folded the paper carefully. No, I said calmly, it is not. The room went silent. I stood up slowly and said something they will never forget. I know what you said in the kitchen yesterday. Ashley gasped. Robert's chair scraped the floor, and that is when everything exploded. Robert's face changed from surprise to anger in seconds. What are you talking about? He snapped. I looked directly at him. I heard every word about the joint transfer, about your brother's account, about telling me it was a bad investment. Ashley started crying. Mom, it is not like that. I raised my hand gently. Do not lie to me. Robert stood up. You were spying on us, spying, in my own house. I felt something rise inside me that I had never felt before. You were planning to steal from me, I said quietly. The word steal hung in the air like smoke. Ashley sobbed. We just needed help. Robert's jaw tightened. It is family money. No, I said firmly. It is my retirement. The house felt smaller than ever. Ashley whispered. Dad said you would not notice. That sentence broke something in me. Robert turned sharply toward her. Stop talking. But it was too late. They thought I would not notice. They thought I was too old, too trusting, too tired. They were wrong. And as I stood there looking at the two people I loved most in this world, I realized something. This was not just about money. It was about respect. It was about betrayal. And it was about what I was going to do next, because I had not told them everything yet. They had no idea what I had already done that morning. And when they find out, it will change this family forever. If you are listening right now and you have ever felt betrayed by someone you trusted, stay with me. What happened next taught me a lesson I will never forget. Because the next morning, Robert tried something even worse. And that is when I knew this was no accident. This was a plan, and I was just getting started. The next morning I woke up before sunrise. I did not sleep much that night. My mind kept replaying Ashley's words. Dad said you would not notice. I sat on the edge of my bed and looked at my hands. These hands had worked for 42 years. These hands had held my daughter when she was a baby. These hands had cooked, cleaned, paid bills, signed school forms, and stayed steady through every storm. And now my own family thought I would not notice if they took everything. I walked quietly down the hallway. The house felt different, colder. Robert was already in the kitchen. That surprised me. He never wakes up early unless something is wrong. He was on the phone. I stayed out of sight and listened. Yes, he said in a low voice, she knows we talked. No, she did not sign anything. Not yet. I will handle it today. My heart started beating faster. Not yet. That meant he still thought he could make me sign. He turned slightly and I saw his face. He looked stressed, not guilty. That bothered me more than anything. He did not look sorry. He looked worried about losing money. I stepped into the kitchen and made my presence known. Good morning, I said calmly. He jumped a little and ended the call quickly. Morning, who were you talking to so early? I asked. Just my brother, he said too fast. Of course. I poured myself a cup of coffee and sat across from him. Robert, I said gently, we need to be honest with each other. He leaned back in his chair. I agree, but the way he said it felt like a game. Ashley walked in a few minutes later. Her eyes were red from crying. She looked at me like she was afraid. Mom, she whispered. I smiled softly at her. Sit down, sweetheart. We all sat at the table like we had done thousands of times before. I took a deep breath. Yesterday hurt me deeply, I said, not because of the money, because you both were planning something behind my back. Ashley started crying again. Dad said it was just temporary. He said we would give it back. Robert cut in quickly. That is right. It was just a smart move. The investment was solid. I looked at him. Then why was my name removed from the ownership? He did not answer. Silence filled the kitchen. Finally he said, you do not understand business. That sentence felt like a slap. I have managed hospital budgets for years, I replied calmly. I understand numbers very well. Ashley looked confused. Mom, we just thought you would not want to deal with it. We were trying to help. Help by taking control of everything. I stood up slowly. Let me make something clear, I said. The money is no longer in the joint account. Both of their heads snapped up. What do you mean? Robert demanded. It is in a protected trust under my name only. The air changed. Ashley looked scared. Robert looked furious. You moved it without telling me, he said. Without telling you, I repeated softly. You were planning to move it without telling me. He slammed his hand on the table. I am your husband, and I am your wife, not your bank. The words surprised even me. Ashley stood up, shaking. This is tearing us apart. No, I said quietly. The plan to steal from me tore us apart. Robert's face turned red. Nobody was stealing anything. Then why did you say I would not notice? I asked. He had no answer. Instead, he tried something different. You worked your whole life and were never around, he said coldly. Maybe we deserve some of it. There it was. The real reason. I looked at Ashley. Is that how you feel? She looked down at her hands. You missed my dance recitals. You missed my school plays. You were always tired. My heart broke. I worked to give you everything, I said softly. Ashley's voice cracked. I wanted you, not just money. That hurt more than the betrayal. For a moment the anger faded and sadness took its place. Maybe I had made mistakes. Maybe I had been gone too much, but that did not give them the right to take from me. I reached for Ashley's hand. I am sorry for the times I was not there. She looked up at me surprised, but stealing will not fix that. Robert stood up abruptly. This is ridiculous. We are family. Families share. Families do not trick each other, I replied. He walked out of the kitchen, slamming the door. Ashley stayed behind, crying softly. Mom, she said, I did not think it would go this far. How far did you think it would go? I asked gently. She hesitated. Dad said Uncle Mark needed the money urgently. My stomach dropped. For what? Ashley swallowed hard. He has debts, big ones. That explained everything. Uncle Mark had always been reckless with money, failed businesses, risky investments, gambling rumors. Robert was trying to save his brother with my retirement. Ashley wiped her tears. Dad promised it would only be temporary. He said once Uncle Mark paid back the loan sharks, he would repay us with profit. Loan sharks? The word made my blood run cold. You knew about that? I asked. She nodded slowly. I sat back down, feeling dizzy. This was not just about a bad investment. This was dangerous. Robert walked back in suddenly. That is enough, he said sharply. Stop filling her head with nonsense. Ashley flinched. Loan sharks are not nonsense, I said firmly. Robert glared at Ashley. You had no right to tell her that. I stood up. No, she had every right. I deserve the truth. Robert's voice dropped lower. Mark made mistakes. We are helping him fix them by risking everything I worked for. He stared at me. If we do not help him, he could get hurt, Robert said quietly. There it was, fear, not greed. Fear. I felt my anger shift again. How much does he owe? I asked. Robert hesitated. How much? I repeated. 2 million, he finally admitted. Ashley gasped. Dad, you said it was less. Robert ignored her. $2 million. Half of my retirement to pay off men who threaten people, and he thought I would just sign it away without question. I walked slowly toward the living room window and looked outside. The sun was rising, everything looked peaceful. But inside this house everything had changed. Robert's voice softened. He is my brother. I cannot let him get hurt. I turned back to him. And you were willing to hurt me instead. He had no answer. Ashley whispered, Mom, what are we going to do? That question hung in the air. What were we going to do? Help Uncle Mark and risk everything? Refuse and let him face dangerous people alone? Call the police? I suddenly realized something. Robert had already spoken to someone that morning. He had said, I will handle it today. That meant this was not over. I looked at Robert carefully. Did you promise them anything? I asked. His silence told me everything. My heart pounded. Robert, what did you promise? He swallowed hard. I told Mark I would have the first transfer by tomorrow. Tomorrow. That meant whoever Uncle Mark owed was expecting money. And if they did not get it, they might come looking. A loud knock suddenly echoed through the front door. All three of us froze. Another knock, harder this time. Robert's face went pale. Ashley grabbed my arm. Who is that? She whispered. Robert did not move. The knocking came again. And this time a deep voice from outside shouted, We know you are in there. My stomach dropped. Robert looked at me with fear in his eyes. And that is when I realized the danger was no longer just about money. It was standing at our front door. The knocking did not stop. It grew louder. Boom, boom, boom. Ashley squeezed my arm so tight it hurt. Mom, who is that? Robert's face had lost all color. He looked smaller somehow. Not like the man who used to carry heavy boxes without help. Not like the man who once told me he could fix anything. He whispered, Do not open it. The voice outside shouted again. Robert, we just want to talk. They knew his name. My heart started pounding in my ears. I walked slowly toward the door even though my legs felt weak. Mom, no, Ashley begged. I turned back to them. We cannot pretend we are not here. Robert grabbed my wrist. If you open that door, you will make it worse. Worse than what? I asked sharply. Another loud bang hit the door. I took a deep breath and looked through the peephole. 2 men stood on the porch. One was tall and heavy with a dark jacket. The other was thinner, wearing a cap pulled low over his eyes. They did not look friendly. I stepped back. "Robert," I said quietly, "are these the loan sharks?" He nodded slowly. Ashley let out a small cry. The tall man spoke again. "We are not leaving until we get answers." I felt something strange happen inside me. The fear was still there, but something else pushed through it. Clarity. This was not just about Uncle Mark anymore. These men were here because Robert had promised them money that was not his to promise. I straightened my shoulders. "We are calling the police," I said firmly. Robert's eyes widened. "No, that will make it worse for Mark." "Worse for Mark," I repeated. "What about worse for us?" The knocking stopped suddenly. Silence filled the air. Then the doorbell rang. Slow, long, loud. Ashley was crying now. "Mom, I am scared." I walked over and hugged her tightly. "I am scared too, sweetheart," I whispered. "But we are not going to let fear control us." I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. Robert stepped forward quickly. "Wait," I held up my hand. "No more secrets." When the operator answered, I spoke clearly. "There are 2 men at my door who are threatening my family. Yes, we are inside. Yes, they know my husband's name. The men outside must have heard me through the door because one of them shouted, 'We are not threatening anyone. We just want what we were promised.'" Promised. The word echoed in my mind. The police said they were on the way. The next 5 minutes felt like an hour. The men started packing on the porch. One of them looked at his phone. The other leaned against the railing like he had all the time in the world. Finally, in the distance, we heard sirens. The men stiffened. One of them muttered something to the other, and they both walked quickly down the driveway and got into a black car parked across the street. By the time the police car pulled up, the black car was already driving away. 2 officers came inside to speak with us. Robert tried to downplay everything. "It is just a misunderstanding," he said. "A private matter." I stepped forward. "No, it is not a misunderstanding. My husband's brother owes dangerous men $2 million, and my husband promised them money from my retirement without my permission." The officers exchanged looks. One of them asked, "Mom, did you authorize any transfer?" "No," I said firmly, "and I will not." They took notes. They told us to call again if the men returned. They warned us to be careful. After they left, the house felt heavier than before. Ashley sat on the couch, hugging a pillow. Robert stood near the window, staring outside. I broke the silence. "This ends now." Robert turned around. "You do not understand what Mark is dealing with." "Then explain it to me," I said calmly. He hesitated. Ashley looked at him. "Dad, just tell her everything." Robert finally sighed and sat down. "Mark invested in a private betting ring," he admitted. "He thought he could double his money quickly. Instead, he lost everything. Then he borrowed to win it back. He lost again. Gambling. The rumors were true." "How much has he paid already?" I asked. "Nothing," Robert said quietly. "The interest keeps growing." "And you thought risking my retirement was the solution?" He looked at me with tired eyes. "I thought once the debt was cleared, Mark would change. I thought we could rebuild." I shook my head. "You were trying to save him from his own choices by sacrificing mine." Ashley spoke softly. "Dad said if we did not help, they might hurt Uncle Mark." I looked at her. "Sweetheart, when people make bad choices, there are consequences. We cannot fix everything by throwing money at it." Ashley wiped her tears. "So what do we do?" That question hung in the air again. I stood up slowly. "First," I said, "we are not giving them my money." Robert opened his mouth to argue, but I raised my hand. "Second, Mark needs to face what he did. That means talking to a lawyer and maybe even the police." Robert's face twisted. "You would turn him in if he is involved in illegal betting rings and loan sharks?" "Yes." Robert stood up angrily. "He is my brother. And I am your wife," I said firmly. "The woman who worked for 42 years for that money." Ashley looked between us. For the first time, I saw something change in her eyes. She was not just scared anymore. She was thinking. "Dad," she said slowly, "what if Mom is right?" Robert stared at her like she had betrayed him. Ashley swallowed. "We almost lost everything, and those men came to our house." Robert ran his hands through his hair. "You do not know what it feels like to watch your brother fall apart," he said. I walked closer to him. "And you do not know what it feels like to hear your husband plan to take your life savings behind your back." The room went silent. Ashley stood up suddenly. "I need air," she said, and walked toward the back door. I followed her outside. The backyard was quiet. Birds were chirping like nothing had happened. Ashley sat on the steps and covered her face. "Mom, I did not think it was this serious," she whispered. I sat beside her. "I know." She looked at me with red eyes. "Do you hate us?" That question hurt more than anything else. "No," I said softly, "I am hurt, but I do not hate you." She leaned into me like she used to when she was little. "I was just so angry at you for always working," she admitted. "When Dad said this was our chance, I wanted to believe it." I stroked her hair. "Money cannot fix old pain, sweetheart," she nodded slowly. Inside the house, I could hear Robert on the phone again. My heart tightened. I stood up and walked back inside. He was whispering harshly. "No, she will not sign. Stop pushing me. I said I would handle it." He looked up and froze when he saw me. I walked closer. "Who are you talking to?" He hesitated. "Mark," he said finally. "Put him on speaker," I said calmly. Robert looked trapped. "Do it," I repeated. Slowly he pressed a button. Mark's voice filled the room. "Rob, I am in serious trouble. They are not playing games." I stepped forward. "Mark, this is Linda." There was a long pause. "Oh," he said quietly. "You need to hear this clearly," I continued. "I am not giving you my retirement money." Mark's breathing grew heavy. "If I do not pay, they will hurt me," he said. "Then you need to go to the police," I replied firmly. "You do not understand how these men work," he snapped. "No, Mark, you do not understand how this family works," I said calmly. "We do not steal from each other." Silence. Then Mark said something that made my blood run cold. "If I go down, I am not going down alone." The line went dead. Robert stared at the phone. What did he mean by that? Ashley whispered from the doorway. I felt a chill run through my body. Mark was desperate, and desperate people make dangerous choices. That evening as the sun went down, I received a text from an unknown number. It had one simple message: "We know where your money is." My hands started shaking. They were not just after Mark anymore, they were watching us, and this was far from over. The message would not leave my mind. "We know where your money is." I read it over and over again, sitting at the kitchen table while the sky outside turned dark. My hands felt cold even though the house was warm. Ashley stood beside me. "Mom, who sent that?" I shook my head slowly. "I do not know." Robert paced back and forth across the living room. "This is Mark's fault," he muttered. "He must have told them about the retirement." I looked up at him. "Or they were listening when you promised them a transfer." He stopped packing. "I did not tell them where the money was," he said quickly. "You did not need to," I replied. "They only need to know it exists." Ashley wrapped her arms around herself. "Are they going to come back?" I did not answer right away. Instead, I picked up my phone and called my financial advisor again. Mr. Thompson answered on the second ring. "Mrs. Parker, is everything all right?" "No," I said calmly, even though my heart was racing. "I received a threatening message. I need to make sure my trust is locked down even tighter." There was a pause as he typed. "Your funds are secure," he said. "No one can access them without your personal authorization and a legal review. But if you are being threatened, you should contact law enforcement again." I thanked him and hung up. Robert looked tired now. "This has gotten out of control," he said quietly. "It was always out of control," I replied. "You just did not want to see it." Ashley stepped forward. "Dad," she said softly, "Uncle Mark needs help, but not like this." Robert sank into a chair and covered his face. "You do not understand," he said. "Mark has always been the weak one. I have always cleaned up after him." "And that is the problem," I said gently. "You never let him face his own consequences." Robert looked up at me. "He is my brother. And I am your wife." The words hung in the air between us. For the first time, Robert did not argue. That night I barely slept again. Around midnight I heard a noise outside. A car engine. I got up quietly and peeked through the curtain. The same black car from earlier was parked across the street. My heart pounded so loud, I thought it would wake the whole house. They were watching. I went back to the bedroom and gently shook Robert awake. "They are outside again," I whispered. He sat up immediately. We both looked through the window together. The car's headlights were off, but I could see two shadows inside. Ashley's bedroom light flicked on down the hall. She must have heard us moving. "Mom," she called softly. I walked to her room. "Stay inside," I said calmly. "Lock your door." "Are they here?" she whispered. "Yes, but we are safe." I went back to the living room and picked up my phone again. This time I did not hesitate. I called the police. When the patrol car turned onto our street, the black car slowly drove away again. The officers came inside once more. One of them looked serious. "Mom, if this continues, we may need to involve detectives. This sounds like intimidation." Intimidation. That word made everything feel even heavier. After they left, Robert sat down at the kitchen table. "This is my fault," he said quietly. "Yes," I replied honestly. Ashley gasped slightly at my bluntness. But I softened my tone. "It is your fault because you tried to fix a problem with secrecy and lies, not because you love your brother." Robert looked up at me. "I was afraid," he admitted, "afraid Mark would get hurt, afraid I would lose him." "And now you almost lost me," I said. He closed his eyes. "I never meant for this to happen." "I know," I said softly, "but meaning well does not erase damage." The next morning, I made a decision. "We are going to see Mark today," I said firmly. Robert looked surprised. "Why?" "Because this cannot be solved through whispers and phone calls." Ashley nodded slowly. "I want to come too." An hour later, we drove to Mark's small apartment on the other side of town. The building looked worn down, paint peeling, windows cracked. Robert knocked on the door. It opened slowly. Mark stood there. He looked older than I remembered. His eyes were red and tired. "You should not have come," he said nervously. We stepped inside anyway. The apartment was messy, bills scattered on the table, empty food containers in the sink. Mark ran his hands through his hair. "They are not patient men," he said. "They want their money." "You mean the money you borrowed for gambling?" I said calmly. He winced. "I made mistakes," he admitted. "Mistakes that put our family in danger." Mark looked ashamed. "I thought I could win it back," he whispered. "I kept thinking the next bet would fix everything." "That is how gambling traps people," I said gently. "It makes them believe the next chance will erase the last mistake." Ashley spoke up softly. "Uncle Mark, did you know Dad planned to use Mom's retirement?" Mark looked shocked. "He what?" Robert stared at him. "You said you needed $2 million fast." "Yes, but I did not tell you to steal from your wife," Mark snapped. The room went silent. Robert looked confused. "You said you had no other options." "I do not," Mark said, "but that does not mean you should ruin your marriage for me." That changed everything. I studied Mark's face carefully. He looked desperate, yes, but not proud. "You told them you would not go down alone," I said. Mark swallowed. "I was angry. I did not mean it like that." "What did you mean?" He hesitated. "If I turn myself in," he said slowly, "I might have to name the people who run the betting ring. That could cause bigger trouble." "So you are involved deeper than we thought." He nodded weakly. I looked at Robert. "This is bigger than debt. This is criminal." Robert's shoulders sagged. Mark sat down heavily. "I am tired of running," he whispered. "I am tired of being scared." "Then stop running," I said firmly. Mark looked up at me. "You need to speak to a lawyer and go to the police. That is the only way this ends." Ashley squeezed my hand. "Uncle Mark, we cannot keep living like this." Mark's eyes filled with tears. "I did not want to drag you all into this." "But you did," I said gently. "Now we have to fix it the right way." There was a long silence. Finally, Mark nodded. "I will go with you," he said. Robert looked shocked. "You are serious?" "Yes," Mark said quietly. "I cannot keep borrowing from fear." As we left the apartment, I felt something shift inside me. For the first time since I heard that kitchen conversation, I felt hope. But hope can be fragile. When we arrived back home, I noticed something strange. The front door was slightly open. I froze. Robert stepped ahead of me. "We locked it before we left," Ashley whispered. The door creaked as Robert pushed it open fully. The living room looked normal at first. Then I saw it. The desk drawer where I kept my important documents was pulled out. Papers were scattered across the floor. My heart dropped into my stomach. Someone had been inside. Ashley covered her mouth. "Mom, did they take anything?" I rushed to the desk and checked. The trust papers were gone. And on the table there was a single piece of paper left behind. It had 4 words written in bold ink. Last chance to pay. Robert looked at me with horror in his eyes. They broke into our house, he whispered. And now they were not just watching. They were warning us. The fear returned stronger than ever. Because this was no longer just about debt. It was about survival. And I realized something chilling. They thought they could scare me into giving up my money. But they did not know who they were dealing with. And what I planned to do next would change everything. I stood in the middle of my living room, staring at the empty desk drawer, and for a moment I felt very small. They had broken into my house. They had touched my things. They had taken my trust papers. And they thought that would scare me enough to hand over my money. Ashley was shaking. "Mom, what are we going to do?" Robert looked lost. "This is my fault," he kept whispering. Maybe it started with him. Maybe it started with Mark. But in that moment, I knew something very clearly. This ends now. I picked up my phone and called the police again. This time I told them everything. The threats, the debt, the black car, the break-in, the missing documents. The officers arrived quickly. They walked through the house carefully, they took fingerprints, they took pictures, they asked questions. One of them looked at me and said, "Mom, this is serious. These men are escalating." Escalating. That meant getting worse. But I was done being afraid. I called MS Reynolds, my lawyer, right there in front of the officers. "They took the physical papers," I said, "but the trust is digital too, right?" "Yes," she replied calmly. "Those documents mean nothing without your authorization. Your money is still protected." Relief washed over me, but only a little. Money was not the only thing at risk. My family was. That afternoon, we went to the police station with Mark. He looked pale, but he did not run. "I am ready," he told the detective. "I will give you names. I will tell you how the betting ring works." The detective listened carefully. He asked many questions. Mark answered all of them. He explained how he got pulled in, how a friend introduced him to private games, how the first few wins made him feel powerful, how the losses came slowly at first, then all at once, how he borrowed money thinking he would win it back. I kept watching him as he spoke. He looked ashamed. Not angry, not proud. Ashamed. That mattered. The detective finally leaned back and said, "If you cooperate fully, there may be a way to reduce the damage, but this will not disappear overnight." Mark nodded. "I understand." Robert sat beside him quietly. For the first time, he was not trying to fix anything. He was listening. When we left the station, the sun was setting. The sky was orange and pink, like it did not care about our problems at all. Ashley walked between me and her father. "Mom," she said softly, "I am sorry." I looked at her. "For what?" "For being angry at you, for letting money make me forget who you are." I stopped walking and faced her. "Ashley," I said gently, "I am sorry too." Her eyes widened. "Sorry for what?" "For working so much that you felt alone." Her lips trembled. "I thought you chose your job over me." I shook my head. "Every extra shift I worked was so you could have dance lessons, so you could go to college, so you could have choices." She began to cry, but this time it was different. Not fear. Understanding. Robert stepped closer. "I failed both of you," he said quietly. "I let fear guide me. I tried to solve my brother's problem in secret. I betrayed your trust." He looked at me. "I am truly sorry." Those words were simple, but they felt real. I did not answer right away. Trust does not rebuild in one sentence. But honesty is a start. The next few weeks were not easy. Mark worked closely with investigators. The betting ring was already under suspicion, and his information helped them build a stronger case. The 2 men who had come to our house were questioned. The black car stopped appearing on our street. The police increased patrols for a while. Nothing else went missing. The fear slowly loosened its grip. At home, things changed too. Robert began seeing a counselor. He admitted that he had always felt responsible for Mark. Their parents died young, and Robert had stepped into the role of protector. He never learned the difference between helping and enabling. Ashley started therapy as well. She needed to untangle her anger about my long work hours from the love that had always been there. And me, I had my own lessons. I learned that love without boundaries can turn into sacrifice that hurts everyone. I learned that silence can be dangerous. And I learned that just because you are 68 does not mean you are weak. One evening a month later, we sat at the same dining table where the fake transfer papers had once been spread out. But this time the table was clear. No secrets, no hidden plans. I looked at Robert. You will never touch my finances without my full knowledge again, I said calmly. Never, he replied immediately. I looked at Ashley. You will build your future with your own strength, not shortcuts. She nodded firmly. I want to earn it. And I made a decision that surprised both of them. I was not going to hide my money in fear. I created a small education fund for Ashley, but it had rules. It would pay for courses, certifications, real growth, not luxury, not fast schemes. And I set aside a portion for myself. I booked a trip. Alone. To the ocean. When I told them, Ashley smiled softly. You deserve that, Mom. Robert nodded. You do. The morning I left for my trip, I stood at the front door for a moment. The same door that had once been pounded by strangers. The same hallway where I heard my family planning behind my back. I took a deep breath. That day in the kitchen had changed everything. But it did not destroy me. It forced truth into the open. It forced boundaries into place. It forced my family to face their choices. Before I stepped outside, I turned back to them. We are still a family, I said, but family does not mean control. It does not mean silence. It does not mean taking. It means respect. Ashley hugged me tightly. Robert held my hand. For the first time in a long time, I felt something steady again. Not perfect, but honest. As I drove away, I thought about that envelope, $4.2 million. It had almost torn us apart. But the real test was not about money. It was about trust. And here is the lesson I learned, and I hope you remember it too. Trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, do not ignore it. Love your family, but do not lose yourself trying to fix everyone. And never let anyone make you feel too old, too small, or too blind to see the truth. Because sometimes the most powerful move is not revenge. It is standing up calmly and saying no. If this story touched you in any way, if you have ever felt betrayed and found the courage to stand up for yourself, take a moment to like this story, leave a comment about what you would have done, and subscribe so you do not miss the next journey. Life tests us in unexpected ways. But strength does not come from money. It comes from knowing your worth. And I finally remembered mine.
Three weeks before her 60th birthday, my mother sent a message to the family group at 9:17 in the evening. She wrote that single mothers such as myself bring lasting shame upon a family, that my 8-year-old daughter had already learned her place, and that neither of us would ever be considered her family. The final line was typed with deliberate care. Do not bring the child. This town does not need another living reminder of failure. I read it once. Then I turned the phone face down and continued folding my daughter's clothes. I offered no reply. My mother has always mistaken silence for agreement. She was mistaken. 2 weeks after the party, she opened her front door, still wearing the smile she reserved for every church photograph, saw who stood beside my daughter and me, and that smile died on her face. My name is Judy Rainey. I am 33 years old. Welcome back to Revenge Episodes, the channel for women who stopped apologizing for taking up space, and the families who never saw it coming. If this story already feels too close, You are exactly who we make these for. Drop a comment, tell me where you're listening from, and subscribe so the next one finds you. It starts on an ordinary Tuesday in February, in a two-chair shop on Worcester Street with my name painted on the window. I open at 8. Marietta, Ohio is a river town of about 13,000 people, and at 8 in the morning the whole place smells like cold concrete and diesel from the bridge. Inside my shop it smells like ammonia and perm solution, which I stopped noticing years ago. Dot Pruitt rents my second chair. She is 58. She has worked behind a chair since she was 19, and she talks to her clients the way some people pray, steadily and without needing an answer. My first appointment that morning was Gail Bickham, who has had the same haircut since 1994 and would riot if I changed it. She sat down, looked at the mirror, and looked past it to the window where the letters were painted by hand. Your mother must be so proud of this place. I asked her about her daughter's wedding instead. She talked for 40 minutes about a caterer in Belpre. That is how it works here. If you do not correct people, they keep the version they came in with, and I had stopped correcting people a long time before that morning. At 3:30, my daughter came in from school and took over the shampoo chair like she pays rent on it. Piper is 8. She has a spiral notebook full of stickers, arranged by category, and she is very serious about it. That afternoon, she was building a birthday card for her grandmother out of construction paper and a great deal of tape. Does Grandma like the purple one or the blue one better? She was holding two cats, one purple, one blue. She had been saving the purple cat since January. Purple, I said. She nodded like I had confirmed something scientific and went back to work. I stood there with a broom in my hand and did the arithmetic I had been avoiding. The invitations for my mother's 60th had gone out the previous Friday. I knew because two of my clients had theirs on the refrigerator. Our mailbox had a Kroger circular in it and nothing else. That evening, a client texted me asking what I planned to wear to my mom's thing because she needed ideas. I typed 3 different answers. I deleted all of them and sent back a period. The message came 4 days later. At 9:11 that night, my Aunt Corinne asked a question in the family group. There are 9 of us in it. The photo at the top is from a reunion in 2016, and I am standing at the edge of the frame with half my shoulder cut off. Are Judy and Piper coming Saturday? I need a head count for chairs. It was an administrative question. Corinne is the kind of woman who counts chairs. She meant nothing by it, which is the part I still think about. Because for 6 minutes nothing happened. And then my mother answered all 9 of us at once. Piper was already asleep in the next room. I had a stack of her clothes on my lap, and I was matching socks, which is a thing you can do without your hands really being involved. I read what my mother wrote. Then I read the last line again. Do not bring the child. This town does not need another living reminder of failure. The group went quiet. Not for a second, the way people go quiet when they are choosing words. For 6 full minutes. Then somebody put a thumbs up on it. Then my cousin asked whether anyone had seen the roasting pan she lent out at Christmas, and everyone had a lot to say about the roasting pan. That is what family looks like from the inside. Nobody defends you and nobody attacks you. They just wait for the subject to change, and they help it change. I did not answer. I set the phone face down on the arm of the couch and finished the socks. And while I was doing it, something appeared at the bottom of the screen. Emmett is typing. My uncle Emmett is my mother's younger brother. He is 56 years old. He can fix anything with a spring in it, and he has not looked me in the eye since I was 12. The line sat there for close to a minute. The dots moved. Then they stopped, and nothing came through. And the last message in the family group stayed the one about the roasting pan. I waited another 2 minutes before I turned the screen off. I could not have told you what I was waiting for. In the morning, I read the whole thing one more time and I caught on a single word. Another living reminder. I assumed she meant besides me. I assumed she was counting me first and Piper second, and it stung in the ordinary way, and I put it down and went to work. I want to be honest about that, because everything that came later was sitting in plain sight in that sentence, and I walked past it. Piper found the card that afternoon and asked whether we should drive it over or mail it. Mail it. If we mail it, does she still know it's from me? She'll know. That was the first lie I told in this story, and I told it in a post office parking lot on Putnam Street with a flag stamp in my hand. I had been mailing cards to my mother for 8 years by then, twice a year, with no reply of any kind. People ask me why. It is not because I was hoping. It is because the day I stopped would be the day her version became true. Her version is that I walked away. Every stamp was a small, cheap argument that I had not. I need to take you back to a February that was much colder than that one. I was 12 years old in 2005. My sister Nell was 17. She was 5 years older than me, and she was the one who taught me how to French braid. Badly, on a doll with most of its hair pulled out. On the night of February 11th, I was told to stay in my room. I did. I was a child who did what she was told, and I have thought about that more than is useful. I could hear my mother's voice through the wall, not the words. I heard a zipper on a duffel bag, which is a sound you never forget once you have learned what it means. And I heard the storm door twice. Our storm door was aluminum with a bad spring, and it did not close so much as it fired shut, and it went off twice that night, about 4 minutes apart. Headlights swung across my ceiling. Then my mother came back inside alone, and the first thing she did before she took her coat off was wipe down the kitchen counter. By Sunday, the story was finished. It arrived complete, with no rough edges, the way a story does when someone has practiced it. Your sister has chosen a different kind of life. We are not going to discuss it. Nell had moved to Texas. That was the sentence. Nobody in my family ever said the name of a city, and nobody ever asked. And my father, who was a quiet man who fixed lawnmowers on weekends and died in 2014, did not contradict a word of it. At dinner that week, there were 3 plates. The 4th did not come back out of the cabinet, not that year, and not any year after. I kept 2 things. The first is a Polaroid from Christmas of 2004, the 2 of us on the floor in front of the tree, Nell making a face because she hated pictures. On the back, she wrote both our names and the year in ballpoint, and her capital J has a loop on the tail that I would know anywhere. The second is a friendship bracelet, red and white, that she made in about 10 minutes, and I have kept for 21 years in a shoebox on the top shelf of my closet. When I was 14, I asked my mother whether we had any pictures from that Christmas. We don't have pictures from that year. I was holding one at the time. It was in my room, 11 feet from where she was standing. I did not say so. I already knew what questions cost in that house. I want to be fair about myself here. 5 years later, when I was 19 and wanted my mother's approval more than I wanted to be a decent person, I sat in her car in a grocery store lot and told her I was not like Nell. She reached over and squeezed my hand and told me she knew. It bought me about 2 years of being the good one. I have never told anybody that until now. By 2015, my mother had become the kindest woman in Marietta, and I do not say that with a sneer, because it was partly true. That year, she founded a program at Grace Bethel Fellowship called Second Chance Mothers. It collects car seats, diapers, formula, and rent money for young women having babies with nobody standing behind them. It has a storage room off the back of the fellowship hall with a laminated donation thermometer taped to the door, colored in with marker up to $6,200. It is a real program. It has kept real people in real apartments. I want that on the record before I say anything else about her. I have heard her stand up in front of that congregation and say it. Nobody should have to raise a baby alone. I was standing at the back of the hall the first time, holding a folding chair, and not one person in that room heard anything strange in it. In the winter of 2019, there was a girl of about 19 living out past the county line with a newborn and no car. I know because she came into my shop 2 years later and told me. My mother drove her to a WIC appointment in Parkersburg in 4 inches of snow, waited in the parking lot for 2 hours with the engine running so the heat would stay on, and drove her home. She did not post about it. Nobody photographed it. I have to hold both of those things at the same time, and I have not figured out how. My mother is the reason there are car seats in the trunks of cars in this county that would not otherwise be there. She is also the reason my sister spent a night in a bus station. People want you to pick one. You do not get to. My mother's real talent is not organizing, it is distribution. She tells her version in the parking lot after the 10 o'clock service, in the prayer chain, at the checkout at Riverview Foods. And by the time you hear it, it has already been agreed to by 40 people. I heard her say it once to a friend by the car, loud enough that I was clearly meant to hear. We do what we can. Some people just don't want the help. The other thing about my mother is that she keeps everything. She has a filing cabinet in the back bedroom with tax returns going back to before I was born, and she is the one the church calls when nobody can find the minutes from an old meeting. In our family, she is the archive. I thought that was just a habit. It turned out to be the only reason I ever learned the truth. I ran into my Uncle Emmett at the hardware store that winter, in the aisle with the hinges. He had a box of storm door closers in his basket, the kind with the long pneumatic tube. "Tell Piper I said hey." Then he went around the end cap and did not come back down that aisle. I stood there with a package of drawer pulls and thought, not for the first time, that a man can spend 20 years being polite to you and never once look at your face. Dot heard about the group chat within a day, because Corinne told her sister and her sister comes in on Thursdays. "You want me to say something? I can say something." "No, Judy. No." That mattered later, and I did not know it yet. My chair is the most reliable news service in this town, and I had decided a long time ago that I was not going to use it on my own mother. Not because I am a saint, because if I ever did say something, I wanted it to be true and provable, and I wanted to only have to say it once. There is a photograph of my baby shower from October of 2017. In the original, Travis Ackerman is standing behind my left shoulder with a paper plate in his hand. He was Piper's father. He was 24, and he was not a monster. He was a young man who found out that he did not want the life he had agreed to, and in June of 2018 he moved to Grand Junction, Colorado, which is 1,500 miles away. There is an order through the county, $260 a month when it comes. My mother took that photograph. Then she posted it with him cropped out. And she captioned it in a way that did not say anything untrue and did not say anything true either. Within a week, the town had decided that I did not know who the father was. A woman I went to high school with commented, "Bless you for standing by her," and my mother liked it. I still have the original. You can see Travis's elbow at the edge of the frame if you know to look. I never posted it. Posting it would have looked like a fight. And in a town this size, you cannot win a fight with your own mother. You can only be a woman who fights with her mother. Thanksgiving of 2023, Piper was 6. There were 9 of us in the dining room and 3 grandchildren at the table. Piper was set up at a folding card table on the back porch with a paper plate. It was 42 degrees out there. "There just isn't room, honey." Piper ate 2 bites, picked up her plate, carried it inside, and set it down on the floor next to my chair. She did not say anything about it. She did not cry. She just relocated. I have thought about that child's dignity more than I have thought about my own. Sometime in early 2024, a client mentioned in passing that my mother had someone new helping her at church. "She's got a new girl helping her now. Sweet thing." "What's her name?" She could not remember. Nobody could ever remember. For 2 years, I heard about that girl maybe 6 times, and not once did anybody produce a name. The last small thing happened that spring. My mother called the shop for an appointment and Dot took the call. "I'm booked through spring." She was not. There were 3 open slots that week and the book was sitting open on the counter. My mother started driving 20 minutes to a salon in Belpre after that, and everybody in this town knew about it inside of a month, which is its own kind of statement. Everything I knew about my mother's 60th birthday, I learned from people sitting in my chair. That is not a skill. It is just what happens when you stand 3 feet from a person for 45 minutes while their hands are trapped under a cape. People tell you what they would not tell their pastor. So I knew about the slideshow. 40 slides, Judy, 40. I told her nobody sits still that long. I knew the fellowship hall had been booked since November. I knew there would be pulled pork and 2 kinds of potatoes, and that my cousin's husband was bringing the sound system. And I knew the part that mattered, which was that the party was not really a party. They're giving her the Service Heart. Can you believe it took them this long? The Service Heart Award is given out by the Mid-Ohio Valley Ministry Alliance. It is a walnut plaque with laser engraving and it is genuinely difficult to get. They were giving it to my mother for 11 years of work with young single mothers, and they were presenting it at her birthday party, so that both things could be photographed at once. 40 slides of our family, and I was not going to be in any of them, and not one person sitting in my chair thought that was strange enough to ask about. The same client mentioned that Roz's girl was going to say a few words. What's her name? She thought about it with her head under the dryer for a good 10 seconds. I want to say it starts with a C. Piper heard about the party from a classmate's mother in the pickup line. That night in the car, she asked me the question directly. In the flat way children ask things when they already know. Are we going to Grandma's party or not? I could have managed it. I could have said we had other plans. I looked at her in the rearview mirror and decided I was not going to teach my daughter that the adults in her life would lie to her face to keep things smooth. No, we're not. She did not ask why. She turned and looked out the window at the Rite Aid, and she did not ask a single follow-up question, and that was much worse than crying would have been. March 21st was a Saturday, and I worked it. 6 appointments, 9 to 4. 3 of those women went straight from my chair to the fellowship hall. One of them offered, while I was rinsing her out, to take a picture for me. That's okay. I said it kindly. Then I checked my phone 11 times before 5 o'clock. Piper spent the afternoon making cupcakes. She did not ask permission, and I did not stop her, because stopping her would have required me to explain something I could not explain. She made 12. Blue frosting, because that is the color she associates with celebrations for reasons no one has ever gotten out of her. One of them came out burned along one edge and she set it aside for herself. We can just keep them in the fridge, in case. She put the container by the front door instead of in the refrigerator. It sat there all evening where anyone coming in would see it. The pictures started around 7 on the town Facebook page. My mother at the podium with the plaque. My mother with her hands folded, doing the modest face. A wide shot of the hall with 2 rows of people standing behind her, and the caption underneath said, 60 years of putting other people first. In one of the photographs there was a young woman standing at my mother's left shoulder, close in, the way family stands. Dark blonde, maybe mid-20s. She was holding a toddler on her hip, and she was looking at my mother instead of the camera. I did not know who she was. At 10:06 that night, my phone lit up on the counter in a dark kitchen, a number I did not have saved. It rang 3 times and stopped before I could get to it, and there was no voicemail. I called it back, and it went straight to a recording. A man's voice. No name, just the number read back to me. I stood there in the dark with the phone in my hand and the cupcakes still by the door. The following Monday, a client left the church bulletin on the little table in my waiting area, under a coffee cup, dated Sunday the 29th. Page 2 had a photograph of my mother with a young woman and a small boy, and it was captioned in the same font as the potluck sign-up. Roz with her girl, Colleen, and our newest little one. I read that caption 3 times. I understood every word in it separately, and I could not make them mean anything together. Her girl. It is not a phrase you use by accident. It is a phrase you have used out loud, repeatedly, in front of people. until it stopped sounding like a claim. I was still holding it when Piper came out of the back with her backpack, saw the picture, and read the caption out loud, because she is 8, and 8-year-olds read things out loud. Then she looked up at me. "Is that my cousin?" I took the bulletin out of her hands and told her we would talk about it later. And then I did not talk about it later, which is the exact behavior I have spent my whole life resenting in my mother. I went into the back room and turned the tap on and cried for about 40 seconds. Dot knocked on the door frame without opening it. "Take 10, I've got the 4 o'clock. I washed my face. And while I was drying it, I had the thought that I have not been able to shake since, which is that maybe I was making a child's rejection into my own story, and maybe I had been waiting my whole adult life for a reason to finally be angry, and maybe I had just been handed one and was enjoying it. I do not know how to prove that I was not. I only know what I did next, which was nothing, for exactly 1 day. That night, Piper waited until I had turned her lamp off, which is when she asks the things she has been holding all day. Is she a different granddaughter? No. But the paper said her girl. I sat down on the edge of the bed and tried to find the version that was true and also survivable for an 8-year-old. What I landed on was that Grandma helps young women who do not have anybody, and that one of them has been staying close to her, and that it does not have anything to do with Piper. She thought about it for a while in the dark. Did I do something? I have been angry a great many times in the last year, and none of it felt like that did. She was lying there running an inventory of her own behavior, looking for the thing she had done wrong, because that is what children do when adults will not give them a reason. "No, baby, you did not do anything. Not one thing. Can I still make the cards?" I told her yes. She turned over and went to sleep in about 90 seconds. The way she does. And I sat on the floor in the hallway outside her door for a while with my back against the wall. Then the phone rang at the shop, a little before closing, and a young woman's voice asked whether I had anything Tuesday morning. "Can I get a name?" "Vasser. Vasser, Colleen." I wrote it in the paper book in blue pen in the 10 o'clock slot, and then I sat and looked at it for a while, and I did not know whether I wanted to erase it or not. She came in at 10 with the boy on her hip. Colleen Vasser is 27. She works nights as an aide at the nursing home out on Muskingum Drive. Her son Owen is 3, and he went straight for the tin of clips on the low shelf and sat down on the floor with it, like he had been coming here his whole life. She got into my chair and looked at herself the way women look at themselves when they have not sat in front of a mirror on purpose in a long time. "Just the ends. I haven't had it cut since he was born." We talked about nothing for 4 minutes. The weather, the nursing home, the price of everything. Then she mentioned Miss Roz, and I felt my comb stop moving, and I made it start again. She kept going. She did not know she was standing in a hole. She let me stay with her a while, back in 23, after I got put out of my apartment. 7 months. She smiled at the mirror. The little back room, with the flowered paper, blue flowers. Small ones in vertical stripes that my father hung in 1998 and that my mother refused to replace because she said it was still in good shape. "Do you know whose room that was before?" "No, ma'am." She was not being sly. She genuinely did not know. She had slept 300 nights in a room she had never asked a single question about. Then she caught my eye in the mirror, and something in her face changed, and she said the thing she had actually come to say. "Can I ask you something? Did you ever live at 1109 Warren?" The scissors were open in my hand. I did not put them down. I said yes. I saw the sign out front. Rainy. And I thought, that can't be that common. "Why?" She turned around in the chair, which is something you are not supposed to do. "Because I've got something in my trunk, and I don't know what to do with it." We went out the back, past the dumpster, to a Corolla with a cracked bumper. She opened the trunk, and there was a banana box in it, folded shut, with writing on the side in black marker. Taxes, Euro 509. I knew the handwriting before I finished reading the numbers. My mother slants her letters hard to the right and she crosses a 5 like she is angry at it. She gave it to me the Thursday before her party, Colleen said. She was clearing out the back room for company. She said it was scrap paper for Owen to draw on. We opened it at 7 that night, after I locked the front door, on the folding table in the back room with the plastic cloth on it. Owen was asleep across 2 waiting chairs with my coat over him. I only opened the top one, Colleen said. Then I stopped. The box had been closed the way people close a box they do not intend to open again, with the flaps folded over each other in a square. Inside were envelopes, not files, not receipts. Envelopes, standing on their edges, packed in tight. We counted them on the table. 22 from me. Christmas cards, birthday cards, and 4 actual letters, running from December of 2017 to February of this year. 5 from Piper, starting when she was 4, the early ones addressed in my handwriting with her name printed underneath in pencil. Every single one of them sealed. Not opened and put back. Sealed. The card Piper mailed in February was near the top. Postmark still sharp, and there was a purple cat sticker holding down the flap where she had pressed it with her thumb. Colleen sat down on the floor with her back against the cabinet. She told me you were dead to her. She said it to her own knees. Not like dead. She said you were dead to her. I thought that was just how people talk. I did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that would have been any use to her. I signed a paper when I came into the program. 2 years ago. Photo release. I forgot about it about 10 minutes after I signed it. She laughed. One breath. No humor in it. She's been using it ever since. Then she looked up. Then what was I? I have thought about that question for months and I still do not have a clean answer. The closest I can get is that my mother was not being cruel to Colleen. She was doing something worse and much sadder, which is that she was practicing. Colleen was dark blonde and 23 with a 2-month-old, and my mother took her into the back bedroom and gave her a Thanksgiving chair and called her my girl in print. And she was not replacing me at all. I did not understand that yet. What I understood was that there were 4 more envelopes at the bottom of the box that were nothing like the others. Thinner paper, different hand. All 4 addressed to Judy Rainey at 1109 Warren Street, in a looping, slanted script I had not seen in 21 years. All 4 sealed. Colleen turned one over and read the round stamp out loud. Parkersburg, West Virginia. I did not open them. I set all 4 in a row, and I went out to my car and came back with a shoebox, and I put a Polaroid on the table beside them. Same loop on the tail of the capital J. Same tilt. She never went to Texas. And then I picked up my phone, and I found the screenshot I had taken on the 27th of February and had never shown to a living soul, and I read the last line one more time. This town does not need another living reminder of failure. Another. Most of us are keeping something we never opened. A letter, a message, a box in the back of a closet we have walked past for years because opening it would make it real. If you have one, tell me what it is in the comments. I would like to know I am not the only one. Here is what was in mine. The first envelope was postmarked March of 2005, 4 weeks after the storm door. Half a page of notebook paper, torn out of a 3-ring binder, the holes ripped through on one side. My sister was 17 when she wrote it, and it reads like it. She asked whether I had gotten the last one. She said she was okay, and that she had a place. She said she was working at a dairy mart, and that it was fine. At the bottom, underlined twice. Write back to this address. Don't tell her. She had gotten the last one. There was no last one in the box. Whatever came before March is simply gone, and I have made my peace with never knowing how many there were. The second was August of the same year. The third was January of 2006. And it is the longest, and I am not going to read it out to strangers. In it, she tells me what happened to the baby in April of 2005, alone, in a room on 7th Street. She was 17 and she wrote it to a 12-year-old because there was nobody else to write it to. The fourth was June of 2008, and it is 3 lines long. I'm okay. You don't have to write back. I hope school's good. She waited 3 years. That is the part that took the floor out from under me. She wrote into silence for 3 years and then she stopped politely, the way you stop calling a friend who has stopped calling you, and she assumed the silence was mine. On Thursday, the 2nd of April, I drove to the address on the envelopes. Marietta to Parkersburg is 14 miles. You take the bridge over the Ohio and you are there. It took me 22 minutes. And I want to say clearly that I have crossed that river several hundred times in my life. For groceries, for a dentist, for a concert in high school. 7th Street now has a laundromat where the number in the letters should be. The building is the same building. The woman working the counter was maybe 30 and had never heard the name and had no reason to. I sat in the parking lot for a while with the engine off, and I remembered something that had been sitting in the back of my head, uncatalogued, for 10 years. In the fall of 2016, I was getting gas on Route 68, and a woman at the pump across from me was looking at me. Not glancing. Looking. She had a car with a Wood County plate, and she had been standing there with the nozzle in her hand for longer than a person needs to. When I looked back at her, she said one word. Sorry. Then she hung up the nozzle and got in and left without finishing. I remember thinking she had mistaken me for someone. I remember that she had a small tattoo on the inside of her wrist, a letter, faded the way old ink goes green. I did not find my sister that day. I want to be honest about that, because I think people expect a story like this to have a moment where the woman turns detective and cracks it open. I am a hairdresser. I drove 14 miles and looked at a laundromat and drove home. But somewhere on the bridge, I stopped needing to find her. I called Colleen from my driveway. I don't need to find her. I need my mother to say the year out loud. That night, I did one more thing, and it is the only thing in this entire story that I am genuinely proud of. I opened the town Facebook page and I started typing. I had the screenshot. I had 4 postmarks. I had 27 sealed envelopes on my kitchen table and a photograph of a purple cat sticker, and I could have ended my mother's standing in this county in about 9 hours. I got 2 sentences in. Then I deleted it, and I closed the phone, and I went to bed. Not because I am better than that. Because if I did it that way, for the rest of Piper's life, the story would be that her mother took her grandmother down on the internet. I wanted it done in front of a small number of people who mattered, in daylight, with my hands empty. On Thursday evening, my Uncle Emmett came to the shop. He said the closer on my front door was slamming and that he had heard it from the sidewalk, which was true, and had been true for about 2 years. He got a stepladder out of his truck without being asked, and worked on it for 20 minutes while I swept up around him and Dot pretended to reconcile the book. When he came down off the ladder, he stood there holding the screwdriver and looking at the doorframe. Your mother. I did not help him. That is the one decision from that whole week I am sure about. I stood there with a broom and I let the sentence stay unfinished because a man who has been quiet for 21 years does not need somebody else's hand on his back. And because whatever he said next, I wanted him to have chosen. He put the screwdriver in his back pocket. She's got people over there Saturday. For the diaper thing. First Saturday of the month. Then he folded up the ladder and carried it out. That is how I picked the day. We got to Warren Street a little after 11 on the 4th of April. 2 garbage bags of diapers were already sitting on the porch, 3 cars in the driveway, and 1 at the curb. Through the front window I could see people moving around in the living room. And around the side of the house, at the top of the driveway, my Uncle Emmett was on his knees in front of the side entry with a screwdriver in his mouth, fitting a brand new storm door into the frame. The old one was leaning against the siding behind him. I could smell the primer on the new one from the sidewalk. Piper held my hand going up the steps. Colleen stood on my other side with her arms crossed and the box against her hip. My mother opened the door with her Sunday face on, already talking, already smiling. "Come on in. The bags are in the—" She saw Colleen first. I watched her eyes go to Colleen, then to Piper, then to me, and the sentence stopped where it stopped and never got finished. That day or any other. Then she stepped out onto the porch and pulled the door most of the way shut behind her, and she kept her hand on the knob. That was her first instinct. Not to ask why we were there, to control what could be seen and heard from inside. "Whatever this is, we can do it another time." "Hi, Grandma," Piper said. My mother did not answer her. She looked at me and she said it again, quieter, in the voice she uses when she is being reasonable at you. Colleen stepped forward and set the banana box down on the top step between the two bags of diapers, with the writing facing up. "You gave this to me for my son to draw on. I'd like you to have it back." The screen door behind my mother opened, and a woman from the church came halfway out, holding a clipboard, and said, "Roz, do you want these counted by size?" And then she saw the four of us standing there, and she did not go back inside. My mother looked at the box for about 2 seconds. "I have no idea what's in there. I've had paperwork in that closet for 30 years. Then, to me, in a lower register, "You have always needed an audience, Judy." "That's fair," I said. "I do need one today." That stopped her, which I had not expected. I think she had a second thing prepared and it did not fit anymore. I did not open the box. I took one envelope out of my coat pocket, and I held it up with the back of it facing her, the round postmark out where the woman with the clipboard could see it too. "What year did Nell move to Texas?" "Judy. Say it out loud." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said it, because she had said it 1,000 times, and because there were people watching, and because not answering would have been an answer. 2005. I turned the envelope around. Parkersburg, WV, 2006. Addressed in my sister's handwriting to me, at that house, at that door, where my mother had taken it out of that mailbox and carried it inside and put it in a box marked with a tax year. Nobody said anything. The woman with the clipboard looked down at the postmark and then up at my mother, and she was still holding the clipboard against her chest like it was going to help. That was when Emmett came around the corner of the house. He was carrying the old storm door with both hands, that dented aluminum frame with the bad springs still hanging off the top of it. He got as far as the bottom of the steps. He set it down on the concrete, carefully, the way you set down something you have been carrying a long way. "It was February," he said. "I drove her." My mother said his name once, in a voice I had never heard her use in front of anyone outside our family. He did not look at her. He looked at the ground beside the box, which is where he looked for most of what came next. He said he had put Nell in his truck at about 10:30 at night on the 11th of February and driven her across the river to the bus station in Parkersburg. He gave her $80, 4 20s out of his wallet, which was what he had. He waited in the lot with the engine running. She never got on the bus. I sat there till it pulled out. She had walked off toward 7th Street with the duffel bag, and he had let her, because she asked him to, and because he was 34 years old and terrified of his own sister. He knew where she was for 6 years. He said he checked on her twice a year in a way that did not involve talking to her, which is a thing I understand better than I would like to. He lost her in 2011. Then he said the part I did not know was coming. "Roz, tell them what you told me in the truck." My mother said nothing, so he said it. He said that on the way back over the bridge that night, with the passenger seat empty, my mother told him why it had to be that night and not any other night. "I can't have this sitting in front of the committee." In April of 2005, the board at Grace Bethel voted to create a paid part-time position, Family Life Coordinator, 15 hours a week and a title and an office with a door. 2 people were up for it. The vote was on the 10th of April, 58 days after my sister walked out of that house with a duffel bag, and my mother won it. and she held that office for 10 years. And in 2015, out of that office, she started a program for young women having babies with nobody standing behind them. Colleen understood it before I did. I heard her make a small sound behind me, and when I turned around, she had both hands over her mouth. Every car seat, every rent check. 11 years of a genuinely good thing, built on top of a 17-year-old in a room on 7th Street. My mother did not confess. I want to be very clear about that, because I have watched a lot of these stories, and in the stories, the woman crumbles. She straightened up. She took her hand off the doorknob for the first time, and she folded her arms, and she looked around the porch, and I watched her count. The woman with the clipboard. Emmett. Colleen. My daughter. You have no idea what I kept off this family. That was it. That was all of it. Not an apology, not a denial exactly, just a repositioning, and I understood standing there that she believed it. She has always believed it. In her version of the last 21 years, she is the one who carried something heavy so that the rest of us would not have to look at it. The screen door opened again and Pastor Dale Corrigan came out onto the porch. He is 58, and he has been at Grace Bethel since 2003, and I do not know how long he had been standing inside the door, but it was long enough. He was still holding the little notebook they used to count donations. He did not raise his voice. He is not that kind of man. Roz, was there a daughter before Judy? My mother looked at him, and she did not answer. Not with a yes, not with a no, not with a redirection. She stood on her own porch in front of 5 people and she did not say one word, and the silence went on long enough that everybody there had time to decide what it meant. That was the moment it changed hands. Not the box, not the postmark. That. I picked Piper up, which I have not done since she was 6 and which she allowed, and we went down the steps past the old storm door and got in the car. Nobody in this town got run out of anywhere. There was no article. There was no meeting. The Ministry Alliance did not take the service heart back, and I never expected them to, because organizations do not do that. What happened instead was slower and, I think, more permanent. Pastor Corrigan went into the file cabinet in the church office the following week and found the minutes from April of 2005, because he is thorough and because he needed to know. He told Emmett what the date was. Emmett told me. I have never seen the paper and I do not need to. On Sunday the 3rd of May, the bulletin ran 2 lines on page 2 saying that Roz would be stepping back for a season, with our prayers. It did not name a replacement. In September, when the Alliance published the program for their fall conference, her name was not on the speakers list for the first time in 8 years, and nobody said anything about that either. That is how it works. You do not get thrown out. You get left off a piece of paper. The family split roughly the way I expected, which is to say unevenly and quietly. The town took longer, and it did not come to me for information. That is the part I did not predict. I had spent years assuming that if the truth ever got out, it would travel through my chair, because everything else in this county does. It did not. It went the other way. Women started arriving already knowing, having heard it from the woman with the clipboard, or from her sister, or from somebody who had been standing in that living room counting diapers by size. Some of them wanted to talk about it. I did not. I asked about their kids and their knee replacements and their kitchen remodels, and I let them sit with the fact that I was not going to hand them anything. Gail Bickham came in that April, sat down, looked at me in the mirror, and did not say a word about any of it for the entire 45 minutes. At the door, she put her hand on my arm. I should have asked you why you weren't in that slideshow. That was the only apology I got from anybody in this town, and it was not even hers to make. 2 relatives who had not called me in years called me. One of them cried. The other one wanted to know what I was going to do next, and I could tell she was calling for information. Not for me. My Aunt Corinne called on a Tuesday during my lunch break. She's 60 years old, Judy. What did that accomplish? Corinne is the one who asked about the chairs. I do not think she has ever once connected those two facts, and I did not connect them for her. Thanks for calling, Aunt Corinne. Then I hung up first, which I had never done to anyone in my family in my life. My mother called the shop once, in the second week of May. She did not mention the porch. She did not mention my sister. She said the church wanted a photograph to run alongside the note about her stepping back. Something warm, and that she thought it would be good if Piper were in it. Then she added that I could be in it too. There was a woman under the dryer 8 feet from me, and I kept my voice flat. No. Judy, it would help. It would help you. She was quiet for a second, and then she said that she hoped I was proud of myself, and that she had to go. I stood there afterward with the phone in my hand and worked out what had actually just happened, which was that for the first time in 33 years, my mother had needed something from me. She had needed it enough to dial, and she still could not ask for it in a sentence that did not have a hook in it. Colleen left the program in April. She kept the friendship. In the middle of May, she brought Owen into the shop for his first haircut, and I put the board across the arms of the chair and cut a 3-year-old's hair while his mother filmed it on her phone and told him he was being so brave. I saved a lock of it in a small envelope, which is what we do here, and Piper came around the counter and pressed a sticker down over the flap. Emmett gave me a last name, Brandt. She married a man named Dean Brandt in 2011 and divorced him in 2019 and kept the name, and that was the entire extent of what my uncle had. It was enough. There are 2 24-hour pharmacies in Parkersburg. I called the second one on a Thursday afternoon and asked whether Annelle Brandt worked nights, and the woman who answered said she would pass along a message. I left 9 words. It's Judy. I have your letters. All 4. Then I waited 9 days. I know it was 9 because I counted them in appointments. On the 18th of April, she texted me 4 words and the name of a diner on Murdoch Avenue. She is 38. She was already in the booth when I got there, with a cup of coffee she was not drinking, and she did not stand up, and we did not hug. She has our father's jaw. On the inside of her left wrist there is a small green J that she got when she was 19, for a reason she has not told me. She works nights, 11 to 7, filling prescriptions behind glass at a store where the parking lot lights buzz. She has an apartment above a dentist's office with a cat that she talks about the way people talk about a roommate they are fond of and slightly annoyed by. She said she stayed in Parkersburg because at first she could not afford to leave, and then because leaving started to feel like agreeing to something. I asked her whether she ever came over the bridge. For work stuff. Not for anything else. She turned the cup a quarter turn. I knew where the shop was. I looked it up when it opened. We were both bad at it for about 10 minutes. Then she said, "She told me you had your own life." She turned the cup around on the table. In 2011 I came back. I stood in that kitchen. She said you were doing well and you didn't need any of that stirred up, and I believed her, because it made sense to me that you wouldn't. I asked her about the gas station on Route 68. She looked at the window for a second, and then she nodded once, and that was all either of us said about it. She does not want to see our mother. She said it plainly and without any heat, the way you decline a thing you have already thought about for years. She said maybe someday, and I do not think she meant it. When we stood up to leave, she asked me for one thing. "Can you send me a picture of her? Just one." I sent her the photo from March 21st. My daughter on our kitchen floor at 9 at night, holding a plastic container of 12 blue cupcakes, one of them burned along the edge, waiting for a phone that was not going to ring. I wrote 3 sentences to my mother in May and mailed them with a flag stamp. The first said that she may write to Piper, and that I will read what she writes before Piper does. The second said that if she wants to see her, it will be at my shop, in front of me. The third said that no photograph of my daughter appears anywhere, in any bulletin, in any newsletter, ever again. I sent a copy to the church office the same day, in a separate envelope, not as a threat, because a rule that only one person knows about is not a rule, it is a request. She has not written back. Piper's picture has not appeared in anything since. I went to the elementary school office in the same week and asked for Piper's emergency contact card. I put a line through my mother's name and wrote dots underneath it, and signed and dated it. And the woman behind the counter made a copy and handed the original back and said, "Have a good one." It took less than 2 minutes. That is what a boundary actually looks like. It is almost always paperwork. The 16th of May was a Saturday, and the shop was full. Piper swept hair for $1, which is the rate, and she pushed the pile around for longer than the job required, because she likes the money and hates the broom. Colleen sat in the row of waiting chairs with Owen on her lap and a magazine she was not reading. Dot had a woman under the dryer and was telling her about a sale on porch furniture. Nell came at 11. She stood inside the door for a second the way people do when they are not sure whether to sit, and then she took chair 2, and she did not know what to do with her hands. Piper stopped sweeping and looked at her for a while, in that unembarrassed way children have. "Are you the aunt?" "Yeah," Nell said. "I guess I am." That is the first time in 21 years that anyone in this family called my sister anything at all. Before I locked up that night, I took the Polaroid out of the shoebox and put it in a $5 frame from the drugstore and wedged it into the edge of the mirror at chair 2. 2 girls on a floor in front of a tree in 2004, one of them making a face. The color has gone orange the way they do. I do not have a lesson. I have one sentence I keep coming back to, and it is this: shame does not appear in a family out of nowhere. Somebody hands it to you, usually a person who has handed it themselves, and the only real choice you get is whether you keep passing it down or whether it stops in your hands. It stopped in mine. That is the whole of it. Shame is not something you inherit. It is something somebody hands you, and you can decide not to pass it on. And that is the only thing in this story I am actually proud of. If there is a Piper in your life, or if you were the Piper, tell me in the comments. Share this with the woman who needs to hear that leaving is allowed and that it does not make her the villain. And subscribe, because there is always another family out there that mistook silence for agreement. My husband was sweet-talking his mistress on the phone. When I presented him with the divorce settlement, he didn't even glance at it. He grabbed his fountain pen and sipped his signature with a swift, careless flick of the wrist. When I sold our Greenwich, Connecticut estate for $5 million and moved back into my own luxury penthouse, my in-laws, who suddenly found themselves with nothing, were completely devastated. "Honey, don't be mad. I'll see you tomorrow." What is that old hag matter? If my dad hadn't forced me to marry someone of our social standing back then, do you think I would have even looked at her? I stood on the other side of the study door. The heat from the Earl Grey tea I had just brewed was slowly fading, just like my heart, which grew colder by the second. John's voice filtered through the slightly ajar door. His tone was so sweet it physically hurt, a sweetness he hadn't shown me in 2 years. "You are my true love. As soon as I strip her of all her assets, I'll divorce her, fooling her ice a piece of cake. She hasn't looked at a single company ledger in years." The knuckles of my fingers turned white as I gripped the edge of the saucer. How ironic. I just wanted to bring him a cup of tea. In return, I heard the most sincere confession he had ever made. My distorted reflection trembled on the surface of the tea. Sophia Sterling, the woman who had spent the last decade in this house, had become a laughingstock. I retreated in silence and left the teacup on the hallway console. Then I went back to our master bedroom. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I didn't shed a single tear. They say that when pain reaches its absolute peak, the tears dry up. My face was reflected in the vanity mirror. My skin was still smooth, but fine lines were already forming around my eyes. I forced a smile. The woman in the mirror smiled back, but her expression was sadder than any crying fit. 10 years of marriage, completely betrayed. I dug into the bottom off a drawer and pulled out the papers I had already prepared. The cold, smooth touch of the paper calmed me a bit. It was a divorce settlement I had drafted and revised countless times over the past 3 months, every clause meticulously reviewed by my attorney. John didn't know that the wife he considered so easy to fool was no longer the naive young woman who had once risked everything for love. I took a deep breath, and with the agreement and a pen in hand, I headed to the study. My steps were light, absorbed by the thick carpet, just like all the sorrows I had swallowed for years. Through the door, I could still hear John comforting his young mistress. "Did you like the jewelry set I bought you? It's way better than any of Sophia's. Of course, you're so much prettier than she is." I pushed the door wide open. John turned around, startled. He still had the phone glued to his ear, and the sickly sweet expression on his face instantly froze. He hung up hurriedly and forced a smile. "Sophia, why didn't you knock? If I had knocked, I would have missed such a wonderful confession," I said calmly, spreading the divorce settlement on his mahogany desk. "Sign it." His expression went from surprise to perplexity and finally to a strange sense of relief. "What is this? A divorce settlement? Exactly what you were planning. I'm saving you the trouble of having to steal my assets." John skimmed the papers and let out a laugh. "Sophia, I think you misunderstood. That was just a client. Sometimes you have to flatter them. Laura Brooks, 25 years old, former receptionist at your company, recently promoted to your personal secretary." I recited the information by heart. "You've been together for 2 years and 3 months. Last month, you even bought her a condo in Tribeca under the company's name. By the way, since that was purchased with marital funds, I have the right to claim it." John's face changed color. "You've been investigating me. I've just been protecting my legal rights." I offered him the pen sign while I'm still willing to end this amicably. He stared at me for a few seconds and suddenly smiled as if it were all a joke. He took the pen and signed with a fluid, elegant script without even reading the contents. "Aren't you going to look at the clauses?" I reminded him kindly. "What's there to see?" He closed the folder with indifference. "You can't live without me anyway. You'll end up begging me to get back together. Sophia, a rich girl like you is nothing outside our family." I picked up the agreement and offered a faint smile. "Thank you for your cooperation, John. I hope you and your personal secretary are very happy." As I turned to leave, I heard him shout behind me. "Stop making a scene. You know tomorrow is my mother's birthday, right? Don't forget to prepare the gift." I didn't turn around. I closed the door silently. Back in the bedroom, I locked the door. Only then did my body begin to tremble. 10 years of marriage ended just like that. I thought I would collapse, that I would cry rivers of tears, but strangely, I only felt an immense sense of liberation. My phone buzzed. It was a text from John. "Don't overreact. Tomorrow we are having lunch at my mother's house together." I didn't reply. Instead, I called my lawyer, Mr. Vance. He signed it. Yes, without even reading it. Perfect. "I'll see you tomorrow morning." After hanging up, I opened the safe and pulled out a thick folder. It contained all the evidence I had gathered over the past 2 years. Hotel records, bank statements, call logs. I caressed those papers and remembered John proposing Tome under a cherry blossom tree 7 years ago. The love in his eyes had seemed so real. How had we come to this? In college, John was the student body president, brilliant and charismatic. He courted me for 2 years. I came from the family that owned the Sterling Group. My father was a well-known tycoon. John came from a family with deep political and business ties. At first glance, we were the perfect couple. My father warned me that his family was complicated, but I, blind with love, insisted it was him or no one. The first 2 years of marriage were sweet until my father's company went through a rough patch. My in-laws' attitude changed overnight. My mother-in-law started criticizing me for acting like a spoiled rich girl. And John became increasingly distant, not because of work, but out of pure indifference. I opened my phone's gallery and found a family photo from last year. Such a harmonious picture. I looked elegant and serene, John handsome and distinguished, my in-laws smiling. Who would have imagined that? That very afternoon, after taking that photo, John went to meet Laura Brooks. Outside, it had already grown dark. I got up and started packing a small suitcase. I would leave early in the morning. This Greenwich estate was in my name. It was a wedding gift from my father. After the divorce, it would remain mine. Thinking of the look on John's face when he found out the truth gave me a certain sense of anticipation. My phone rang again. It was my mother-in-law, Eleanor. "Sophia, don't forget to order the dry-aged prime rib roast from that famous steakhouse in the city for tomorrow. Your father-in-law loves it." "Yes, Eleanor," I replied. Tomorrow was going to be an interesting day. When the dawn light filtered through the curtains and hit my eyes, I felt disoriented for a moment, as if I were still in that sweet, self-induced dream where my husband loved me. Our marriage was happy and my life was perfect until I saw the signed divorce settlement on the nightstand. I sat up with a start. My fingers unconsciously brushed Jay's extravagant signature. The ink was already dry, just like the love between us. The phone screen lit up. 7:15 a.m., 3 missed calls and 5 texts, all from John. I swiped the screen. The last message had arrived 10 minutes ago. "I don't remember what I said last night. I was drunk. Stop being mad. Today's Mom's birthday. I'll pick you up at 10. I let out a bitter laugh and tossed the phone aside. John's typical strategy: pretend to be drunk, act like nothing happened. I had seen this tactic exhaustively over the last 2 years. The woman in the mirror had slight dark circles, but her gaze was surprisingly clear. I splashed cold water on my face, feeling a chill that penetrated my bones. From today on, I was no longer the Miller family's daughter-in-law, nor an appendage to John. I would be Sophia Sterling again. My suitcase was open on the bed. I only packed the essentials and my valuables. I would have plenty of time to deal with the rest once I regained full possession of the estate. John thought I couldn't live without him. Oh, he would soon find out how wrong he was. At 8 sharp, the doorbell rang. Through the security camera, I saw Helen's familiar sharp features. Today she was wearing an impeccable power suit and holding 2 artisan coffees. "So, did that bastard sign it?" she asked impatiently, as soon as I opened the door, her eyes gleaming like a fox spotting its prey. I nodded and pulled the agreement from my bag to hand it to her, signed without looking. Helen quickly flipped through the papers, a smile forming on her lips. "Perfect. That idiot has no idea what he just signed." She pointed to a clause on the last page. "Look here, he agrees to waive all rights to the estate and all assets contained within it. This house is completely yours now. He still believes it's in his name. It never was, but since he paid the HOA fees and the utility bills since we got married, I took a sip of the coffee she had brought me, a subtle sweetness amidst the bitterness." Helen let out a laugh so loud she almost choked on her coffee. "My God, I would love to see his face when he finds out." She set her cup down and suddenly grew serious. "Sophia, are you sure about this? Once you file this in court, there's no turning back." "Turning back?" I approached the window and looked at the blooming roses in the garden, the ones John himself had planted for me at the beginning of our marriage. That road closed 2 years ago, the first time he cheated on me. Helen sighed and pulled a manila envelope from her designer tote. "Then you're going to need this." I opened it. Inside was a stack of photographs and several bank statements. In the photos, John was affectionately holding a young woman in various locations: a high-end restaurant, the entrance of a luxury hotel, even the Broadway theater we used to frequent. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with long hair and large eyes. It was Laura Brooks, the same one he was talking to on the phone last night. "On your birthday, he said he had an emergency at the company and left. In reality, he took that girl to the Hamptons," Helen said, pointing to a photo with the ocean and blue sky in the background. "With money from your joint account." I reviewed the bank statements. My fingers trembled slightly, not from sadness, but from rage. John had used our money to buy Lara luxury goods, pay her rent, and even finance the opening of a boutique coffee shop. "Thank you, Helen." I put the documents away. "This will be very useful to me. We've been friends for 10 years. Sophia, don't mention it. Since college, I knew John wasn't right for you. If you hadn't been so crazy in love, the Sophia from back then was too naive," I interrupted, shaking my head. The one standing here now only wants to take back what is hers. As we spoke, we heard the sound of the front door lock turning. Helen and I exchanged a glance. She quickly shoved the papers back into her bag. John walked in, dressed in a sharp suit. He was visibly surprised to see Helen, but soon flashed his usual fake smile. Helen, what a surprise. You could have let us know. I don't need to report to you to come see Sophia. Helen shot back, not giving an inch. John frowned and turned to me. Sophia, are you ready? Mom just called again to rush us. I'm not going, I said calmly, taking the last sip of my coffee. What? John's face darkened. Stop joking around. I apologize for what happened last night. Last night, I feigned ignorance. Oh, you mean when you called Maya hag and planned to steal my assets? John's face turned as red as a tomato. He glanced sideways at Helen and lowered his voice. Let's talk about this in private. Not necessary. I pulled out my phone and played the recording. Jay's voice played clearly. What is that old hag matter? If my dad hadn't forced me to marry someone of our social standing back then, do you think I would have even looked at her? John's face went from red to white. He tried to snatch my phone, but Helen stepped in his way. Mr. Miller, are you thinking of laying a hand on her? Sophia, you recorded me. John looked at me in disbelief. When did you become like this? Right around the time I stopped believing your lies and learned to defend myself. John took a deep breath and regained his arrogant expression. Sophia, those were just words to please a client. You know how it is. The business world is a war. Sometimes you have no choice but to sleep with her, buy her a condo in Tribeca, and take her on vacations to the Hamptons with our money. With every word, I took a step toward him. John backed away. Do you think I'm still the girl who falls for a few sweet words? I pressed. John was speechless for a moment, crushed by my momentum. I took the opportunity to pull out a copy of the divorce settlement. You already signed it, so let's drop the charade. According to the agreement, this estate is mine, and the marital assets are split down the middle. I smiled maliciously. Of course, if you insist on going to court, I don't mind presenting the matter of Ms. Brooks and photos to the judge. Seeing the photos, John finally showed signs of panic. You investigated me? Likewise. Haven't you been looking into my father's company's financial status? That sentence seemed to strike a nerve. His expression suddenly turned ferocious. So, this was your plan from the beginning, Sophia. You think you can take part of my family's wealth with a divorce? Keep dreaming. I don't care about your family's wealth, I said calmly. I just want to take back my share. John let out a cold laugh. Your share? What do you even have? The estate is in my name. I bought the car and you don't even have a job. I couldn't help but laugh. John, it's obvious you've never looked at the county clerk's property records. This estate was a wedding gift from my father. It has always been in my name. And as for a job, I pulled a business card from a drawer. I am a shareholder and financial consultant for the Sterling Group. My annual salary is $150,000. Not as much as yours, but enough to live on my own. John froze as if he had been punched. Of course, he knew nothing of this. After we got married, he asked me to be a stay-at-home wife. He said it was so I could live comfortably, but in reality, it was to isolate me from the outside world. Now, please leave my house. I pointed to the door. Next Monday, a moving company will come to collect your things. Have them ready. John's face changed colors several times, and finally, after glaring at me, has stormed out, slamming the door. The living room fell instantly silent. Helen and I let out a long sigh in unison. What a relief! Helen exclaimed, clapping her hands. He looked like he'd swallowed a bug. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion washed over me, and I collapsed onto the sofa. 10 years of feelings ended just like that. It wasn't that I didn't feel nostalgic, but logic told me this marriage should have ended much sooner. Now what? Asked Helen, sitting beside me and offering a glass of water. First, I'm meeting with my lawyer to file the agreement in court and start liquidating the assets. John has definitely hidden a lot of assets. I have to find them. Do you need me to help with anything? Of course, I looked at her with gratitude. But right now, I have something more important to do. What? I pointed to the closet. Help me pick out a dress. At 10 I have to go to my mother-in-law's birthday party. Helen's eyes widened. Are you crazy? With the mess that just went down, you're going to his mother's party. Exactly why I have to go. I stood up and walked toward the closet. I'm going to announce the divorce in front of everyone. Seth Miller family doesn't get the chance to invent rumors. Helen held her breath. That's a full-blown declaration of war. No, I pulled out a sleek black dress. It's the end of the war. As I was getting dressed, my phone rang again. It was my mother-in-law's number. I put it on speaker. Sophia, did you order the roast? John told me you weren't feeling well. Eleanor's high-pitched voice came through with a noisy background, indicating the party was already underway. It's ordered, Eleanor. My voice sounded normal. I'm fine. Just a slight headache. I'll be there shortly. Oh, good. And dress appropriately. Some important guests are coming today. My mother-in-law paused and lowered her voice. The wife of the city planning commissioner will be there. Talk to her a bit. One of John's projections pending approval from that department. I barely suppressed a bitter laugh. Yes, Eleanor. Hanging up. Helen looked at me in disbelief. Are you really going to bring them the roast? Of course. I smiled slightly. The final scene should be memorable. Helen shook her head. Sophia, I never knew you were so terrifying. I'm not terrifying. I looked at myself in the mirror as I applied a deep red lipstick. I had come back to myself. The woman in the mirror wore a sharp black dress. Her lips were blood red, and her gaze was as sharp as a blade. That was the real Sophia Sterling. Neither the Miller family's daughter-in-law nor John's accessory. The A's of the Sterling group, a phoenix reborn from the ashes. The Miller family thought I would leave crying and empty-handed. Well, they had another thing coming. The show had just begun. The dry-aged prime rib from the famous New York steakhouse came in an exquisite thermal container, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. I held it in front of the door of my in-laws' Westchester mansion and took a deep breath. It would probably be the last time I entered through that door as their daughter-in-law. I rang the bell 3 times. Carmen, the housekeeper, opened the door. Upon seeing me, her face lit up. Mrs. Sophia, so glad to see you, Mr. Miller was looking for you. Happy birthday, Carmen. I handed her a small envelope. It was also her birthday. The Miller family never cared about these things, but I remembered every year. Harmon's eyes watered and she tried to decline, but my mother-in-law's high-pitched voice rang out from the living room. Is that Sophia? Tell her to come in. All the guests are here. I gestured for Carmen to accept the envelope and walked into the grand room carrying the roast. The mansion's living room was vast and bright. Underneath a crystal chandelier, 3 large tables were filled with Miller relatives and high-status guests. My father-in-law, Richard, sat at the head table, chatting with the city planning commissioner. Eleanor fluttered around the room like a social butterfly. John was seated near the head table with an empty chair beside him, clearly reserved for me. Seeing me, his gaze darkened. He approached quickly and whispered, I didn't think you'd come. Why wouldn't I said, smiling and raising my voice. Your mother explicitly asked me to bring the roast. How could I miss it? Eleanor approached upon hearing us and took the container from my hands with a satisfied smile. Our Sophia is the most thoughtful. She turned to the guests. My daughter-in-law knows best how to take care of the family. The guests responded with compliments, praising the Millers' good fortune. I noticed Jay's jaw clenching tighter and tighter. Come sit here. My mother-in-law took my hand and led me to the seat next to John. Mrs. Vance really wanted to see you. I sat down obediently and nodded to Mrs. Vance, who sat across from me. She was an elegant woman in her 50s, but with a very piercing gaze. She observed me thoughtfully. Sophia, you look wonderful. I heard your father's new project down in Miami is going swimmingly. Eleanor's smile froze slightly. It was an open secret that my father and the Millers were business rivals. Thank God everything is going well, I replied politely. My father always says that in business, you have to be prudent and never covet what doesn't belong to you. It was a jab at several aggressive projects the Millers had recently undertaken. A faint smile appeared in Mrs. Vance's eyes, but my father-in-law's face darkened. Under the table, John pinched my thigh hard. Unfazed, I slowly pulled a copy of the divorce settlement from my designer bag. I placed it on the lazy Susan in the center of the table and gave it a slight push. Since we are all gathered today, I have an announcement to make. The document spun slowly and stopped right in the center of the main table. Eleanor picked it up, looking puzzled. After a quick glance, her face changed drastically. What is this? A divorce settlement? Yes. John signed it yesterday. The dining room fell into a dead silence. All eyes dug into John and me. John jumped up. His chair scraped against the floor with a harsh sound. Sophia, what are you doing? Still seated, I looked him up and down. Didn't you say yourself that Larara Brooks is your true love and that I'm just an old hag? Nonsense. Eleanor shrieked. My John would never say such a thing. I pulled out my phone and played the recording. John's voice echoed clearly in the silent dining room. What does that old hag matter if my dad hadn't forced me to marry someone of our social standing back then? Do you think I would have even looked at her? When the recording ended, a murmur swept through the room. John's face went from red to white and then to a sickly pale. Eleanor snatched the agreement from Richard's hands, flipped through it rapidly, and her voice trembled. This is impossible. How could John sign this? The estate is mine. By what right? Because the property deed is in my name, I said, standing up. The estate was a wedding gift from my father. It has always been in my name. Liar. Eleanor completely abandoned her high society facade. That is our family's home. John paid for the renovations and the bills all these years. Eleanor. I deliberately used her first name to provoke her. Don't tell me you don't know that expenses made with marital on a separate property cannot be claimed after a divorce, right? That's Law 101. Richard suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Enough. He glared at John furiously. What is the meaning of this? John stammered, unable to articulate a word. I answered for him. Richard. John has been involved with a Miss Lar Brooks for over 2 years. He bought her a condo, set up a coffee shop for her, took her to the Hamptons, all with money from our joint account. I pulled out the photos Helen had given me and spread them across the table. Yesterday, when I asked him for a divorce, he signed without reading. I suppose he was in a hurry to bring her into the family. The photos circulated among the guests, accompanied by whispers. Mrs. Vance picked one up and commented ironically, Mr. Miller, your son has a good eye. The girl is charming. Richard's face turned gray. Eleanor, acting like a mad woman, lunged at me. You set a trap for my son. I stepped aside. She stumbled and almost fell. John caught her and yelled at me furiously. Sophia, you tricked me. Tricked you? I laughed coldly. You were the one desperate for a divorce, signing without reading the agreement. Now you're nervous because you found out the estate isn't yours. Everyone shut up. Richard's roar silenced the room. He took a deep breath containing his rage and addressed the guests. I apologize. A family matter has ruined the evening. I will invite you all another day to make up for it. It was his way of kicking them out. The guests stood up awkwardly and said their goodbyes. Only Mrs. Vance, before leaving, looked at me intently and said in a low voice, If you need help, call me. When all the outsiders were gone, Richard grabbed John by the collar of his shirt. Idiot, how could you sign without reading? Dad, I didn't know Cher recorded me, John stammered. The problem isn't the recording, Richard yelled. The problem is that you got caught and humiliated. Eleanor ran toward me, almost digging her nails into my face. Ingrate, we supported you for 10 years, and this is how you repay us. Supported me. I couldn't help but laugh. Eleanor, did you forget the $2 million trust my father set up when I married him? Did you forget how much help I provided to your family with my connections these past years? I turned to Richard. Richard, who helped you with that urban development project, the rezoning of those lands. Richard's gaze clearly wavered. He remembered. I solved it through the father of a college friend who was the deputy secretary of housing at the time. I picked up my designer bag and headed for the door. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My lawyer will contact John for the paperwork. You think you can just leave like this, Sophia? John ran to block my path. The agreement is already notarized. My lawyer has a copy, by the way. According to Clause 7, you have 10 days to vacate the estate. Eleanor screamed hysterically. Well, then we'll see you in court. I pushed John aside. even though I don't think Miss Brooks will like your relationship hitting the tabloids. That sentence was like a bucket of cold water for the family. Richard was the first to recover his composure. He stopped his infuriated wife and son and looked at me with a somber face. Sophia, we are family. Why let it get to this point? If you have conditions, we can talk. It's too late, Richard. I used his first name again. The conditions are in the agreement. The estate goes to me. The rest of the marital assets are split. Very fair. Fair, Eleanor shrieked. You won't take a single cent from this family. I didn't want to argue anymore and walked straight out the door. Behind my back, I heard Richard's furious shouts, Eleanor's sobs and insults, and the sound of John smashing something. Carmen stood by the door with tears in her eyes and silently offered me an umbrella. It had started to rain. Thank you, Carmen. Take care, I said quietly. As I left the mansion, the rain intensified. I didn't open the umbrella, letting the cold drops hit my face and mix with my hot tears. 10 years of marriage ended just like that. It wasn't that it didn't hurt, but the feeling of liberation was far greater. In my purse, my phone buzzed. A text from Helen. How did it go? Are they still alive? I replied with a yes and dialed another number. Private Investigator Rayburn, it's me. Yes, you can start the deep investigation, especially the financial transactions of the Miller Group over the last 2 years. Yes, as soon as possible. After hanging up, I hailed an Uber Black. As I got in, the driver looked at me through the rearview mirror. Where to, ma'am? I thought for a moment. To the Sterling Group headquarters. Please, it was time to go home. An hour later, I was sitting in my father's spacious Manhattan office holding a mug of hot tea. My body was still trembling slightly, my father standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to me. Listen to my story in silence. Are you really willing to go all the way? He finally said. His voice was deep and grave. Dad, I have no other choice. I gripped the mug tightly. John didn't just cheat on me once, but countless times. His family never considered me one of their own. My father turned around and his eyes shone the sharpness I knew so well. I'm not asking you to back down. I'm asking if you are prepared for a total war. The Millers won't make things easy for you. I set the mug down and stood up to look him in the eye. I have proof of John's infidelity and a divorce settlement signed by him. The estate is in my name. They can't take it. That is just the tip of the iceberg. My father walked to his desk and pulled out a document. There are rumors that their family's group has liquidity problems. It's possible they've embezzled funds from the company. I took the document and flipped through it. They were the ledgers for a textile factory we co-owned. Yes, nominally my factory. My father pointed to some strange figures. The whereabouts of these funds are unclear. I suspect the Millers siphoned them off. My hands began to shake. That factory was part of my wedding trust and was always managed by John's family. If they really embezzled funds, I'll investigate thoroughly. Dad, I need your help. My father put a hand on my shoulder. The entire Sterling Group supports you. He paused. But be careful, a cornered animal is dangerous. The Millers are not an easy enemy. I nodded. I already had a plan in mind. First, liquidate all marital assets. Second, find proof of the assets embezzled by John. Third, my phone rang again. It was John's number. I hung up immediately after. A text arrived. You think you won? You'll see. I'll make you get on your knees and beg me to take you back. I smiled coldly and replied, don't forget to vacate the estate in 10 days. Otherwise, I'll see you in court. And I blocked his number. The war had just begun. And this time, there would be no more weakness on my part. The Miller Group headquarters stood imposing in the city's financial district. Its 35 floors of glass curtain walls gleamed under the sun. I stood across the street, looking at that building, which was once partially my home. I felt a lump in my throat. I hadn't stepped foot in there for 7 years. Ever since John took over as CEO, he always said the company was a man's battlefield, and that I only needed to look pretty at home. Now I realized it was just an excuse to exclude me from the family business. I took a deep breath, adjusted the collar of my designer coat, and walked toward the building. Today, I had purposely chosen an impeccable black power suit. My hair pulled up in a sleek high ponytail and sophisticated yet subtle makeup. I wanted the Miller family to see that Sophia Sterling was no longer the housewife they could manipulate at will. The receptionist in the lobby was new. She looked at me with a professional smile. "Good morning. Do you have an appointment?" "I don't have an appointment," I said calmly. "I am Sophia Sterling, Mr. Miller's wife. I'm here to see the Chief Financial Officer, Isabella Turner." The receptionist's expression instantly changed. A glimpse of panic crossed her rays. "Of course, ma'am. I'll let the director know right away." She picked up the phone and whispered a few words, glancing sideways at me from time to time. It was obvious my bold move was already the talk of the company, the submissive wife of the CEO demanding a divorce and publicly exposing his infidelity at a family gathering. In less than 5 minutes, the elevator doors opened, and a tall woman approached at a brisk pace. She looked to be in her early 30s, with an elegant haircut and a simple gray suit. She wore gold-rimmed glasses. "Miss Sterling," she extended her hand. "I am Isabella Turner, the CFO. To what do we owe your visit?" "Call me Sophia, please." I shook her hand. It was cold and firm. "I will soon cease to be Mrs. Miller." The corners of Isabella's lips twitched slightly, as if holding back a smile. "Miss Sophia, right this way, please." As the elevator went up, we were alone in the confined space. I observed Isabella's reflection on the metallic walls. She stood very straight, looking ahead. But the fingers, unconsciously drumming against her briefcase, betrayed her nervousness. "How long have you worked here?" I broke the silence. 10 years and 4 months, she replied quickly. "Ever since Mr. Miller took over the company. Then you must know the company's financial situation well." Isabella turned to look at me. Behind her glasses, her eyes showed caution. "Miss Sophia, what is the purpose of your visit today?" "Just a routine visit is mild, after all. Following the divorce, I will have to clarify my financial TEs with the Miller family." The elevator stopped on the 28th floor where the finance department was located. Isabella guided me through the open plan office. Dozens of eyes turned in our direction in unison, and whispers spread like ripples. I walked with my head held high and a smile as if I couldn't hear comments like, "So that's sure," or "How brave." Isabella's office was a glass cubicle. The blinds were half drawn, allowing people to see inside, but not here. She closed the door, lowered the blinds completely, and motioned for me to sit. "What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea?" "No, thank you." I got straight to the point. "Director Turner, I would like to see the financial reports for the last 2 years of the factory that Mr. Miller and I co-own." Isabella's fingers drummed on the desk. "That requires Mr. Minimer Miller's approval. Legally, I have the right to know the status of my assets." I pulled a document from my bag. "This is the stock certificate and a copy of my ID. 51% of the shares of that factory are in my name." Isabella took the papers, examined them carefully, and put on an apologetic face. "Miss Sophia, I understand your request, but the company has its procedures, Director Turner." I leaned forward and lowered my voice. "You know Mr. Miller is having an affair, don't you?" She visibly jumped. Her gaze darted to the door. "I am just responsible for finances. The CEO's private life does not concern me. But the company's financial situation does, doesn't it?" I looked her directly in the eyes, especially when the CEO diverts corporate funds to support his mistress. Isabella's pupils dilated slightly. Her breathing accelerated. "Miss Sophia, that is a very serious accusation. That is why I came to ask you." I leaned back in my chair. "Director Turner, you've been here for 10 years. You know right from wrong. If there really is a problem in the company, do you think you'll manage to walk away unscathed?" The air in the office seemed to freeze. Isabella took off her glasses and wiped the lenses with the edge of her blouse, clearly a gesture to buy time. When she put them back on, her expression was resolute. "Miss Sophia, there are indeed irregularities in the facto's ledgers, but I need to protect myself." "I understand." I nodded. "Then let's do this. Give me a secure way to contact you. When you want to talk, call me." Isabella hesitated for a moment, then pulled a business card from a drawer, wrote some numbers on the back, and handed it to me. "This is my personal number. Use it with discretion." I kept the card and stood up. "Thank you for your time, Director Turner. I hope we can speak again soon." As I left the finance department, I saw a young employee hiding behind her computer monitor, secretly taking photos of me. I gave her a slight smile. She jumped and instantly lowered her phone. It seemed everyone in the Miller Group was waiting for the outcome of this divorce war. The elevator reached the ground floor. Just as I was about to walk out the main doors, my phone rang. It was the estate's property management. Miss Sterling, sorry to bother you. A Mr. Miller just tried to enter your property with a young woman. He says he's the owner and has the right, but we blocked his path. My heart skipped a beat. I'm heading there right now. 20 minutes later, I arrived at the Greenwich estate. From a distance, I saw a red sports car parked in front of the door. The new car John had bought last month under the company's name, or so he claimed. The estate manager approached with a distressed look. Miss Sterling, they insist on entering. They force their way in. Don't worry, I'll handle this. I patted his shoulder and headed for the door. My hands trembled slightly as I punched in the entry code. Opening the door, I heard a woman's laughter and the clinking of glasses from the living room. I followed the sound. John and Laura Brooks were sitting on the patio drinking champagne. Laura was even wearing one of my silk pajamas. "Oh, you're here," John, far from being embarrassed, smiled smugly. "Just in time. Meet Laura, my girlfriend." Laura leaned languidly against John and looked at me provocatively. She was undeniably young and pretty, fair skin, large dew eyes, and long hair dyed a trendy ash brown. The pajamas she was wearing were Owen's I had bought last month and barely worn. "John," I said, containing my rage. "According to the agreement, this house is now my private property. Bringing strangers here is trespassing." "Trespassing?" John let out a laugh. "Wake up, Sophia. This house is mine. I paid the HOA fees and the utility bills. The deed is in my name. I'm calling the police," I said calmly. Laura pouted and said in a sickly sweet voice, "John, honey, didn't you say this old woman wouldn't dare challenge you?" John's face darkened. He stood up and approached me. "Sophia, listen to me carefully. Laura likes this house, so she's going to live here. Leave quietly or else." "Or else what?" I looked him straight in the eyes. "Are you going to hit me?" John raised his hand. Instantly, I pulled out my phone. "Hit me? Do it so I can record it and send it to the NYPD and the press." Miller Group CEO assaults his wife. How do you like that headline? His hand stopped in midair. Finally, he clenched his fist and lowered it. "Get out, this is my house." "It's not, it's mine." I headed toward the study. I came to get some papers. As soon as I have them, I'm leaving. Continue having fun. I deliberately lingered in the study, turning on my phone's voice recorder while pretending to look for documents. As expected, John and Laura soon began arguing in the living room. "Why is that woman so arrogant? Didn't you say she dyed everything you asked?" Laura's voice sounded whinny. "Honey, calm down." John consoled her. "This house will be ours soon. My dad already hired a lawyer. That agreement has no validity. What about the diamond ring you promised me, and the trip to Europe? As soon as the company secures that loan, I'll buy you whatever you want. That old hag's father's company is going through a rough patch. They're begging us for help." I left the study quietly, snapping a few photos of their tender scene. Then I coughed loudly on purpose. They separated instantly. Laura clung to Jay's arm, looking at me with superiority. "Did you get your papers?" John asked sarcastically. "Yes." I waved a flash drive I had in my hand. "Oh, and I forgot. I installed security cameras in the living room and the study just in case." John's face changed drastically. "What? When?" "Yesterday." I smiled. In case burglars broke in as I left the estate. My palms were sweaty, but my mind was strangely calm. Today's harvest had been good. Isabella Turner's contact, the recordings and photos of John and Laura, and the information about the company's loan and my father's supposed financial problems. Exactly. As I got into my car, I received a call from my father. "Sophia, where are you?" "I just left the Greenwich house. I was heading back to the penthouse. Come to the office right now. I have something important to tell you." My father's voice was unusually grave. I turned the car around immediately. 30 minutes later, I was sitting on the leather sofa in my father's office, watching him pace back and forth. "Dad, what's wrong?" My father stopped, his brow furrowed. "I just received news. The Millers are pulling strings with several banks to force the liquidation of the factory that is in your name. What? I jumped up. By what right? Under the excuse of poor management and undercapitalization, my father handed me a document. This is the report they prepared. I skimmed it quickly. The more I read, the colder my heart grew. The report claimed the factory had been taking losses for 2 consecutive years, that debts were piling up, and it even attached minutes from a general shareholders meeting, a meeting that I, the majority shareholder, had never attended. This data is falsified. My hands trembled with rage. The factory has always earned a profit. Last quarter, we even expanded the production line. My father nodded. I know, but since they control the finances and the company seal, they can manipulate the ledgers. I collapsed back onto the sofa. Suddenly, everything made sense. John's arrogance today. They had this planned all along. They didn't just want to take my house. They wanted my factory too. Dad, what do I do? My father sat next home to him and took my hand. First, don't panic. The Millers think you are still the girl they can manipulate at will, but they are wrong. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. My daughter does not crumble so easily. Did you contact the Facto's CFO, Isabella Turner? Yes, she hinted that there were problems in the books. But she didn't dare speak plainly. Isabella Turner, my father said thoughtfully. I've heard she's a highly competent professional. If you can flip her as a witness, I'll contact her again. I pulled out my phone and showed my father the photos I had taken of John and Laura. This will also help. My father looked at the photos and suddenly laughed. Well, John's taste has really deteriorated with such a vulgar woman. Dad, I said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This isn't the time to discuss his tastes. Sophia, my father said, suddenly standing up. There's something I never told you. When you were dating John, I investigated his family. Their business methods are incredibly dirty. My heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? My father went to the safe, punched in the code, and pulled out a yellowed file. 20 years ago, the Millers' main competitor, a Mr. Roth, died suddenly in a plane crash. His company was acquired by the Millers at a bargain price. The police closed the case as an accident, but I always had my doubts. I took the file. Inside were photos of the crash site and newspaper clippings. Mr. Roth's private plane had gone down, and the wreckage was charred beyond recognition. Dad, are you saying it was murder? It's just a suspicion. My father sighed. But the Millers are capable of anything for money. Now that you've openly confronted them, you have to be very careful. I clutched the file. I suddenly felt a chill. Did John know how much I knew? Would he be capable of hurting Meadow? Protect his company and his wealth. I'll be careful. I stood up. Dad, I need a team of lawyers and a private investigator. My father nodded. They are already prepared. Tomorrow at 10, Arthur Vance and his team will be here. As for the detective, he handed me a business card. Pi Rern is trustworthy. XNYPP detective. I kept the card and suddenly remembered something. Dad, you said the Millers pulled strings with several banks. Which banks? My father mentioned several names. One of them particularly caught my attention. It was the bank where Laura Brooks's father was a vice president. Everything clicked. John wasn't just with Laura Brooks for her looks, but for her father's banking connections, and his plan to seize my factory was probably a conspiracy hatched a long time ago. When I left my father's office, night had already fallen. The neon lights of the city blurred in the rain, just like my confused thoughts. The divorce was no longer just about a broken heart. It involved massive sums of money, commercial interests, and even possible felonies. I stopped by the window, watching the drops slide down the glass. Was John the same person who proposed to me under a cherry blossom tree? And the John who is now trying to strip me of everything by any means necessary? My phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. Miss Sterling, let's meet tomorrow at 10 at the Bryant Park Cafe regarding the Facto's ledgers. It was Isabella. She had finally chosen a side. I replied with an okay and called Pi Rern. The war had begun and there would be no mercy. The cafe near Bryant Park was tucked away in a quiet corner. At 10 a.m., there were barely any customers. I chose the furthest table, my back to the wall with a full view of the venue. Detective movies always said, You should never turn your back to the door. The clock struck 10:05. Isabella Turner still hadn't shown up. I stirred my iced coffee. The ice had already half melted. Had she regretted it? Just as I was beginning to doubt, the cafe door opened and Isabella walked in at a brisk pace. Today, she wasn't wearing a suit, but a simple gray t-shirt and jeans. Her hair was tied up in a messy ponytail, and she wore thick black-rimmed glasses. She looked like a grad student. If she hadn't walked straight to my table, I barely would have recognized her. Sorry, I walked around the block a few times, she said in a low voice, dropping a bulky briefcase onto the chair next to her and looking around cautiously. No one followed me. I pushed the iced latte I had ordered for hair across the table. Relax, we're safe here. Isabella took a sip, her fingers stumbled slightly. Miss Sophia, I took a huge risk coming to see you. I know and I thank you. I looked her straight in the eyes. You decided to tell the truth. Isabella took a deep breath, pulled a manila envelope out of the briefcase, and pushed it toward me. This is a copy of the actual financial ledgers of the factory. The records for the last 2 years are completely different from the official version you saw. I opened the envelope. Inside was a stack of printed financial reports. The dense columns of numbers made me dizzy, but even without financial expertise, I could see the problem. The real books showed the factory had maintained steady profits, while the Miller's report showed losses. They had kept double books. My heart pounded as I flipped through the documents. That's not all, Isabella whispered. Mr. Miller diverted almost $20 million from the factory to an offshore shell company account belonging to the Miller Group and forged evidence of losses to prepare a bankruptcy declaration. My fingers unconsciously tightened around the paper. That's a felony. There's more. Isabella leaned in. She smelled of a subtle jasmine perfume. The Miller Group has been cooking its own books for the past 2 years, inflating profits to secure bank loans. Laura Brooks's father, the bank VP, brokered many of those illegal loans. An idea flashed through my mind. So John wasn't with Laura Brooks just for her beauty. A cold smile appeared on Isabella's lips. Mr. Miller never makes a deal that doesn't benefit him. How could a simple receptionist become his personal secretary in half a year and suddenly have a luxury condo and a sports car? It turned to the last page of the document and found a combination of numbers and letters written by hand. It looked like a code. What is this? The account number and password for that shell company. Isabella said, her voice was almost a whisper. I found it using my access privileges. The entire money trail is there. I looked up at her. She had fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Why are you helping me? This is very dangerous for you. Isabella remained silent for a moment, then took off her glasses to clean them, clearly a stalling tactic. When she put them back on, her expression was resolute. I worked for the Millers 14 years. I went from a simple accountant to CFO, and do you know how they treat me? She smiled bitterly. Last year, I was diagnosed with a tumor and asked for a month of medical leave. Mr. Miller told me I either came back in a week or I never came back at all. She put her glasses back on, a light of determination shone in her eyes. Besides, I am a financial professional. Cooking the books goes against my professional ethics. If the Millers scandal blows up as the CFO, I'll be the first one to go to prison. I took her hand. I felt the coldness in her fingertips. Thank you, Isabella. I won't let you take this risk alone. What are you going to do now? First, save the factory. I put the documents away. Then, I'll make the Millers pay for very thing they've done. Isabella nodded and pulled another flash drive from her bag. Here is more evidence, including emails between Mr. Miller and top executives at the bank. Keep it safe. Just as I was about to take it, the cafe door suddenly opened, and a burly man dressed in black walked in. Isabella's body visibly tensed. Her fingers gripped her coffee cup tight. Do you know him? I asked in a low voice. It's the Miller's head of security. Michael Stone, she said through gritted teeth. Stone scanned the cafe. It pretended to look at my phone. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him walking toward our table. My heart accelerated. Go to the restroom. I quickly told Isabella, I'll handle this. Isabella grabbed her briefcase and hurried to the restroom. Stone stopped in front of my table. "Did you see a woman in a gray t-shirt, short hair, and glasses?" he asked in a gruff voice. I looked up in feigned surprise. "No. Why?" He looked at me suspiciously. Then he narrowed his eyes. "Wait a minute, you're Sophia Sterling, Mr. Miller's ex-wife." "Not ex-wife, but soon-to-be ex-wife," I corrected him calmly. "Did Mr. Miller ask you to follow me?" Stone's face changed. "No, I'm looking for a company employee." "Then don't interrupt my coffee," I said coldly, "unless you want me to report you to the NYPD for harassment." He hesitated for a moment and finally turned to look in another part of the cafe. I immediately texted Isabella, "Leave through the back door right now. We'll keep in touch." 5 minutes later I received her reply. "Got out fine. Be careful with Stone. He's the Miller's right-hand man." I paid and left the cafe. After wandering a bit to make sure no one was following me, I caught a cab to my father's office. My father was in a meeting. I waited half an hour in his office. During that time, I carefully reviewed the documents Isabella had given me. The more I read, the more shocked I was. John hadn't just embezzled funds from the factory. He had also forged my signature to mortgage the factory and secure a massive loan, and all that money had gone into the Miller Group. So, you see the problem. My father walked in, followed by Arthur Vance, the corporate attorney. "It's much more serious than we thought." I handed them the documents. "John forged my signature to mortgage the factory." Mr. Vance flipped through the documents, frowning deeper with every page. "This is a clear-cut case of fraud and embezzlement. We can file criminal charges, but we need more proof." My father sat down, his face serious. "The Millers have a lot of connections in this city. Just this might not be enough to sink them. There's more." I pulled out the flash drive Isabella had given me. "This includes proof of his collusion with the bank." Mr. Vance plugged in the flash drive. The three of us reviewed the content. The emails showed that John and the bank VP had met secretly several times to discuss how to bypass regulations to obtain loans. One email in particular caught my eye. John explicitly mentioned that he would take care of the little problem with the factory, implying he would force me to sign over my shares. "This is sufficient proof of a felony," Mr. Vance said excitedly. "We can immediately file an injunction to freeze the facto's assets to prevent them from diverting more funds." "No, wait." I thought for a moment. "I want to know why the Millers need cash so urgently." "Dad, didn't you mention they were trying to win the Hudson Yards urban development project?" My father nodded. "Ah, the new residential complex. That land is worth hundreds of millions. The Millers have already invested a massive initial sum. If they lose the final bid, their funding chain could snap. An idea struck me like lightning, so they want to mortgage the factory to get more loans to finance that project." "Highly likely," agreed Mr. Vance, "and time is of the essence. The bidding is in 2 weeks." I stood up and paced the office. "Then we'll act the day before the bidding. We'll let them sink all their cash into it, and then we'll reveal the financial fraud and have the bank recall the loans. They'll face a ruptured funding chain and a massive lawsuit at the exact same time." My father continued, a glint of approval in his eyes. "But it's risky," Mr. Vance reminded us. "If the Millers secure the project beforehand, they could secure new sources of funding." I shook my head. "From what I know, the city planning commissioner, Mr. Vance, wait, Mrs. Vance's husband is in charge of that project and he has a good relationship with my father." My father smiled maliciously. "The commissioner owes me a favor from 15 years ago. Those lands originally belonged to his family. The plan was set. Attorney Vance would prepare the legal documents. My father would contact the commissioner to get the details of the project, and I would start shaping public opinion." That evening, I met with some college girlfriends. They were all well-known figures in the local high society and were very well informed. I dressed up carefully in a simple black cocktail dress, not too ostentatious, not too pitiful, projecting the image of a betrayed but strong woman, Sophia. Helen welcomed me at the entrance of the restaurant with an exaggerated hug. "You look spectacular." The others approached, offering words of consolation. I knew several of them were friendly with the Millers. They would undoubtedly report our conversation back to them, and that was exactly what I wanted. During dinner, I deliberately avoided talking about the divorce. Only when asked directly did I lightly mention that John had found another woman and that we had separated amicably. Amicably, Helen said, purposefully raising her voice. That bastard moving his mistress into your Greenwich estate is an amicable separation. I pretended to be embarrassed and lowered my head. Well, the estate is an issue, but I trust the law will do justice. I heard the Millers are going to sue you, said a friend named Sandra whose husband was John's golf buddy. They say you tricked John into signing an unfair agreement. I smiled bitterly. The agreement was signed by him and notarized in the presence of a lawyer. Unfair? I opened my phone's gallery and showed the photos of John and Laura drinking champagne on the patio of our house. Isn't this what's unfair? The photos circulated, drawing gasps of surprise and indignation. At the right moment, my eyes filled with tears, but I forced myself to hold them back. I'm sorry I didn't want to talk about this. It's just that after 10 years of marriage, I never thought it would end like this. By the end of dinner, I had successfully crafted the image of a betrayed woman maintaining her dignity. Before leaving, Sandra hugged me and said, "Sophia, if you need anything, let me know. My husband works in the district attorney's office. Maybe he can help." Iz smiled gratefully. I knew this news wouldn't take long to reach Jay's ears. It would make him wonder how much proof I had and what connections I was mobilizing. The next morning, I received a call from Helen. Her voice was buzzing with excitement. "Guess who invited me for tea? Your husband's mistress, Larara Brooks." I went on high alert instantly. "Why would she want to see you?" "She says she wants to learn more about the fashion world. But I guarantee you Johnson pumped me for information." Helen scoffed. "She's pretty, but not very smart. We barely talked, and her intentions were obvious. Meet with her," I decided quickly, "but don't bring up my situation. Let her ask." "Understood." Helen got the hint. I'll make sure she accidentally sees the information I want her to see. After hanging up, I began organizing my personal assets. The estate was in my name, so there was no problem there, but there were still the joint accounts and investments. According to the divorce settlement, both of us were obligated to declare all our assets, but John obviously hadn't complied. I discovered he had secretly transferred $3 million to an offshore account in the Cayman Islands. I immediately contacted Mr. Vance to prepare the petition to freeze Jay's assets. At the same time, I asked the IT department at my father's company to analyze the flash drive Isabella had given me to ensure there were no tracking programs or viruses. At 3:00 p.m., the IT director called me. "Miss Sterling, besides the files you mentioned, there is a hidden encrypted folder on the drive. Can you decrypt it?" "It's possible, but it will take time. The encryption is advanced. It looks like something very important." My heart raced. "Do it as fast as possible, but keep it strictly confidential." At 4:30 p.m., Helen called. "It was hilarious. Laura kept asking about you in roundabout ways. I dropped like a slip of the tongue that you had hired a financial forensic consultant, and her eyes popped out of her head." "And how did she react?" "She made an excuse and ran out of there. Definitely to inform John." Helen laughed, and I let her accidentally see a text from you on my phone. Something about finding issues in the books and needing professional auditing. I couldn't help but laugh. "Helen, you're a genius actress." "Of course," she said proudly. "Oh, and Laura complained that John was supposed to take her to Europe to buy her an engagement ring. She said your divorce was about to be finalized." "Yeah, sure," I said sarcastically. "She's going to be very disappointed." After hanging up, I walked over to the window and watched the sunset. The city was tinged with gold, a beautiful but illusory image like my marriage to John. Dazzling on the outside, rotting on the inside. My phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. "Miss Sterling Stone is reviewing the security cameras at the cafe. Be careful." I deleted the message instantly, my heart pounded. Isabella had risked herself to warn me. That meant the situation was getting dangerous. John might have suspected something and initiated a deep investigation. The war had escalated and I had nowhere to retreat. I turned on my laptop and began drafting an email directed to the financial journalists of several major media outlets. Subject: Alleged financial fraud. I in a major corporation. The whistleblower account of a minority shareholder. John thought I would stay quiet and swallow my pride like always. This time he would face an entirely new Sophia. Cold, determined, and absolutely ruthless. $5 million. Are you sure about that price? The real estate agent, Mr. Perry, adjusted his glasses, looking at me in disbelief. Miss Sterling, this estate has a market value of at least $12 million. With a little patience, we could get up to $15 million. I stood in front of the large window of the Greenwich estate. The sunlight filtered through, falling onto the polished marble floors. Every corner of this place bore my stamp. The imported Italian marble, the custom German kitchen, the rose garden I had meticulously cared for in the backyard. $5 million is fine, but it has to be an all-cash transaction, closing with a week. I turned to look at Mr. Perry. The buyer must have a clean background, and I won't accept anyone connected to the Miller family. Mr. Perry nodded, an intelligent gleam in his eyes. At that price and all cash, no problem. I know a couple of tech clients from Silicon Valley with high liquidity who are looking for a footprint on the East Coast. Perfect. I pulled a document from my bag. Here's a copy of the deed and my ID. Remember, as fast as possible. After Mr. Perry left, I began gathering the last few personal items left in the house. Most of it was already at my new luxury penthouse in Manhattan. Only a few decorations and clothes remained. I purposely left a pair of my sexiest silk pajamas in the master bedroom closet, a gift for Laura Brooks. My phone buzzed. It was Helen. Sophia, guess what? Laura Brooks contacted me again. This time she asked directly if you were investigating the Miller's ledgers. Helen's voice was a whirlwind of excitement. I put down the picture frame I was holding. And what did you tell her? I pretended I couldn't remember the name of the financial expert you hired. Said something like Marcus Vance. Something like that, Helen said triumphantly. Her face changed instantly and she left without finishing her coffee. My heart shrank. Helen, this could be dangerous if John finds out Isabella is helping me. Relax. I messed up the names on purpose, I said. Vance, not Turner, Helen whispered. But Sophia, be very careful. That bastard John is capable of anything. After hanging up, I continued packing, but my mind was already elsewhere. Isabella had risked her neck to help me, if John caught her. I sent her an encrypted message immediately. John might be suspecting. Watch your safety. Less than a minute later, her reply arrived. I'm prepared. Tomorrow at 10 usual spot. I have something important to give you. I deleted the message and went back to packing. In the study, a few papers and books remained. I reviewed them one by one, making sure not to leave any useful information for the Millers. At the bottom of a drawer, I found a flash drive John had left there last year. I had put it away without thinking and forgot to tell him. Out of curiosity, I plugged it into my laptop. It was password protected. I tried several passwords John usually used, but none worked. Just as I was about to give up, I remembered Laura Brooks's birth date. Bingo. The drive opened. Inside, there was only one folder named Urban Project. I opened it. It contained a series of topographical reports, blueprints, and digitized government permits. Everything looked normal until I found an Excel file named Compensations. The file recorded the names of the evicted residents and the compensation amounts for the Hudson Yards project. I skimmed it quickly. Something didn't add up. The amounts actually paid to the residents were much lower than those recorded in the file. The difference had been transferred to the account of a company called Southwind Consulting. I took screenshots immediately, saved them, and carefully put the flash drive away. This could be proof that the Millers had embezzled the expropriation compensation funds. The Urban Project was the Miller Group's biggest gamble this year. If this scandal went public, suddenly the doorbell interrupted my thoughts. Through the camera, I saw my mother-in-law's furious face. Behind her stood two burly men in black suits, clearly bodyguards. I took a deep breath and pressed the intercom. Eleanor, how can I help you? Open the door, she ordered in her high-pitched voice. I'm afraid that's not possible, I said politely but firmly. If you came to get Mr. Miller's things, please have him come himself on the date stipulated in the agreement. Eleanor's face turned red with rage. Sophia, how dare you sell my family's estate? Who gave you that right? News travels fast, I thought sarcastically. The estate is my private property. The deed is in my name. I have every right to dispose of it. Liar. That is our family's house. Eleanor pounded on the door hysterically. The renovations, the bills, everything was paid for by John. Don't you even think about selling it. I slipped an envelope under the door. Here is a copy of the property deed and the original purchase contract. The estate was bought by my father in cash before my marriage as my separate property. The renovation expenses came out of our joint account, so they are considered marital expenses. Any other questions? There was silence on the other side of the door, followed by the sound of papers rustling. Through the camera, I saw Eleanor's face go from red to white and finally to gray. Her voice trembled. You planned all this from the beginning. You tricked my son into marrying you to steal our assets. Eleanor. I deliberately used her name to provoke her. Who was it that insisted so much on this marriage in the beginning? The one who said the AITAs to the Sterling Group was the perfect match for the Miller heir. Doesn't it seem ironic that now you're accusing me of marital fraud? Furious, my mother-in-law turned to the bodyguards. Break the door down. I pulled out my phone instantly. I'm calling 911. You are about to commit a felony of breaking and entering. The two bodyguards hesitated. One said something to Eleanor. She glared at the camera. Sophia, you'll see, this isn't over. As I watched her retreating back, I let out a long sigh, but my heart was still pounding. This was just the beginning. The Millers wouldn't surrender so easily. The next morning, I arrived at the Bryant Park Cafe half an hour early. I chose the most discreet corner back to the wall with a full view of the venue. At 9:55, Isabella arrived hurriedly. Today, she wore a baseball cap and a face mask, almost unrecognizable. Sorry, I drove around for blocks to make sure noon was tailing me, she said breathlessly, as she sat down and pulled a thick envelope from her bag. These are the real accounting ledgers of the Miller Group for the past 3 years. Compared with their tax returns, they inflated profits to get loans and at the same time hid revenue to evade taxes. The amount exceeds $80 million. I took the envelope. It was heavy. Just with this, we could send them to prison. That's not all, Isabella whispered. In the urban project, bribed at least 5 city officials, including Larara Brooks's father. She paused. And it's highly likely that Mr. Miller is involved in money laundering. My heart skipped a beat. Do you have proof? Isabella nodded and played a recording on her phone. Jay's voice came through clearly. Transfer those $20 million to the Cayman account, then wash it through the art auction. Yes, just like last time. This recording is from 3 months ago, Isabella said, stopping the playback. I recorded it to protect myself. I never thought it would come to this. You took too big a risk. I took her hand. If John finds out, I already resigned, Isabella said with a bitter smile. Yesterday, I submitted my resignation for health reasons. Stone wouldn't stop watching me, but I had everything prepared. I had already copied all the important documents. I felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. This is because of me. It wasn't your choice. Isabella's gaze was resolute. I saw too many dirty things at the Miller Group over the years. My conscience was eating at me. Now I can finally sleep peacefully. We agreed on how to stay in touch, and Isabella left quickly. I stayed at the cafe, flipping through the documents she had given me. The more I read, the more shocked I became. The Millers' corporate empire was built on an endless foundation of illegal activities. If this came to light, not only John, but the entire group could collapse. My phone buzzed. It was Mr. Perry, the real estate agent. Miss Sterling, good news. A client from Silicon Valley is willing to pay the $5 million in cash. We can sign the contract today. His background is completely clean. He has no connection to the Millers. He's a tech CEO who just moved to New York. We agreed to sign the contract that afternoon at my lawyer's office. After hanging up, I immediately called Mr. Vans to prepare the paperwork and vet the buyer. At 3 p.m., the buyer arrived punctually. He was a man in his 40s, refined, named Mr. Chen. He came with his secretary and a team of lawyers. The contract signing went smoothly, and the $1 million earnest money deposit was wired to my account on the spot. "Miss Sterling, why are you selling in such a hurry?" Mr. Perry asked curiously after the signing. "This estate has an excellent location and magnificent build quality." "Personal reasons?" I replied with a smile. "Mr. Chen, you can rest assured. This property has no disputes and the title is clear." Leaving the office, I called my father to inform him of the sale. "So fast," my father said, a bit surprised. "Do the Millers know? Eleanor came yesterday to throw a tantrum, but she couldn't do a thing," I said sarcastically. "The deed is in my name. They can't do anything. Be careful of a cornered animal." My father reminded me. "The Millers won't admit defeat easily." "I know." I checked the time. "Dad, I'm meeting with Arthur Vance to discuss Isabella's evidence. We'll talk in detail tonight at the house." Mr. Vance's office was in an older building in Midtown, discreet but highly secure. For 3 hours, we organized the materials provided by Isabella and crafted a flawless legal strategy. "With this evidence, we can deal a fatal blow to the Miller Group," Mr. Vance said, adjusting his glasses. "But we must choose the right moment for maximum impact." "How about the day before the bidding for the urban project?" I suggested. "Let them sink all their funds, and then we cut off the tap." A glint of approval appeared in Vance's eyes. "That's a good idea. But first, we must freeze Jay's personal assets to prevent him from moving them. We'll file the injunction tomorrow morning." I stood up. "Oh, the hidden folder on the flash drive was decrypted. I just got the news." "Yes," Vance said, handing me the flash drive. "The content is quite shocking. It's related to some dark secrets of the Millers from 20 years ago." My heart skipped a beat. "Is it related to my father?" "No, but to the origins of the Miller Group," Vance whispered. "It could be related to a murder." I held my breath. I carefully put the flash drive away. "I'll examine it in detail." "Oh, we've also taken steps to ensure Isabella Turner's safety. She's live flying to London tonight. She'll return when everything cools down." When I left the office, it was already dark. I drove to my father's house. On the way, I received a call from the estate's property manager. John had shown up with a group of people to make a scene and security had detained them. "He insists he is the owner and wants to force his way in," the manager said, his voice tense. "We showed him the restraining order, but he started insulting." "You threatens to sue. Call the NYPD," I instructed calmly. "The estate is already sold. If he continues causing trouble, it's trespassing and disturbing the peace." After hanging up, a smile formed on my lips. It seemed John was finally realizing the gravity of the situation, but it was already too late. The dinner at my father's house was as sumptuous as always, but I had no appetite. My mind was absorbed by the contents of the flash drive. After dinner, my father took me to his study and closed the door. "Did you see it?" he asked in a low voice. I nodded and opened my laptop. "According to this file, it's highly probable the Millers were involved in a murder 20 years ago when they acquired Mr. Gsley Roth's company." My father looked at the screen with a serious face. "Roth's plane crash. I always suspected it wasn't an accident." The file detailed how my father-in-law had planned the crash, bribed the crash investigator, and even recorded the wire transfers to the hitman. "With this proof, we can put your father-in-law in prison." "Sophia, this is much more dangerous than we thought." My father closed the laptop. "The Millers will do anything to cover up this secret." "Exactly why we must reveal it," I said firmly. "Not just for me, but for all the Millers' victims." My father sighed and pulled a handgun from the safe. "Take this with you, just in case." I looked at him, surprised. "Dad, I don't need that." "Take it." He placed it firmly in my hand. "The Millers are not people to play games with. Starting tomorrow, I'm assigning you a bodyguard." I accepted the gun reluctantly, but a sense of unease washed over me. This fight was escalating to a level I hadn't anticipated. The next morning, I had just arrived at the office when I received a call from Mr. Vance. The judge approved the injunction to freeze all of John's personal assets and those of the Miller Group. They can't move a single cent. "Fantastic," I exclaimed. "How did they react?" "John just received the notification and is losing his mind," Vance said with a contained laugh. "He's threatening to sue us, but he has no evidence on his side." After hanging up, I immediately sent an encrypted message to Isabella. "Faison, success. Watch your safety." Less than 10 minutes later, my phone rang. It was John. I took a deep breath and answered, Sophia. His voice was distorted by rage. You dared to freeze my assets? It's a legal procedure approved by the court, I replied calmly. If you have objections, file an appeal. You think you can sink me with this? He roared. I'm warning you, drop the lawsuit right now. Or else. Or else what? I said sarcastically. You're going to kill me like your father did to Mr. Roth. There was dead silence on the other line. A few seconds later, John's voice turned ice cold. Do you know what you are messing with? I know perfectly well, I said, emphasizing every word. John, the game has just begun. After hanging up, my hands trembled slightly, but my mind was strangely calm. The flash drive secret, the urban project scandal, the financial fraud, and the tax evasion. The sins of the Millers were stacking up in my hands, one by one. I walked over to the window and gazed at the city. Once I was the woman who supported John silently in the shadows. Now I was going to push his corporate empire and his family's into the abyss with my own two hands. The estate was sold. The asset freeze was in effect. Now all that was left was to wait for the bidding on the urban project. That would be the perfect moment to launch my total counterattack. My phone buzzed. A message from Mr. Perry. Wire transfer for the full purchase amount received. Total $5 million. I replied, perfect. Proceed with the title transfer immediately, seeing the new figures in my bank account. A faint smile appeared on my lips. John, you underestimated the old hag you despised. Now it's your turn to taste despair. The glass doors of the IRS regional office reflected my slightly pale face. I took a deep breath and walked in. The lobby was busy, but I headed straight to the whistleblower division. I pulled a thick envelope from my bag. Good morning. I am here to report a severe case of corporate tax evasion. The agent looked at me and took the envelope. Name and contact information, please. Sophia Sterling. I handed him my ID. This is my attorney's card. You can contact him directly. Inside the envelope were the real accounting ledgers of the Miller Group and their tax returns which Isabella had provided. Every discrepancy was detailed. Over the last 3 years, the Miller Group had hidden over $80 million in revenue and evaded nearly $30 million in taxes. Leaving the IRS, I headed to the SEC. There, I presented the evidence of the Miller Group's financial fraud, the fraudulent loans, and Jay's insider trading operations. Lastly, I went to the district attorney's office and submitted the proof of bribery regarding the urban project. When I walked out of the DA's office, it was noon and the sun was blinding. I stopped on the steps and looked at the flash drive I held in my hand. It contained the most lethal evidence: my father-in-law's implication in the murder of Mr. Roth. I hesitated for a moment and finally put it back in my bag. It wasn't the right time yet. That card had to be played at the decisive moment. My phone buzzed. It was Mr. Vance, Miss Sterling. The court has admitted the complaint for John's misappropriation of marital assets. Furthermore, we've frozen all his domestic bank accounts. Perfect. I hailed a cab. I just submitted all the documentation. The Millers probably won't take long to find out. Prepare yourself. You've cornered them. There's no telling what they're capable of, Vance warned me. It would be best if you didn't travel alone for a while. After hanging up, I told the driver to take me to Helen's boutique. On the way, I texted my father. All documentation submitted. Everything is going according to plan. Helen's boutique was located in a luxury shopping center in Soho. She sold mainly high-end designer clothing. When I walked in, she was helping a client with a new dress. Seeing me, her eyes lit up. She quickly finished with the client and pulled me into the back room. So she asked impatiently as soon as she closed the door. All done. I collapsed onto the sofa. I suddenly felt exhausted. IRS at the DA. The Millers are going to be busy. Helen poured me a glass of water and clapped excitedly. Brilliant. I'd love to see Jay's face right now. I don't think it's very pleasant, I said with a bitter smile. Oh, Laura Brooks contacted me again. Yes, yesterday she texted me for tea, Helen said, pouting. Definitely to pump me for information. Ignored her. I thoughtfully spun the cup in my hands. Keep ignoring her. When the Millers sink, she'll be the first to run. As we spoke, the new news came on the TV in the store. Suddenly, a breaking news ticker at the bottom of the screen caught my attention. Breaking. Miller Group investigated by SEC for alleged financial fraud. Helen and I stared at the TV, mouths agape, so fast. I had filed the report this morning, and by the afternoon it was already news. The feed cut to the Miller Group headquarters. A reporter spoke into the camera. Shares of the Miller Group have plummeted this afternoon, hitting their circuit breaker. Rumors indicate that the company's CEO, John Miller, is implicated in illegal activities, including embezzlement and insider trading. My phone started vibrating nonstop, flooded with messages my father, Mr. Vance, even college friends I barely spoke to. The most striking was a message from an unknown number. Nega Nganga 7 Nega Nega Nga. You'll see, John. I deleted the message. A mix of emotions washed over me. It wasn't the euphoria of victory. It was a strange sense of liberation. 10 years of marriage, 2 years of patience. Finally, in this moment, everything was being settled. We had dinner at a quiet Japanese restaurant. Just as Helen and I ordered, Mr. Vance called again. Miss Sterling, huge news. The City Planning Commission just announced the temporary suspension of the Hudson Yards urban project bidding. All participating companies must undergo a new audit. I almost choked on my water, so fast. It's a direct order from Commissioner Vance. Mr. Vance said with contained emotion, the hundreds of millions the Millers invested initially have gone down the drain. After hanging up, I couldn't help but laugh. More good news? Helen asked curiously. The Millers' urban project was cancelled. They lost all the money they invested. I poured her a cup of sake. This deserves a toast. Just as we were about to clink glasses, my phone rang again. This time it was my father. Sophia, where are you? Something terrible has happened with the Millers. I'm having dinner with Helen. What happened? Your father-in-law suffered a massive heart attack and was rushed to Mount Si. He is in critical condition. My father's voice was unusually grave. The press is already surrounding the hospital. The Miller Group stock has collapsed, and several banks are calling in their loans. I gripped my phone for a moment. I didn't know what to say. Everything was happening too fast, far exceeding my expectations. Sophia, are you listening to? My father's voice brought me back to reality. Yes, Dad. Don't you think I went too far? I asked quietly. Don't speak nonsense. The business world is a battlefield. My father sighed. The Millers have done many wicked things over the years. Today is their comeuppance. You only revealed the truth. You have no reason to feel guilty. After hanging up, I fell deep in thought. Helen looked at me with concern. What's wrong? My father-in-law is in the hospital in critical condition. The press is there. Helen took my hand. It's not your fault. It's the consequence of their own actions. Sooner or later, they had to pay. I knew she was right, but the news of my father-in-law's hospitalization weighed heavily on me. No matter how evil the Millers were, it was an old man's life. My original intention was to take back what was mine and make John pay for his betrayal, not to destroy the entire family. After dinner, Helen insisted on driving me home. My new penthouse was in a luxury residential complex in Midtown with top-tier security. A place my father had prepared, especially to protect me from the cornered Millers. I had just walked in when my phone rang again. It was Isabella. Since moving to London, we communicated via an encrypted messaging app. Sophia, I saw the news from New York. Her voice came through slightly distorted by the network. Are you okay? I'm fine. I dropped onto the sofa. I just didn't expect everything to happen so fast. The financial situation of the Millers was much worse than you imagine, Isabella sighed. They spent years plugging holes. Your report just lit the fuse of a bomb that was already there. We talked for a while. Isabella was safe in London and had even found a new job. Before hanging up, she said suddenly, "Oh, Laura Brooks contacted me." I sat up straight. What? How did she find you? Through LinkedIn, Isabella said, perplexed. She asked me if I knew anything about the Miller Group's financial problems and said she had something that could be useful to you. I frowned. What is she up to? I'm not sure, but I think she's looking for a way out, Isabella analyzed. The Millers are sinking and she doesn't want to drown with them. After hanging up, I stood by the window and looked out at the countless city lights. Once I was part of the Millers, living in a luxury estate, leading an apparently glamorous life. Now that house was gone and I was standing on its ruins, my phone screen lit up. A message from Mr. Vance. Breaking. John Miller has been subpoenaed by the SEC. He has been banned from leaving the country. Additionally, the bank VP, Lara's father, has also been detained for questioning. I replied with received and turned off my phone. I needed a good night's sleep, but in bed, I couldn't stop tossing and turning. My mind kept flashing images of my father-in-law's severe face, John's sister's furious voice, and the cherry blossoms from the afternoon John proposed to me. The taste of revenge wasn't as sweet as I had imagined. The next morning, I was woken by the doorbell. Through the camera, I saw my father's serious face. "Dad, what are you doing here so early?" I opened the door. My father went straight to the living room and turned on the TV. The morning news was reporting breaking updates on the Miller Group. Shares of the Miller Group have hit the circuit breaker again at today's open. Several banks have declared early maturity on their loans. The CEO, John Miller, is under investigation by federal authorities. There's worse news. My father turned up the volume. The feed cut to the entrance of a hospital. A reporter spoke. The founder of the Miller Group, Richard Miller, father of John Miller, was transferred to this hospital last night due to a heart attack. This morning, the hospital issued a statement confirming that despite medical efforts, Mr. Miller passed away at 3:17 a.m. My legs gave out and I collapsed onto the sofa. My father-in-law had died, Sophia. My father looked at me with concern. "I didn't want this," I muttered. "I just wanted to get back what was mine. Not for it to go this far. It's not your fault," my father said firmly. "Richard Miller's cause of death was a heart attack. It has nothing to do with you. The Millers' failure is the result of their own actions." I knew my father was right, but my heart was still full of complex emotions. My phone wouldn't stop vibrating. The news poured in endlessly. The Miller Group announced a trading halt. John was formally indicted and Lara Brooks had disappeared. The last message was from Helen. Lara Brooks fled. "A friend just told me she flew to the Cayman Islands last night and my 3-star Michelin dinner." I smiled bitterly and didn't reply. The price of this revenge seemed to be much higher than I had imagined. Standing by the window, I watched the morning sunlight flood the city. The Millers' corporate empire was crumbling, and I was preparing to start a new life. Except in this moment, the joy of victory wasting with an indescribable bitterness. The death of my father-in-law, like a heavy counterweight, had suddenly dropped onto the other side of the scale. The morning light filtered through the curtains. I opened my eyes. My phone screen already had dozens of unread messages. The first was from Mr. Vance. "John Miller formally indicted, travel ban in place. Miller Group stock suspended, banks initiate debt collection." The second was a link from my father. Clicking it took me to a headline in the Wall Street Journal. "The collapse of the Miller empire, financial fraud, bribery, embezzlement, the fall of a giant overnight." The article detailed the Miller Group's various illegal activities, specifically mentioning that the evidence had been provided by an internal whistleblower. I put my phone down and went to the bathroom. The woman in the mirror had slight dark circles, but her gaze was surprisingly clear. I let the hot water wash over my face, trying to scrub away that strange feeling of emptiness. The news of my father-in-law's death weighed like a stone on my heart. Rationally, I knew it wasn't my fault. But emotionally, it was hard to overcome. The doorbell rang. I dried my face and through the camera saw Helen. She brought 2 coffees and a paper bag with breakfast. "I knew you'd be awake." As soon as I opened the door, she hugged me. "Did you see the news? The Millers are finished." I took the coffee. The warmth was comforting. It went much faster than I thought. "Karma is fast," Helen said, pulling a warm croissant out of the bag. "From your favorite bakery." I went out of my way to get it. We sat at the table to eat breakfast. Helen didn't stop dishing the late Thigh society gossip, who had already cut ties with the Millers, which brands had pulled their sponsorships, and even that John's membership at the country club had been suspended. "Oh, and there's news about Lara Brooks." Helen sipped her straw with a mysterious air. "She fled to the Cayman Islands, right? Well, last night she texted me again." I raised an eyebrow. "What did she want to ask for your contact info?" Helen said, rolling her eyes. She said she had something important to tell you. Ignore her, I thought for a moment. Actually, the next time she texts you, give her my work email. Are you crazy? Helen's eyes widened. Why do you want to talk to that woman? Don't forget her father was the bank VP and is now under investigation. Helen pouted, and just as she was about to say something, my phone rang. An unknown number. I hesitated for a moment and answered, Sophia. The voice was hoarse. It took me 2 seconds to recognize John. We need to talk. I signaled Helen to keep quiet. About what? Face to face. His voice sounded exhausted. I'm at the Starbucks across from your building right now. I almost laughed. And you think I'm going to see you, Sophia? His tone suddenly shifted, becoming pleading for the first time in years. Please, the Millers are finished. My dad died, the company is going bankrupt, and I might go to prison. Sophia, please, have mercy. Mercy? How? I raised an eyebrow. Drop the charges or say the evidence was a misunderstanding, he said hurriedly. If you help me, I'll do whatever you ask. I finally let out a cold laugh. John, do you think this is a child's game? Do you think a proven felony can be dropped just because I say so? But you're the whistleblower. If you say you manipulated the evidence out of revenge, shut up, I exclaimed in a low voice. Are you asking me to commit perjury for you? John's face, even through the phone, I could imagine it turned grayer. Sophia, for the 10 years we were married. The 10 years we were married? I interrupted. Why didn't you think about that when you were sleeping with Laura Brooks? When you called me a hag? John cowered, lowering his voice even more. I made a mistake. I really messed up, Sophia. I've always loved you enough. I stopped him. You only love yourself and the wealth and power of the Millers. Now that you've lost everything, you come begging to me. Sophia, I admit I was selfish, a bastard. But the company is my father's life's work. Thousands of employees depend on it. Even if you hate me, don't let innocent people pay for it. I was a bit surprised. It was a new approach, using the employee's livelihood to attack me morally. John, I said calmly, that the company is in this situation is the fault of your management decisions and your families, not my whistleblowing. If you truly cared about the employees, you wouldn't have run the company illegally. So, there's nothing to talk about. I stood up. As a final piece of advice, you reap what you sow. Face the consequences. After hanging up, I looked at Helen. She jumped up, furious. What trash. He's still trying to trick you, the employee's livelihood. Since when does he care about that? Didn't he say it was survival of the fittest when he laid off 500 people last year? I smiled bitterly. I know he's putting on an act, it's just that. Helen caught my hesitation instantly. Sophia, don't tell me you're softening. I walked over to the window and looked at the city skyline in the distance. Helen, we've known each other since college. Do you remember the John from back then? Helen remained silent for a moment, then approached and took my hand. I remember. Student body president, good basketball player, chased you for 2 years, waiting outside your dorm every day. Do you think he was sincere then? I asked quietly. Or was it all calculated from the start? Helen sighed. Sophia, people change. Maybe he truly loved you once. But then power and money changed him. It's not your fault. I knew she was right, but a doubt persisted in my mind. Had I gone too far? My father-in-law's death, the Millers' bankruptcy, the layoff of thousands of employees. Was I really the sole person responsible for all of this? The vibration of my phone interrupted my thoughts. It was an encrypted message from Isabella. Laura Brooks contacted me. She says she has direct proof of John's money laundering and bribes. Wants to make a deal with you. I replied immediately. What are her conditions? $5 million, and that you get her and her father a reduced sentence. I smiled coldly. Typical Laura Brooks. In times of crisis, every man for himself, trying to profit off the disaster. Tell her there is no deal, but if the evidence is valuable, I might consider paying her for the information. Isabella's reply came quickly. She says she'll think about it, and that John has been moving valuables lately. Thinks he's preparing to flee. I frowned. John already had a travel ban. Where could he flee? Unless I immediately called Mr. Vance. Is it possible John might try to leave the country illegally? Theoretically possible, but very risky. Vance replied, Why is there news? I told him about Laura Brooks. Mr. Vance went on high alert instantly. I'll inform the FBI so they can step up surveillance. Oh, and tomorrow is the hearing for the division of marital assets for your divorce. Don't forget, I wouldn't miss it. The lobby of the Plaza Hotel was quiet and elegant. Soft piano music played in the background. I chose a table by the window where I could see both the entrance and the emergency exit. Mr. Vance sat at another table not far away, pretending to read a newspaper, ready for any eventuality. At 10 sharp, Larara Brooks appeared in the lobby. She was thinner than in the photos, wearing large sunglasses and a face mask, clearly worried about being recognized. As she approached, I noticed a bruise on the corner of her eye, poorly concealed by makeup. "Miss Sterling," she said in a low voice, sitting across from me. I nodded, observing her calmly. The arrogant and defiant mistress from before was gone. The woman in front of me was nervous and dejected, constantly twisting the strap of her designer bag. "You're hurt." I pointed to the corner of her eye. Lara unconsciously touched the wound and smiled bitterly. It was John. I was a bit surprised. John had been cold and insensitive to me, but he had never laid a hand on me. I suppose people show their true colors when cornered. The evidence. I got straight to the point. Lara pulled a flash drive from her bag and pushed it toward me. "Here are the recordings of Jay's bribes and the offshore wire transfer records. With this alone, you could put him away for 10 years. I took the drive immediately. "What do you want in return?" "Money and protection," she said, biting her lip. "For me and my dad. He's already been suspended from his job and they're investigating him." "I don't have the power to get your father a reduced sentence," I interrupted. "How much money can you give me?" She leaned forward, anxious. 3 million. It depends on the value of the evidence," I said calmly. "And I need to know what John is planning lately. I heard he plans to flee." Lara hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice. "He has a secret account in Switzerland with at least $20 million. Last week, he contacted a smuggler to cross the border into Mexico, and from there catch a flight to Europe." I raised an eyebrow. John was truly desperate to resort to illegal smuggling, exact time and route. Lara shook her head. "He doesn't trust me anymore. He put Michael Stone in charge of all that." She paused. "But I know tomorrow he's going to the company's safety deposit box to get something. Probably cash or passports," I thought for a moment. Then I pulled out my checkbook. 5000 in for this flash drive and the information. No more. Lara's eyes widened. 500. That's not enough. You either take it or you don't. I'm leaving. I made a move to stand up. "Go ask John for money if he even has any left to give you." "Wait." She quickly grabbed my wrist. "I accept." I signed the check and handed it to her, pulling my hand away at the same time. Her touch disgusted me. "The money will clear in an hour. When you get it, you'd better leave this city. John doesn't forgive those who betray him." Lara pocketed the check and suddenly smiled bitterly. "You know, he never loved me. I was just a tool to piss you off and to get close to my dad. I was a fool. I didn't say anything. In a way, we were both victims of John, just to different degrees." Lara stood up to leave but hesitated and turned around. "Miss Sterling, I'm sorry. I was too young and naive." "Then leave," I interrupted before my patience ran out. As I watched her hurry away, I let out a long sigh. Mr. Vance approached immediately. "How did it go?" I handed him the flash drive. "Verify the contents. If it's authentic, inform the FBI immediately also about John's escape plan." Vance nodded and pocketed the drive. "The divorce hearing is at 3. Don't forget." "I could never forget," I said with sarcasm. "It's the final battle." At 2:40 p.m., I walked into the courthouse lobby, followed by Mr. Vance and his legal team. The journalists, already tipped off, swarmed around, their flashes going off like strobe lights. I wore a simple black suit with sophisticated but creep makeup, perfectly projecting the image of a betrayed, strong woman. John had arrived before me. He stood next to his lawyer on the defendant's side. He looked even more beaten down than yesterday. His suit was wrinkled and he wasn't wearing a tie. When he saw me walk in, a mix of emotions crossed his eyes. He quickly looked away. The judge entered and the hearing began. Mr. Vance presented our demands, confirming the validity of the divorce settlement, recovering the marital assets John had hidden, and requesting additional compensatory damages. Jay's lawyer argued that the agreement had been signed under duress, requesting its annulment modification. He also demanded that I compensate John for the renovations and maintenance of the estate, and absurdly accused me of causing the Miller Group's crisis with my malicious whistleblowing. Mr. After Vance was prepared. He systematically dismantled every one of his arguments, presenting proof of Jay's infidelity, the offshore wire transfers, and the video recording of him signing the agreement. In the video, John was lucid and even displayed an impatient arrogance. There wasn't a single trace of coercion. When it was John's turn to speak, he said in a hoarse voice, "Your Honor, I admit my mistakes, but Sophia's revenge was disproportionate. She destroyed my business, my family, and even indirectly caused my father's death." Objection. Mr. Vance stood up immediately. The defendant's statement is irrelevant to the case, and there is no evidence demonstrating a causal link. The judge sustained the objection and warned John's lawyer to control his client's outbursts. John sat down, defeated, despair painted across his face. The trial lasted 3 hours. Finally, the judge issued the ruling that same day. The divorce settlement was valid. The Greenwich estate and its contents were my sole property. John had to return the $3 million he had diverted and pay an additional $2 million in damages. The rest of the marital assets would be split 50-50 as per the agreement. Hearing the verdict, John collapsed into his chair. His lawyer hastily announced they would appeal, but the judge noted that given the overwhelming evidence, an appeal had little chance of success. Leaving the courthouse, journalists surrounded us like a swarm of bees. John, pale-faced, shoved the reporters aside and ran out. I stopped, looked at the cameras, and said calmly, "Today, the law has done me justice. I want to thank of everyone who supported me, especially my father and Mr. Vance's team. Now, I want to start a new chapter in my life." Those words had been prepped by Mr. Vance. They projected an image of dignity and grace, a victim who hadn't lost her honor. Back at the penthouse, I collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. My phone kept buzzing with congratulatory messages. I replied to each with a thank you and turned off the phone. I just wanted a moment of peace. The doorbell rang through the camera. I saw my father. He was holding a bottle of Dom Perignon. "Congratulations, sweetheart." He hugged me as soon as I opened the door. "You were magnificent today." I took the champagne and smiled bitterly. "I won the trial, but I feel strange." My father patted my shoulder understandingly. "That's the taste of revenge. Bittersweet. But the important thing is that you took back what was yours, and the Millers paid for their mistakes." We sat on the balcony drinking champagne while watching the sunset. My father told me that Commissioner Vance had revoked the urban project contract from the Millers and decided to call for a new bidding process. "Are we going to participate?" I asked. My father shook his head. "No, that project is too complex. I plan to focus on rebuilding our old textile factory." "The factory?" I was a bit surprised. "Didn't the Millers ruin it?" "Yes. They ran it into the ground," my father said sarcastically. "But the time has come to rebuild it." He looked at me intently. "And I want you to take charge of it." My heart raced. My father's business, the place where I grew up, the business that was once crushed by the Millers' dirty tactics. Now I was going to raise it back up. "I'll do it," I said without hesitation. My father smiled, satisfied. "I knew you'd say yes. The factory land is still in our name, and the machinery can be bought brand new, and for the initial capital," he winked at me. "How about we use the $5 million you made today?" We both laughed. "Perfect." That night, Mr. Vance called. His voice was buzzing with excitement. "Miss Sterling." The content on Laura Brooks's flash drive was pure dynamite. Not just the bribery recordings, but also emails where John explicitly ordered the finance department to cook the books. The FBI, using the tips we provided, intercepted Michael Stone at the Miller Group offices and placed John under arrest. What are the charges? Federal financial crimes, wire fraud, and attempting to flee the jurisdiction. Vance said the U.S. Attorney's Office is already filing the indictment. Given the severity, he could face over 10 years in federal prison. After hanging up, I stood by the window and looked out at the countless city lights. The news of Jay's arrest should have made me ecstatic, but my heart was strangely calm. Neither euphoria nor compassion, just a sense of release that finally it was all over. The next day, John's sister Anna called. Her voice was broken by sobbing. "Sophia, please leave my brother alone. Our family is already destroyed. What more do you want?" "I didn't arrest him," I said calmly. "It's his own actions that led him to this." "But you started the whistleblowing," she screamed hysterically. "You won't stop until you see him dead." I remained silent for a moment. "What is it you want? For me to drop the civil lawsuits?" "Yes," she said bluntly. "If you promise not to push further, we'll accept the divorce settlement and won't file any appeals." And her voice faded. "The Miller Group is finished, but we still have some personal assets, properties, shares. Please leave us a way out." I thought for a moment. "I have to consult with my lawyer. I'll give you an answer tomorrow." After hanging up, I immediately called Mr. Vance and my father. After discussing it, we reached a compromise. We could make peace, but with conditions. The next day, Anna and I met at the lawyer's office. She looked much older than the last time I saw her. She had deep wrinkles around her eyes and gray hairs. We sat across from each other. Once we had been sisters-in-law, now we were strangers. "Our conditions are simple." Mr. Vance slid a document toward her. "First, the Miller family waives all rights to appeal the divorce settlement. Second, John must plead guilty and confess to his crimes to expedite the federal case. Third, the Millers surrender all their remaining shares in the textile factory lands back to the Sterling Group." Anna flipped through the document, her face darkened. This leaves us with nothing." "No," I corrected her calmly. "You will keep the house you live in and some savings, enough to maintain a decent life. The factory lands, you rip those away from my father through dirty means. And if we don't accept," Mr. Vance adjusted his glasses, "then we will fully cooperate with the U.S. Attorney to thoroughly investigate illegal activities of John and the Miller Group." Given the amounts and circumstances, the prison sentence could exceed 15 years and all related assets would be seized by the federal government. Anna's face turned gray. With a trembling hand, she signed the document. As she left the office, she suddenly called out to me, "Sophia, you know, John truly loved you once. During the first 2 years of our marriage, he never stopped talking about you." I shook my head, interrupting her. "People change, Anna. I wish you the best." A month later, thanks to his confession and cooperation, John was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison. The Miller Group filed for bankruptcy, and its assets were auctioned off to pay its massive debts. My mother-in-law, with what little she had left, moved into a small apartment near a church in Queens. Anna took her children and moved back to her husband's hometown upstate, and I dedicated myself body and soul to rebuilding the textile factory. As my father said, it was our roots. The business the Millers tried to destroy but couldn't. With the money from the sale of the Greenwich estate, I bought state-of-the-art machinery and preserved some of the old facto's emblematic brick buildings as historical heritage. On the day of the grand reopening, my father said in his speech, "This is not just a reopening, it is proof that justice prevails and perseverance triumphs." Below the stage, the applause was thunderous. Standing next to him, I felt my eyes water. At the same time, I established a legal aid foundation for women to help those who, like me, faced high-stakes divorces or domestic abuse. Helen jokingly called it my revenge fund. But I knew it was the best way to transform a painful experience into positive energy. Time flew by. A year later, the factory was operating at full capacity, and the foundation had helped dozens of women. My life was full and peaceful. Sometimes I had dinner with my father, went shopping with Helen, or discussed investments with Isabella, who upon returning from London became my personal financial advisor. One early summer day, Helen called me excitedly. "Sophia, next Saturday is our college reunion. You have to come." I tried to decline, but she insisted. "John got out on parole early. They say he's going to. You have to show him how amazing you're doing now." I finally accepted. On the day of the reunion, I chose a simple but elegant red dress, light makeup, and let my hair fall loose over my shoulders. The woman in the mirror was confident and serene, with no trace of the confusion and pain from the past. Their reunion was at the upscale restaurant near our old university campus we used to frequent. I arrived half an hour late on purpose. When I walked in, the buzz of the room silenced for a second, then exploded into greetings. Sophia, you look more beautiful every day. I heard you're a CEO now. Incredible. Your foundation does amazing work. My cousin got help from there. I smiled and greeted my old classmates. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw John in a corner. He was painfully thin. His once handsome face now had overly sharp, sunken features, giving him a defeated look. He wore an outdated suit and looked 10 years older. Throughout the dinner, I deliberately avoided him, laughing and chatting with the others. Near the end of the night, I stepped out onto the terrace to get some fresh air. He followed me. Sophia, his voice was the wine in his glass trembled slightly. Can we talk? I turned and looked at him, maintaining a polite but distant smile. About what? I've thought a lot over this past year and a half, he said, lowering his head, unable to look me in the eyes. I really messed up. Only when I lost everything did I realize what was most important. Oh really? I asked calmly. And what is the most important, you? He looked up. His eyes shone with tears. Sophia, I always loved you. Lara was just a momentary lapse. Now I have nothing, just regret and the fact that I miss you. I looked at him and suddenly felt a mix of amusement and sadness. The arrogant John Miller, now begging for my pity. John, I said in a low voice, you don't love me. You just realize what you had when you lost it. If the Millers hadn't gone bankrupt, if Lara hadn't betrayed you, would you have even thought of me? He opened his mouth to apologize, but I raised a hand to stop him. You don't need to answer. We ended a long time ago. I wish you the best. I turned to leave. Suddenly, he grabbed my wrist. Sophia, give me a chance. We can start over. I pulled my hand away gently but firmly. It's impossible. I've already started a new life. I hope you can look forward to. When I walked back inside, Helen approached immediately. What did that garbage tell you? To start over? I nodded. She rolled her eyes exaggeratedly. What nerve. After the reunion ended, Helen insisted on driving me home. On the way, she asked curiously, Sophia, if you could go back in time, would you marry John again? I looked at the neon lights passing by the window and thought for a moment. Yes. What? Helen almost slammed on the brakes. Are you crazy? Because those experiences made me who I am today, I said with a smile. Pain taught me to grow and betrayal taught me to see human nature. Without all that, I would probably still be the naive, weak Sophia from before. Helen nodded thoughtfully. You're right. But now you're a legend in our graduating class. The Iron Woman who dumped John Miller and put him in federal prison. I laughed, shaking my head. I'm not a legend. I'm just living the way I want. Independent, confident, and without depending on anyone. Back at my penthouse, I stood in front of the window and gazed out at the New York night. The storm from a year ago was now history, and the road ahead was still long. But in this moment, my heart was full of peace and strength. Self-worth and self-love are the foundation of true happiness. That was the most valuable Zeuslan I had learned from that marriage and the creed I would follow for the rest of my life. My phone screen lit up a reminder from the factory manager for tomorrow's board meeting. I replied with confirmed and turned off the lights. The city skyline became my only companion. Tomorrow would be a new day.
The water bottle hit the wooden floor and rolled toward my feet, then another, then 3 more. I was standing near the presentation area when Sienna gestured too wide with her hands, knocking them all over. She paused mid-sentence, looked down at the mess, then looked at me. Could you get those? Not a question, a command. I bent down and started gathering them. The entire room watched. 43 people from Ashford Home Collection, the place I'd worked at for 11 years. We were 3 hours into the mountains at some retreat center, supposedly here to celebrate the upcoming launch of their new collection. Sienna was presenting her ideas for the launch party. She was 26. Her father owned the whole operation. Sorry, everyone. Where was I? She laughed, stepping over me while I crawled around collecting bottles. Oh, right, the gift bags for the event. Someone snickered. I kept my head down, reaching for a bottle that had rolled under a chair. My knees pressed against the wood floor. I could feel everyone watching. You know what this reminds me of? Sienna's voice rang out. My dog. My golden retriever, actually. A few people laughed, unsure where she was going. No, seriously. I taught Bruno to fetch in 2 days. 2 days. And he brings things back to me perfectly. She paused. You've been here for what? Over a decade? And you're still doing simple tasks like picking up after people? The room erupted. Not small laughs, big ones. The kind that make your shoulders shake. I looked up from the floor. She was smiling down at me, arms crossed, looking pleased with herself. My dog is literally smarter than you. More laughter, louder this time. I turned my head toward her father, Harold, who sat in the front row. He was grinning, his face red from laughing. He didn't say anything, didn't tell her to stop, just sat there, enjoying it. I grabbed the last bottle, stood up, and walked to the back, placed them on a side counter. Then I walked out. Nobody followed me. I could still hear them laughing as the heavy door closed behind me. I stood outside in the cold mountain air for a long time. The sky was that deep blue you only see away from the city. My hands were shaking, but not from the temperature. Let me go back. Let me tell you how I got here. My name is Lena. 11 years ago, I was 29 and desperate for steady work. My daughter was 5, and I was raising her alone. Ashford Home Collection was hiring someone to help manage their supplier relationships. They made luxury items for homes, beautiful things, wooden furniture with brass details, hand-dyed fabrics, decorative pieces that people paid thousands for. The woman who had the job before me was named Ruth. She was 62 and retiring. On my first day, she took me aside. Listen carefully, she said. The owners here, they're cheap. They don't want to pay for proper systems or contracts or lawyers. They want everything fast and quiet. So here's what I did for 20 years. And here's what you'll do if you want to keep this job. Keep everything up here. She tapped her head. Don't write it down. Don't put it in their systems. Keep the relationships personal. Keep them yours. That way, they need you. That way, you're not just another person they can replace. But what if something happens to me? I asked. She shrugged. Then they'll figure it out. But while you're here, you'll have a job, a real one. I needed that job, so I listened. Ruth spent 2 weeks with me. She introduced me to the factory owners she'd worked with. There was Prakash, who ran a workshop 2 hours outside the city, where they made all the brass fixtures. He had 3 sons, all working with him. She introduced me to the Chen family, who operated a woodworking facility across the border. Their grandfather had started it 50 years ago. There was Amita, who managed a place where 20 women dyed fabrics using traditional methods. There was Joseph, who could get materials faster than anyone else when things got tight. Learn their names, Ruth told me. Learn their children's names. Learn when they need money early, when they're struggling, when they're doing well. Treat them like people, not just suppliers. They'll remember that, and I did. For 11 years, I built those relationships. When Prakash's middle son got married, I sent a gift. When the Chen family needed their payment a week early because of new equipment, I made sure Harold approved it. When Amita's workshop had a fire and lost half their inventory, I called her every day for a month, checking in, making sure she knew we'd wait for her to rebuild. I remembered everything. Which workshop was fastest for rush orders, which one produced the smoothest finishes, which family needed gentle handling because they were traditional and didn't like pushy behavior, which one you could joke with, and which one expected formality. I never wrote any of it down. Not once. No spreadsheets. No contact lists. Nothing in the company's systems. Just like Ruth taught me, Harold never asked questions. As long as products arrived on time, he was happy. He never wanted to know the details. He'd just say, "Handle it, Lena." And I did. Over the years, Ashford grew. They hired more people. Fancier people. People with degrees from expensive schools who used big words in meetings. I stayed in my small workspace, making calls, sending messages, keeping everything moving. Nobody really noticed me. I was just there, the woman who made sure things arrived. Then Sienna graduated from college 2 years ago. Harold immediately brought her in, gave her a title, something about brand development. She started showing up to meetings, offering opinions, changing things. She was loud, confident, the kind of person who walked into a room and expected everyone to pay attention. She never spoke to me directly. I don't think she even knew what I did. To her, I was just someone who worked there, someone in the background. 3 months ago, Harold called a big meeting. He announced the Heritage Collection, a massive launch, complete room sets, furniture, fabrics, decorations, lighting, everything coordinated. They'd been planning it for a year, he said. They'd already taken advance orders worth millions. The launch was scheduled for 8 weeks out. It required 17 different suppliers. Some I'd worked with for years. Some were new relationships I'd spent months building. Prakash's workshop was making 70 different brass pieces. The Chen family was producing 12 furniture designs. Amita's workshop was dyeing fabrics in 8 custom shades. Joseph was coordinating materials from 4 different sources. I had it all organized in my head, the timeline, the quantities, the backup plans for when something went wrong, because something always went wrong. Nobody asked me about it. They just assumed it would happen, because it always did. 2 weeks after that meeting, Harold called me in. "Lena, we're restructuring your role," he said. He didn't look at me while he talked, just shuffled some papers around. "We've hired someone new to handle supplier relations, someone with experience in global operations. You'll be supporting them, transitioning to more administrative work." Administrative work? I repeated. "You know, general support, whatever's needed. You've done great work, but we're scaling up now. We need someone with a more strategic approach." I felt something shift in my chest. What about the Heritage Collection? I've been coordinating all 17 suppliers. The new person will take over. You'll brief them. Brief them on what, exactly? There's nothing written down. He looked up then. "What do you mean, nothing written down?" "I mean, I've been managing all the relationships personally. The contact information, the processes, the history with each supplier. It's not in your systems." He stared at me. "Why not?" "Because that's how Ruth did it. That's how I learned. You never asked for anything different. You just said handle it, so I handled it." He waved his hand, dismissing it. "Then you'll explain everything to the new person." Simple. It wasn't simple, but I nodded and left. The new person started the following week. His name was Trevor. He had worked at 3 other companies, all bigger than Ashford. He spoke in long sentences about optimization and efficiency. He asked me for the supplier database. "There isn't one," I told him. He laughed. "There has to be." "There doesn't." He stopped laughing. I spent 2 weeks trying to explain how everything worked, but he didn't want to listen. He wanted lists and numbers and processes. He wanted me to just give him what he needed so he could take over. He didn't understand that you can't just call up Prakash and demand delivery dates. You have to ask about his family first. You have to remember that his youngest son just had a baby. You have to understand that the Chen family won't negotiate prices over messages. They need to hear your voice. Trevor didn't care about any of that. After 2 weeks, he told Harold I wasn't being cooperative. So there I was at the retreat, still technically employed, but pushed aside, watching Sienna give presentations, picking up her mess, being compared to her dog. I stood outside that retreat center for 20 minutes. Then I got in my car and drove home. 3 hours through the mountains, alone, with my thoughts. On Monday morning, I walked into Ashford at 8 o'clock. I went straight to Harold's workspace and handed him a single piece of paper. "This is my resignation, effective immediately." He looked confused. "What? Why?" "Look, if this is about what Sienna said, it's not about what she said. I'm done. That's all. But the Heritage Collection launches in 6 weeks. Trevor is still learning. That's not my concern anymore." I turned and walked out, packed up my small workspace. 11 years fit into 2 boxes. I carried them to my car and drove away. Thank you for listening this far. I know this might seem like just another workplace story, but what happened next changed everything. Before I continue, I want to ask you something. Where are you listening from right now? Drop your city or country in the comments. It means a lot to know you're there. Now, back to what happened. I went home and slept for 12 hours straight. When I woke up, my daughter was sitting on my bed. "Mom, why are you home? It's Tuesday." Tuesday. I'd slept through Monday night. I sat up, rubbed my eyes. "I quit my job, sweetheart." She was 16 now, old enough to understand. "The place you've been at forever?" "That one." "Why?" "Because they didn't respect me, and I stayed too long already." She hugged me, didn't ask more questions, just hugged me. I spent that whole week at home. I cleaned everything, organized closets I'd been ignoring for years, cooked actual meals instead of throwing together whatever was quick. I slept late. I didn't check my phone. It felt strange. 11 years of waking up thinking about shipments and delivery schedules and which supplier needed a call that day. Now, nothing. Just quiet. My phone rang constantly that first week. I didn't answer. 12 calls from Harold, 8 from Trevor, even a few from other people at Ashford. I let them all go to messages. The messages started polite. Lena, please call us back. We need to discuss your transition. Then they got more urgent. Lena, we really need your help with the supplier contacts. Please respond. Then desperate. Lena, the Heritage Collection is in serious trouble. We'll pay you for consultation. Name your price. I deleted them all. On Friday afternoon, someone knocked on my door. I looked through the window. Trevor. He looked terrible. His shirt was wrinkled, hair messy. I almost didn't open it, but something made me curious. What do you want? I asked through the door. Please, Lena, just talk to me for 5 minutes. I opened it but didn't invite him in. Just stood there, in the doorway. Everything's falling apart, he said. I can't find any of the suppliers. The files don't exist. Nobody has contact information. The few numbers I found, when I call them, they don't know who I am. They keep asking for you. That's unfortunate. Please, just give me the contact list. That's all I need. I'll figure out the rest. There is no contact list. His face went red. Stop lying. You have to have something written down. Nobody works with 17 suppliers and keeps it all in their head. I did. That's insane. That's not how professionals work. I shrugged. Maybe not, but that's how I worked. And it worked fine, for 11 years. Harold will pay you whatever you want. Just help us. The launch is in 5 weeks. I'm not interested in helping. Have a good day, Trevor. I closed the door. He stood there for a few more minutes, then left. The following week, I started getting calls from the suppliers themselves. Prakash called first. Lena, what's happening? Some man called me yesterday asking about brass fixtures. He was rude, didn't even ask how I was doing, just demanded to know about production schedules and pricing. I don't work there anymore, Prakash. Silence. Then, you left Ashford? I did. But who will I work with now? I don't know. They hired someone new. But honestly, Prakash, maybe it's time to find other clients. Ashford doesn't treat people well. He sighed. They never treated me well. They treated you well, and you treated me well. That's why I stayed. We talked for 20 more minutes. About his family, about his workshop, about possibilities for his future. When we hung up, I felt lighter somehow. Amita called the next day, then Joseph, then the Chen family's oldest son, all of them asking the same questions. What happened? Who is this new person calling them? Where did I go? I told them all the same thing. I left. They should do what's best for their own work. By the 3rd week, none of them were answering Ashford's calls anymore. My phone rang at 6 in the morning on a Wednesday. Harold. I almost didn't answer, but something told me to pick up. Lena. His voice was strained. We need to talk. I don't think we do. Please, come in. Just once. Let's discuss this like adults. There's nothing to discuss. I resigned. You accepted it. I'm asking you to reconsider. We'll double your salary. We'll give you whatever title you want. We'll make Trevor report to you, instead of the other way around. I don't want any of that. Then what do you want? I thought about it. About Sienna's laugh. About being on my knees. About Harold sitting there grinning, while his daughter humiliated me in front of 43 people. I want to spend time with my daughter. I want to wake up without feeling sick about going to work. I want to be somewhere I'm actually valued, not just used. We value you. I see that now. We made a mistake. You made a lot of mistakes, Harold. For a long time, I'm done fixing them. The Heritage Collection will fail without you. We'll lose everything. That sounds like your problem, not mine. He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, harder. You're destroying this company out of spite, because of one comment from Sienna. That's incredibly petty. Something hot flashed through me. One comment? Harold, you restructured my entire role. You brought in someone to replace me after 11 years of me keeping your whole operation running. You never once asked how I did what I did. You just assumed it would all keep working, even after you pushed me aside. And then your daughter compared me to her dog while I was on the floor picking up her mess, and you sat there laughing. So no, this isn't about one comment. This is about 11 years of not being seen. I hung up. My hands were shaking, but it felt good. Really good. 3 days later, Amita called me. Lena, I got a strange call today from a lawyer representing Ashford. They said I'm contractually obligated to fulfill orders for them, but I never signed any contract with Ashford. I only worked with you on trust. That's because there are no contracts, I told her. Harold kept everything informal to save money. He can't force you to do anything. That's what I thought. I just wanted to check with you first. You don't owe them anything, Amita. She laughed. Good, because that man, Trevor, was so unpleasant. I have plenty of other work now anyway. Over the next few days, I heard similar stories from other suppliers. Ashford was trying to pressure them legally, but there was nothing to enforce. No signed agreements, no documentation, just years of handshake deals and personal relationships that died the moment I walked out. 4 weeks after I quit, an article appeared in one of the trade publications. Luxury brand Ashford Home Collection cancels major launch. The article talked about production issues and supplier problems. It mentioned disappointed customers demanding refunds for advance orders. It estimated the company's losses in the millions. I read it twice, felt nothing. No satisfaction, no guilt, just nothing. My daughter came home from school and found me on the couch with my laptop. What are you doing? She asked, looking at job postings. Already. Money doesn't last forever, sweetheart. I need to work. She sat down next to me. Are you going to find another place like Ashford? No, I'm going to find somewhere that actually values the people who work there. Somewhere that sees what I can do and appreciates it. Good, she said. You deserve that. I smiled. She was right. 2 days later, I got a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but it wasn't an Ashford exchange. So I picked up. Hello, is this Lena? Yes. My name is Katerina. I run a company called Belmont Trading. We connect craftspeople and small manufacturers with retailers. I heard about you through Prakash. He spoke very highly of your work. I sat up straighter. Oh? He said you spent 11 years building relationships with suppliers across multiple countries. That you understood not just the work side, but the human side. That suppliers trusted you completely. Is that accurate? I suppose it is. I'd like to meet with you. We're expanding, and we need someone who can manage supplier relationships the right way. Not just contracts and numbers, but real relationships. Would you be interested in discussing it? I thought about Ruth all those years ago. Keep it in your head. Make yourself irreplaceable. But maybe there was another way. Maybe I could build something better. Something where the relationships mattered, but weren't held hostage. Yes, I said. I'd be interested. We met the following week. Katerina's operation was smaller than Ashford, but growing fast. She introduced me to her team. 7 people, all around my age, all serious about their work. She explained what they did, how they helped small workshops and family operations connect with buyers who would treat them fairly. Too many companies exploit these craftspeople, she said. They demand fast work, low prices, no contracts to protect the makers. We want to do it differently. Fair agreements, fair prices, long-term relationships built on respect. That sounds good, I said. Prakash told me what happened at your last place. The way they treated you, that won't happen here. Everyone on my team is valued. We're building something together. She offered me a position. The salary was less than Ashford had been paying, but not by much. The title was Partnership Director. I'd work with craftspeople and manufacturers, building relationships. But this time, everything would be documented properly, protected, not just living in my head. I accepted. On my last day before starting the new job, I took my daughter out for dinner, just the 2 of us at a small place near our home. We ordered too much food and talked about everything and nothing. I'm proud of you, Mom, she said suddenly. For what? For leaving. For not letting them treat you badly anymore. A lot of people would have stayed. I stayed for a long time. Too long. But you left eventually. That counts. We finished eating and walked home slowly. The air was warm, the streets quiet. I felt lighter than I had in years. Starting at Belmont felt right from day one. Katerina introduced me to suppliers they already worked with. I reached out to Prakash, Amita, Joseph, the Chen family. They were all excited to work together again, this time through a company that would treat them fairly. Within 2 months, Belmont signed agreements with all 17 workshops I'd spent years building relationships with. Real agreements, with fair terms for everyone. I heard through Prakash that Ashford was struggling badly. The Heritage Collection failure had damaged their reputation. Big retailers were canceling orders. Harold had to let people go. They're trying to sell the whole company, Prakash told me. Nobody wants to buy it, though. Not after everything that happened. I didn't ask more questions. Didn't need to. 6 months into working at Belmont, I was sitting at my workspace when Katerina walked over with her phone in her hand. "You need to see this," she said, showing me an article. The headline read, "Ashford Home Collection Acquired in Distress Sale." The buyer was a large furniture manufacturer that specialized in mass production. Cheap materials, fast turnaround, nothing like what Ashford used to make. The sale price was barely enough to cover their debts, according to the article. "That's Harold's company," I said. "I know. Prakash told me about what happened there, about why you left." I handed her phone back. "It's in the past. Still must feel like something, seeing it end that way." I thought about it. Mostly, I feel sad for the people who worked there and did nothing wrong. They lost their jobs because Harold made bad choices. She nodded. "We're hiring, you know. If any of them reach out to you, send them my way." That afternoon, I got a message from someone I hadn't heard from in months. "Trevor, Lena, I know I don't have any right to ask you for anything, but I just lost my job and I'm trying to figure out what to do next. Could we talk? Not about Ashford. About how you built relationships with suppliers. I realize now I didn't understand what you were actually doing. I'd like to learn." I stared at the message for a long time. Part of me wanted to ignore it, but I remembered being 29 and desperate for work. I remembered Ruth taking the time to teach me, even though she was retiring and didn't have to. I wrote back, "Call me tomorrow afternoon." We talked for an hour. He apologized for how he'd treated me, for not listening, for thinking his fancy experience made him better at the work than someone who'd been doing it for years. "I thought it was all about processes and systems," he said. "I didn't realize it was about people, about actually caring whether Prakash's son just had a baby, about remembering that the Chen family doesn't like negotiating over messages. I thought those details were just small talk. They're not small talk. They're the actual work. I see that now. Too late, obviously. It's not too late. You just need to start over with a different approach." I didn't offer him a job, but I gave him advice, told him which companies might be hiring, explained how to build relationships the right way. When we hung up, I felt good about it. Not because I'd forgiven everything, but because helping someone learn felt better than holding on to anger. Spring came. Belmont kept growing. We signed 12 new supplier partnerships. Katerina promoted me to Senior Partnership Director. My daughter finished her school year with excellent marks and started talking about universities. One evening in late spring, my phone rang. Unknown number again. I answered. "Lena?" I recognized the voice immediately. "Sienna, what do you want?" I asked. "I know you probably don't want to talk to me. I understand, but I wanted to call and apologize for what I said at the retreat. It was cruel and unnecessary, and I've thought about it a lot since everything fell apart." I didn't respond, just waited. My father lost everything. The company, our savings, everything. We had to sell our house. I had to move back in with my grandmother. I'm working at a retail store now, trying to help pay bills. "I'm sorry that happened to your family," I said. And I meant it, not because I forgave her, but because I didn't want anyone to suffer that much. "My father told me recently what you actually did at Ashford, how you held all those relationships together for 11 years, how none of it was written down anywhere, how when you left, it all disappeared. I didn't understand at the time. I thought you were just someone who did basic tasks. I didn't realize you were the person keeping everything running. Most people didn't realize. That's not an excuse for how I treated you. What I said was horrible. I compared you to my dog in front of everyone. I humiliated you. And my father just laughed. Her voice cracked. "I'm so sorry, Lena. I really am." I sat down. "This wasn't what I expected. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just wanted you to know that I understand now what I did, and that I'm sorry." We talked for a few more minutes. She asked what I was doing now. I told her about Belmont, about the work we were doing. She sounded genuinely happy for me. When we hung up, I felt something shift. Not forgiveness, exactly, but something close to it, like I could finally put that whole chapter away completely. Summer arrived hot and bright. My daughter and I took a trip together, just the two of us, 5 days at the coast. We swam and ate too much food and stayed up late talking about her future. She'd been accepted to 3 universities. She was trying to decide which one felt right. "What do you think I should do, Mom?" she asked one night while we sat on the beach watching the sunset. "I think you should go wherever makes you feel excited about what's coming next. Not scared, not uncertain, excited." She smiled. "That's good advice. I should probably follow it myself more often." "You did, though. You left Ashford and found Belmont. That took courage. It took too long. I should have left years earlier, but you left when you were ready. That matters too." She was wise, my daughter. Wiser than I'd been at her age. When we got back from the trip, there was a letter waiting for me. Official looking, from a law firm. My heart sank. Had Ashford decided to sue me for something? I opened it carefully. It wasn't from Ashford. It was from a company I'd never heard of. They were launching a new initiative to connect ethical manufacturers with responsible retailers. They'd heard about my work at Belmont. They wanted to know if I'd be interested in speaking at their conference in the fall, about building sustainable supplier relationships based on trust and respect. Me. Speaking at a conference. I showed Katerina the next day. She grinned. "You should do it. You're good at this work. Other people should learn from you." "I'm not a speaker. I just do the work." The best speakers are the ones who actually do the work, not the ones who just talk about it. I agreed to speak, spent the next 2 months terrified and excited at the same time. The conference was in a city 8 hours away. Large venue, hundreds of people. I'd never done anything like it. The night before my presentation, I couldn't sleep, kept going over what I wanted to say. When I walked onto that stage the next morning, my hands were shaking. But then I started talking about Prakash and his 3 sons, about Amita and her workshop of 20 women, about the Chen family and their grandfather's legacy, about what it means to treat people like human beings, instead of just resources. The audience listened, really listened. When I finished, they clapped for a long time. Afterward, at least 30 people came up to talk to me, asked questions, wanted advice, handed me their contact information. One woman waited until everyone else had left. She was older. Maybe Ruth's age would have been now. "I used to do work like yours," she said, "for 30 years. Then I retired. Watching you speak brought it all back. The good parts, I mean. The relationships, the trust. Thank you for reminding me why I loved that work." I hugged her, this stranger who understood exactly what I did and why it mattered. Flying home, I thought about the past year, about everything that had changed, about how being compared to a dog had somehow led to this, to work I loved, to respect I'd earned, to a future that felt bright instead of heavy. My daughter picked me up from the airport. "How did it go?" she asked. "Really well. Better than I expected." "I knew it would. You're good at what you do, Mom. Finally, other people are seeing it too." At Belmont, things continued growing. We expanded into 2 new countries, hired 6 more people. Katerina made me a partner in the company. Actual ownership, not just a title. My name on the building. One afternoon in late fall, I was reviewing some agreements when my phone buzzed. A message from a number I didn't have saved but recognized immediately. "Harold. Lena, I know I have no right to contact you, but I wanted to let you know that I've been thinking a lot about my mistakes over the past year, about how I treated you and others. I'm working with a small furniture maker now, just helping in their workshop, learning the craft side of things. I should have learned it years ago. Anyway, I wanted to say thank you for the 11 years you gave to Ashford. You deserved so much better than how we treated you. I hope you're doing well." I read it 3 times, didn't respond, but I didn't delete it either, just left it there. By winter, my daughter had chosen her university. She'd be leaving in 8 months. We spent more time together, just the 2 of us, cooking together, watching shows, talking about everything. "Are you scared?" I asked her one night. "About leaving?" "A little, but mostly excited. Like you said, that's how you know it's right. You're going to do amazing things. I learned from the best," she said, squeezing my hand. The year ended quietly. Belmont closed out with the strongest numbers we'd ever had. Katerina threw a small party for everyone. We ate and laughed and celebrated what we'd built together. A company where people mattered, where relationships were real, where nobody had to keep everything in their head just to feel irreplaceable. Because being replaceable wasn't the threat. Being undervalued was. On the last day of the year, I sat down and wrote a list. Not of goals or resolutions, just things I'd learned. That staying somewhere that doesn't value you will eventually break you. That walking away is sometimes the bravest thing you can do. That the relationships you build matter more than the systems you create. That being underestimated can be painful, but it can also be fuel. That teaching someone who wronged you takes more strength than punishing them. That your worth isn't determined by how others see you, but by how you see yourself. I folded the list and put it away. Didn't need to read it again. It was already part of me now. Sienna's dog might have learned to fetch in 2 days, but I spent 11 years learning how to build something real, how to create trust, how to see people as people, not just resources. And when everything fell apart for Ashford, those relationships, that trust, that way of seeing people came with me. They couldn't take that away because it was never theirs to begin with. It was always mine. Thank you so much for listening to my story all the way through. If this resonated with you, if you've ever felt unseen or undervalued at your work, I'd love to hear from you in the comments. And if you enjoyed this story, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps me share more stories like this one. Thank you again. I hope wherever you are, you know your worth.
I was in such a rush to get to work that I accidentally grabbed my husband's phone. The moment I stepped onto the L train, my sister-in-law called. The very first sentence out of her mouth made me decide right then and there that I was going to file for divorce the next morning. That morning, I left the apartment at 10 to 7. None. So rushed that I only managed one bite of my bagel before wrapping it up and shoving it into my tote bag. My PR firm had a massive pitch with a major client down in the loop. If we closed this deal, the whole department would get a bonus, and I would finally have a shot at being promoted to team lead after nearly 6 years of working like a shadow behind everyone else. My name is Chloe. I'm 32 years old and I've been married for 3 years. My husband David is 2 years older than me and works as a technical drafter for an interior design firm. Our marriage, at least to outsiders, was stable. No drama, no scandals, no screaming matches in the hallway of our apartment building. I used to think that was all a woman could ask for in life. A stable job, a roof over my head, and a man who came home to eat dinner with me every night. But some things look perfectly intact on the outside while rotting from the inside out. I walked off the elevator and dug through my bag for my phone to check my emails. When the screen lit up, I froze. The background wasn't the picture of the hydrangeas on our balcony that I always used. It was a picture of David standing outside Wrigley Field, holding up a Cubs scarf, grinning like a kid on Christmas. I frowned and let out a heavy sigh. I grabbed the wrong phone. David and I had the same exact black iPhone, both with clear cases. It had happened a couple of times before, but usually only when we were lounging around the house. Today, I was already running late. There was no time to turn back. I told myself it didn't matter. David was working the swing shift today, so he'd be home all morning. He could use my phone and we'd swap back tonight. By the time I reached the station, the train was pulling in. I squeezed on, standing near the rear doors. Chicago on a Monday morning was suffocatingly crowded. The smell of cheap perfume, takeout coffee, ringing phones, and the automated voice telling passengers to stand clear of the closing doors, all blended into a chaotic noise that made my headache worse. Just as the train crossed the river, the phone in my hand buzzed. The screen flashed. Sarah, it was David's younger sister. I hesitated. Normally, I hated answering my husband's phone, and I definitely didn't want to get dragged into his family's drama early in the morning. But thinking it might be an emergency, I swiped to accept the call. Before I could even say hello, Sarah's voice came through fast and sharp as always. "Hey, Mom wants to know if you've talked to Chloe about the condo yet, have you? You keep dragging your feet, and Mom is getting anxious." I froze. It felt like something was lodged in my throat. Hearing no response and assuming a bad connection, Sarah kept going, her tone growing irritated. That condo in Lincoln Square of hers. Mom said you need to sweet-talk her into putting your name on the deed now. If you wait too long and she changes her mind, we're screwed. That place could easily sell for $450,000 in this market. We sell it, pull the cash, and buy that big house in Neepville. Mom will co-sign with you just to be safe. I can open my esthetician studio in the finished basement, and Mom can live right there with you guys to help out. I stood dead still in the middle of the packed train car, the hand holding the phone ice cold. The condo in Lincoln Square was the property my mother bought for me before she passed away. It wasn't huge, just a one-bedroom on a quiet tree-lined street. But it was the only thing my mother left me. When she was terminally ill, she held my hand and made me promise over and over. Chloe, a woman can love her husband. She can care for her in-laws. But you have to keep this condo in your name. It's your safety net. It's a place for you to stand back up if one day you find yourself with nobody left. At the time, I had cried and told her she was overthinking. I told her David truly loved me, his family was decent, and I would never need a safety net. Now thinking back, every single word my mother said felt like a needle in my chest. On the other end of the line, Sarah kept talking, completely oblivious to who was actually listening. Mom says, if Chloe asks why you need to be on the deed, just tell her it's for estate planning and your future together. Play the romantic angle. She's a softie. She'll cave. Besides, her mom is dead and her dad lives out of state with his new family. Who's going to step in and defend her? Don't be a pushover, Dave. When you married her, Mom said she was a good catch because she had her own AITA and a good job, but her family is practically non-existent. It would be a waste not to utilize what she has. I closed my eyes. The train jerked to a halt at the next station. I stumbled forward, my shoulder slamming painfully into the metal grab bar, but that physical pain was nothing compared to the feeling of my chest being crushed. Sarah lowered her voice as if discussing top-secret intel. And what about that money her mom left her? It was around $80,000, right? Tell her you want to use it as seed money to start your own custom furniture business. She loves you so much she'll totally hand it over. Leaving it sitting in a mutual fund is a waste anyway. She married into our family. Her money is our family's money. My ears were ringing. That $80, zeros in, was the life insurance payout and my mother's life savings. I had never bragged about it to anyone. I only told David because I believed spouses shouldn't keep financial secrets. I trusted him to a point of sheer stupidity. I suddenly remembered a conversation from 6 months ago. David mentioned a friend who wanted to partner up to open a woodworking shop, needing about $40,000 in initial capital. He suggested that if I pulled some money from my inheritance, the profits would belong to both of us. I almost agreed. Thank God I did some digging and found out his friend was drowning in debt, so I said no. David gave me the silent treatment for a week. He would eat dinner and lock himself into the bedroom. I had actually blamed myself for being too calculating and unsupportive. Turns out they had been targeting my assets from the very beginning. Dave, are you even listening? Sarah's voice snapped me back to reality. I opened my eyes. The woman reflecting in the train's glass doors was pale. Her eyes were red, but there were no tears. I spoke, my voice barely above a whisper. Sarah. Dead silence on the other end. A few seconds later, Sarah's voice trembled. Chloe, is that you? Why do you have Dave's phone? I grabbed it by mistake. I heard my own voice, eerily calm, as if the person whose life was just shattered wasn't me. I heard everything you just said. No, Chloe, listen, let me explain. I was just joking. Mom and I joke around like this all the time. Please don't take it seriously. A joke? I let out a dry laugh, my insides freezing over. Joking about taking the condo my dead mother left me. Joking about taking the last bit of money she saved for me. Joking about how I have no family to back me up. So I'm an easy mark. You're blowing this way out of proportion. We didn't mean it like that. We're family. I cut her off. From today on, pass this message to your mother and your brother. The condo in Lincoln Square is my separate property. Not a single brick in that place belongs to the Miller family, and the money my mother left me, I will keep it, spend it, invest it, or burn it as I see fit. None of you have the right to calculate how to spend it." Sarah's tone shifted, growing defensive and shrill. "Chloe, don't be so selfish. You've been married to my brother for 3 years. You're part of this family. Your house is his house. Mom just wants us all to live close together. What is so wrong with that?" I gripped the phone tightly. "What's wrong is that you never saw me as family. You saw me as real estate, as a bank account, as a motherless woman who was easy to manipulate." "Chloe," I ended the call. Suddenly, the world around me went incredibly quiet. The train was still loud. People were still shoving past. The automated voice was still announcing stops, but in my head, there was only my mother's voice. "It's your safety net." I hugged my bag to my chest, standing perfectly still until I reached my stop. As I walked toward my office, the phone in my hand started vibrating continuously. It was my number calling. David must have woken up and realized what happened. Sarah must have called him in a panic. I stared at the screen and let it ring. Then the text started pouring in. "Chloe, pick up. Sarah was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. I'll explain everything tonight." I stared at those words for a long time. If this were yesterday, I might have believed him. I would have told myself that Sarah was just boundless. My mother-in-law was just old-fashioned, and David meant no harm. I would have swallowed the lump in my throat to keep the peace. But today, I heard it with my own ears. Once trust shatters, apologies are just cheap tape over broken glass. I looked up at the towering glass building of my company. The big pitch was waiting. I still had to do my job. The contract still needed to be won. My life wasn't going to collapse just because a family of parasites finally showed their true colors. But I knew one thing for sure. Tonight, when I returned to the apartment I had shared with David for 3 years, I would no longer be the soft, accommodating, easily duped wife. I would ask him one question. "Did you marry me or for the deed to my mother's house?" And no matter his answer, my exit strategy was already in motion. I walked into the conference room at 8:20 a.m. My hands were freezing despite the heat being on. On my laptop, the pitch deck was ready. The words I had stayed up until 1:20 a.m. polishing suddenly blurred together. My mind wasn't on client metrics or budgets, it was playing Sarah's voice on a loop. Her mom is dead and her dad lives out of state. Who's going to step in and defend her? In their eyes, my grief wasn't something to be comforted. It was a loophole to be exploited. My manager walked past my desk and paused. "Chloe, are you okay? You look like a ghost." I looked up and forced a smile. "I'm fine, just haven't had my coffee yet. I'm ready for the 2 p.m. pitch. I know how important this is." "Good. Hang in there," he said, walking away. I looked down at David's phone. The screen lit up again. "Chloe, please listen. You know how Sarah runs her mouth? The thing about the condo? I was going to talk to you about it later, but not the way she made it sound." Reading his text, a dozen little memories I had previously brushed off suddenly snapped into agonizing focus. I remembered my mother-in-law making passive-aggressive comments at Thanksgiving. "It's not good for a woman to hold too many assets in her name. Spouses need to trust each other and share everything for a marriage to last." I remembered David looking at the property tax bill for the Lincoln Square condo and casually saying, "Once we have kids, we should sell this and use the equity for a big house in the suburbs." I remembered Sarah visiting our apartment, looking around and scoffing. "You're so lucky, Chloe. Your mom died, but at least she left you real estate. Nobody's ever going to hand me anything like that." Back then, I thought she was just tactless. Now, the hidden venom in those words was crystal clear. I turned off the phone and forced myself to focus. The pitch lasted nearly 2 hours. I presented, answered questions, analyzed data, and smiled at exactly the right moments. I functioned as if my heart hadn't been ripped open that morning. When the client nodded and said they were excited to move forward, my team quietly cheered. My manager looked thrilled, but I was just exhausted. Exhausted to the point where my hands shook under the conference table. Right after the meeting, the personal cell phone in my tote bag, the one I had synced to my laptop, started ringing. It was Jessica, my best friend. Chloe, where are you? Are you at the office? Her voice was urgent and furious. Yes, what's wrong? I'm at a Starbucks near your apartment. I just saw David, your mother-in-law, and Sarah sitting a few tables away. I heard everything. Chloe, you need to be smart about this. They do not think this is a misunderstanding. My stomach dropped. What did they say? Your mother-in-law told David he needs to gravel and play the victim tonight. She said if you refuse to put him on the deed, he should threaten you with divorce. She literally said, a woman in her 30s with a dead mom and no family support won't dare leave her husband. And Sarah chimed in saying, you're a greedy if you keep the house for yourself. I leaned against the hallway wall, a cold chill running down my spine. Jessica's voice cracked with anger. Chloe, David just sat there. He didn't defend you once. Not a single word. I closed my eyes. The most painful part wasn't the mother-in-law or the sister-in-law plotting against me. The most agonizing part was that the man I called my husband knew, listened, and stayed silent. I got back to our apartment around 7 p.m. The living room lights were blazing. As soon as I opened the door, I saw David, his mother, and Sarah sitting on the sofa. There was a plate of sliced fruit on the coffee table and 3 glasses of water. It looked like they were waiting for a boardroom negotiation. My mother-in-law looked up with a strange smile. Chloe, you're home. Come sit. Let's clear the air. I dropped my bag on the armchair. I didn't take off my coat. I didn't step further into the room. No need to beat around the bush. I want to hear David speak first. David stood up, his eyes avoiding mine. Chloe, today was a massive misunderstanding. Sarah is immature. She was just talking out of her ass. I stared directly at him. Then answer me this. Have you ever thought about asking me to put your name on the deed to the Lincoln Square condo? The room fell dead silent. David bit his lip, taking a long time before muttering. I just thought since we're married, assets should be joint. So, it's easier to plan for our future. I let out a bitter laugh. And what about selling it to buy a house where your mother and Sarah can live with us? Sarah's face instantly turned red. Chloe, don't twist it like that. I have a kid. I want some stability. Is that a crime? I turned to her. The crime is wanting to build your stability on the foundation of my dead mother's house. My mother-in-law slammed her hand on the table. You're crossing a line, young lady. When you marry into a family, you look out for that family. That condo is sitting empty anyway. What do you lose by helping your sister out? I looked at the woman I had called mom for 3 years and felt utterly disgusted. What do I lose? I lose the last thing my mother left me. I lose my safety net. I lose my trust. And I lose this marriage. David flinched. Chloe, stop throwing the word divorce around as a threat. I walked over to the bedroom closet and pulled out a small suitcase. I had made my decision hours ago in my office. It's not a threat. I'm leaving tonight. Tomorrow morning, my lawyer will be contacting you. If you have any shred of decency left, don't make this uglier than it needs to be. The living room froze as I rolled the suitcase out. David rushed over and blocked my path. He lowered his voice, trying to look calm, but the panic in his eyes was obvious. Chloe, don't blow this up. We can close the door and work this out between us. I looked at his hand resting on the handle of my suitcase, the same hand that held mine at the altar, the hand that promised to protect me. Now that hand was trying to trap me, not out of love but out of fear that I was walking away with the real estate and money they hadn't managed to steal yet. Take your hand off my bag, Chloe. Be reasonable, I said. Take your hand off my bag. My mother-in-law shot up from the couch, her voice sharp and vicious. Are you really leaving? Dragging a suitcase out in the middle of the night. What will the neighbors think? You're embarrassing this family. I turned to her, feeling a strange absolute calm. This fam lost its dignity the moment you and your daughter sat down to plot how to steal from me. Not when I packed my bags. Sarah pointed a finger at me. Don't play the victim. Your house has been sitting there for years. Selling it to help the family is what a decent person would do. You're just a calculating, penny-pinching. I looked at her and spoke slowly. Sarah, you have a husband and a child. If you want a house, go work for it. Stop expecting another woman to pay for your life. Sarah choked on her words. David tried to pull me toward the bedroom, trying to separate me from his mother and sister so he could manage me. I'm sorry. I admit Mom and Sarah went too far, but I never wanted to force you. I just thought if we co-owned it, we'd be closer. I laughed out loud. Closer? By taking my separate property and making it yours? Why is it that in this marriage, ours always means yours? Haven't I been good to you for 3 years? I looked around the apartment. I had picked out the curtains, the bed sheets, the lamps. I had poured my heart into making this place a home. But it turned out I was the only one playing house. You're only good to me when I'm obedient, I said. You're only sweet when I yield. You only love me when I don't get in the way of your family's greed. That's not love, David. That's fattening up a calf for slaughter. David went pale. That's a horrific thing to say. Not as horrific as saying, I have a dead mom, so I have no one to defend me. He went entirely silent. That silence was the loudest answer he could have given. I pulled my suitcase to the front door. This time, no one stopped me. Before walking out, I looked at the three of them one last time. Expect to hear from my attorney. If you try to drag this out, I will take it to court. My mother-in-law sneered. Fine, divorce him, but we'll see how the assets get split. Don't think you can just walk away with everything. I nodded. You're right. Let's make it very clear. What is mine stays mine, and I don't want a single dime from the Miller family. I walked into the hallway and pressed the elevator button. It wasn't until the metal doors slid shut that the tears finally fell. I wasn't crying because I regretted leaving. I was crying out of pity for the Chloe of the past 3 years, who tried so hard to believe she had found a family, only to realize she was just prey. That night, I went to Jessica's place. When she opened the door, she took one look at me and pulled me into a tight hug. You're okay. You got out. That's what matters. I buried my face in her shoulder and finally sobbed. Jessica made me a bowl of hot chicken noodle soup. I forced down a few spoonfuls, my throat tight. On the counter, my phone buzzed endlessly. David called. His mother called. Sarah texted paragraphs of guilt trips. I powered the phone off and placed it face down. Jessica sat across from me. Tomorrow, I'm going with you to see the lawyer. I wiped my eyes. Yeah. I'm not doing this alone anymore. The next morning, I woke up at 6 a.m. having barely slept. The pale sunlight coming through Jessica's window illuminated my suitcase in the corner. It felt like my entire adult life had been condensed into a few changes of clothes. Jessica handed me a mug of coffee. You don't have to pretend to be tough around me, but when you face them, you have to be ice cold. I nodded. Ice cold. If I showed an ounce of weakness, my mother's legacy would be torn apart by those vultures. At 9 a.m., Jessica and I arrived at a law firm in downtown Chicago. We were meeting with attorney Laura Sullivan, a highly recommended divorce lawyer. She was in her 40s, wearing a sharp blazer with calm, assessing eyes. I sat down and told her everything from grabbing the wrong phone to Sarah's call to the confrontation last night. Laura didn't interrupt. She just took notes on a legal pad. When I finished, she looked up. The condo in Lincoln Square. Was the deed solely in your name prior to the marriage? Yes, I said. My mother paid cash for it. I have the closing documents, the deed, and the bank transfers showing it was a gift to me before the wedding. And the $80,000. It's in a separate savings account under my name. It was an insurance payout and her savings. I haven't touched it, and David's name is not on the account. Laura nodded. Under Illinois law, property acquired before the marriage or by inheritance or gift is considered non-marital property. As long as you didn't coingle the funds, meaning you didn't use that account to pay joint marital debts or deposit his paychecks into it, it remains yours. The condo is yours. Period. I let out a breath I felt like I'd been holding for 24 hours. The crushing weight on my chest lifted slightly. Jessica chimed in. What if they try to drag it out? Threaten her? If he refuses to sign a settlement, we go to trial, Laura said smoothly. It makes things longer, but the law regarding non-marital assets is very clear. The key here, Chloe, is that you must remain completely stoic. Do not sign anything without me. Do not transfer a single dollar. Do not agree to anything verbally. If they contact you, communicate only in writing or let it go to voicemail so we have a record. Laura looked me dead in the eye. The legal part is actually straightforward. The emotional part is the battlefield. When they realize they can't bully you legally, they will try to break you emotionally. They will apologize, cry, play the victim, or weaponize the concept of family to make you cave. You have to remember why you walked out of that apartment. Those words made my eyes sting. I remembered my mother standing in the tiny kitchen of my childhood home, coughing but smiling, telling me that no matter who I married, I needed a place of my own. Leaving the law office, I took an Uber straight to the Lincoln Square condo. I hadn't been there in months. The hardwood floors were covered in a thin layer of dust. But the moment I unlocked the door, a familiar smell washed over me. It smelled like my mother, like safety, like a place where I didn't have to shrink myself to fit in. I stood in the middle of the empty living room and wept. My phone buzzed. It was an unknown number, but I knew who it was. I answered immediately, hitting the record button on my screen. "Chloe, where are you?" David's voice. "If you have something to say, say it. I've been thinking. If you really want this divorce, I won't fight it. But you need to sell the Lincoln Square condo and give me half. I've been your husband for 3 years, Chloe. I'm not walking away empty-handed." I closed my eyes. The chill returned to my bones. "You're trying to negotiate a payout for our marriage. I'm asking for what's fair. Fair as you not touching a single thing my dead mother left me." David was quiet for a second before his voice turned hard. "If you're going to be this stubborn, I'm taking the gloves off." I looked at the framed photo of my mother on the windowsill. From the moment you plotted to steal my house, the gloves were already off. I hung up. That night, I stayed at the condo. I dusted my mother's memorial table, placing some fresh grocery store flowers in a vase. The condo was so quiet I could hear the hum of the refrigerator and the distant rumble of traffic on Western Avenue. Oddly enough, without David, without his mother's passive-aggressive remarks, I felt safer in this empty apartment than I ever did in my marital home. I opened a filing cabinet and pulled out a fireproof lockbox. Inside were the deed to the condo, the closing paperwork, the estate documents, and my bank books. I took photos of every single page, backed them up to the cloud, and emailed them to Laura and Jessica. I was done being careless. Around 9:00 p.m., the buzzer rang. I checked the intercom camera. David was standing at the front door of the building with his mother and Sarah right behind him. They found me faster than I expected. I didn't buzz them in. I picked up my phone, hit record, and walked down the stairs to the glass lobby door. I stood inside, keeping the door locked. "What do you want?" I asked through the glass. David glared at me, his eyes darting around the lobby like he was appraising the building. "I want to talk like adults. Open the door." His mother pushed her way to the glass. "This building is old anyway. You'll be lucky to get market value for it. Why are you hoarding it like a dragon?" My voice was deadpan. "This is private property. Leave before I call the police." Sarah rolled her eyes. "Oh, calm down, psycho. He's your husband. He has a right to come inside." I looked at David. "Do you think you have a right to be here?" He stayed silent for a moment before saying, "I have a right to know what's happening with our marital assets. Chloe, don't be crazy. Just agree to sell the place. Give me $100. Susan to buy me out, and you can keep the rest. I'll sign the divorce papers tomorrow." I felt nauseous. "Shua, you say it like it's pocket change. On what grounds are you demanding $100,000 for 3 years of being your husband?" I laughed, though my eyes burned. 3 years of marriage, and you appraise your services at 100 grand paid out of my dead mother's pocket. My mother-in-law started yelling through the glass. "Stop arguing with her, Dave. If she won't pay, we'll take her to court. But let me tell you something, Chloe. If this gets ugly, you're the one who will be ruined. A divorced woman fighting her in-laws over money. Who's going to want you after this?" I stared at her for a long time. In the past, if she raised her voice, I would have apologized. Now, I just pied her pathetic, antiquated worldview, where a woman's worth was tied to keeping a man. "I don't need anyone to want me," I said. "I just need to live in peace with what's mine." David lowered his voice, trying to sound menacing. "Chloe, don't force my hand." I held up my phone, the recording screen glowing red in the dim lobby. From the second you walked up to this door, I've been recording. If you don't leave this property right now, I'm calling 911 for trespassing, and I'm sending this tape to my lawyer." All three of them froze. Sarah's face went white. Her mother opened her mouth to scream again, but David grabbed her arm. He looked at me, a mix of rage and disbelief in his eyes. "You've really changed," he spat out. I turned my back and walked up the stairs. The tears fell, but I was smiling. I hadn't changed. I had finally just become the woman my mother raised me to be, someone who loves deeply but refuses to be a doormat. The next morning I forwarded the audio file to Attorney Sullivan. She replied simply, "Excellent, keep recording everything, document every interaction." I took 2 days of PTO to get my life in order. I made copies of every financial document. Each piece of paper felt like a brick I was using to build a fortress around myself. That afternoon, I went back to the South Loop apartment with Jessica to pack the rest of my clothes and personal items. I didn't want to go alone. When I unlocked the door, the place was a disaster. David's clothes were thrown over the chairs. Half-eaten takeout containers littered the counter, and the floor was sticky. In just a few days, the apartment had reverted to its natural state, a mess that I was no longer around to clean up. David walked out of the bedroom looking haggarded. "Chloe, are you really not coming back?" I didn't look at him. I just pulled out my moving boxes. "I'm here for my clothes." He blocked the hallway. I talked to Mom. She and Sarah promise they won't mention the condo ever again. "Just come back. We can start over." Jessica scoffed from beside me. "Start over so they can come up with a better plan to steal her house next time." David glared at Jessica. "This is between my wife and me. Stay out of it." "There is no wife and me anymore," I cut in. "From now on, speak to my lawyer." His face darkened. "Are you really going to be this heartless?" I looked up from my box. "Heartless is sitting at a Starbucks, listening to your family plan how to extort your wife, and sipping your coffee in silence. I'm just saving myself." Right then, the front door opened and his mother walked in. Seeing Jessica, she immediately scowled. "Did you bring your little bodyguard to cause a scene?" I calmly zipped up my duffel bag. "I have my things. I won't be coming back here. If I need anything else, I'll email David." She sneered. "You think you know the law so well, but let me tell you, judges don't just hand everything to the woman. When you get married, the husband gets his share." I looked at her, my voice feather light. "Then let the judge decide. You don't represent the state of Illinois." I grabbed my bags and walked out the door. David called my name down the hallway, but I didn't turn back. As I reached the lobby, my phone chimed. It was Laura. "The petition for dissolution of marriage is drafted. Come in tomorrow to sign and we'll file it with the court." I read the text, my heart hammering. The real war was just beginning. The next day, I signed the divorce papers. As my pen hovered over the signature line, my hand trembled slightly. Not because I missed David, but because I was mourning the 3 years of youth I had poured into a black hole. Laura looked at me gently. "Do you need a minute?" I shook my head. "No, I just want this done cleanly, and I want them to touch absolutely nothing that belonged to my mother." "Then from today on, strictly limit contact," Laura advised. "If they call, let it go to voicemail, save every text. If they show up at your work or home, call security or the police." When I walked out of the office, the Chicago sun was blindingly bright, but for the first time in weeks, the world didn't feel dark. I called my manager and told him I was ready to come fully back to work. He listened, then said, "Take the time you need, Chloe. But remember, the firm values you. We need you on this account." Those words reminded me that I had a value outside of being a good wife. I wasn't just a discarded woman. I was a professional. I had friends. I had a home. I had agency. That Friday evening, I stopped by Mariano's to buy some groceries for the Lincoln Square condo. As I walked down the block toward my building, I saw Sarah standing near the front gate, pacing and furiously texting. When she saw me, she charged forward. "Chloe, are you out of your mind? You actually filed for divorce." I stepped back and immediately hit record on my phone, holding it by my side. "If you have something to say, make it quick. You are pushing my brother into a corner. He's a wreck. Mom's blood pressure is through the roof and you're just sitting here in your fancy condo acting like a victim." Do you have any conscience left? My conscience, I said coldly, is not meant to fund your family's greed. Sarah's face turned purple. You think having a lawyer makes you invincible. When we go to court, the judge will look at David's contributions. He was your husband for 3 years. He has rights. Being a husband does not give you the right to steal your wife's premarital assets. Sarah gritted her teeth. If you had just sold the place and given Dave a cut, this would have all gone away. If you keep playing hardball, don't blame me when I tell everyone what a selfish, ungrateful you are. I'll post it all over Facebook. Everyone will know you abandoned your family over money. I looked around. A few neighbors walking their dogs were starting to stare. In the past, the threat of public embarrassment would have paralyzed me. Today, it felt like nothing. I enunciated every word. Go ahead, post it. And when you do, I will post the audio recordings of you and your mother plotting to extort a dead woman's estate so you could open a basement salon. I have the audio, the texts, the witnesses. You want a public circus? I will buy the tickets. Sarah's jaw dropped. She stared at the phone in my hand, the color draining from her face. Just then, David came jogging around the corner. He grabbed Sarah's arm. Sarah, stop. Let's go. Sarah yanked her arm away. Are you taking her side? David didn't answer her. He just looked at me. In his eyes there was anger, exhaustion, and for the first time, fear. He finally realized that I was no longer playing their game. That night, Laura emailed me to say David had hired an attorney and filed a counter-petition. They were officially asking the court to award David an equitable share of the Lincoln Square condo and the $80,000, claiming he contributed to the maintenance and emotional stability of the marriage. They were also claiming I abandoned the marital home. Are you worried? Jessica asked over the phone. No. They're trying to build a case out of thin air. Laura said it's a scare tactic. I spent the weekend doing homework for Laura. She needed me to pull 3 years of bank statements. As I sat at my dining table highlighting transactions, a horrifying reality materialized before my eyes. Rent for the South Loop apartment, K-Med bills, groceries, co-pays for his mother's physical therapy, holiday gifts. I had paid for almost all of it. Meanwhile, David's paychecks went into his account, and month after month, massive transfers went out via Zelle to his mother. The memos were always vague. For mom or savings, I scanned everything and sent it to Laura. She replied instantly, "This is a gold mine. Not only did you not rely on his income, but you subsidized his lifestyle while he funneled marital funds to his mother. His claim for a contribution just went up in smoke." The pre-trial settlement conference took place on a rainy Tuesday morning at the Daily Center downtown. I wore a tailored black suit, my hair pulled back tightly. I carried a thick binder of documents. David was in the waiting area with his lawyer, a slickle-looking guy in a gray suit. David's mother and Sarah were there, too, though they had to sit in the public gallery outside the conference room. When my mother-in-law saw me, she glared. Look at her, bringing a shark lawyer to terrorize her own husband. I walked right past her. Laura simply whispered, eyes front. Chloe inside the conference room. The mediator asked if there was any chance of reconciliation. Absolutely not, I said instantly. David looked at me, playing the wounded puppy. I don't want a divorce. I love my wife. She's just been manipulated by her friends and misunderstood my family's intentions. I turned to him, amazed at his ability to lie under oath. I nudged Laura. She placed a small speaker on the table and pressed play from her laptop. The audio of David demanding $100,000 for 3 years of being my husband echoed in the sterile legal room. Then the audio of Sarah threatening to smear me on Facebook. David's face turned the color of ash. His lawyer cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses. Emotions were high. My client was merely expressing frustration. We are simply asking for an equitable division, based on his contributions to the marriage. Laura didn't miss a beat. She pushed a stack of papers across the table. The Lincoln Square property was purchased in cash by Chloe's late mother prior to the marriage. Title has remained solely in Chloe's name. The $80, Zuzu, was an inheritance kept in a separate account. Neither asset has been commingled. She pushed another stack forward. Furthermore, my client has provided 3 years of bank statements proving she paid 80% of the marital expenses. Simultaneously, your client transferred approximately $45,000 of his income to his mother. If anyone has a claim for dissipation of marital assets, it's Chloe. But my client is willing to waive a claim on the funds he funneled away, provided your client walks away with exactly what he brought into this marriage. Nothing. The room was dead quiet. The mediator looked at David's lawyer, raising an eyebrow. David stared at the table, his hands trembling. The mediator leaned back. Counsel, I strongly suggest you speak with your client about the reality of Illinois property law before we waste a judge's time. The conference ended abruptly. Out in the hallway, his mother tried to rush me, but David grabbed her arm. Mom, stop it. Just stop. Sarah looked terrified. I didn't linger. I walked to the elevators with Laura. The doors closed, shutting out the Miller family for good. 3 weeks later, the divorce decree was signed by a judge. The court ruled entirely in my favor. The condo and the inheritance were confirmed as my non-marital property. David's claims for an equitable share were dismissed with prejudice. When the gavel fell, I didn't cheer. I just felt a massive, heavy door close behind me. As I walked out of the courthouse onto Dearborn Street, David jogged up behind me. Chloe, wait. I stopped. I'm sorry, he said, his voice breaking. I really am. I looked at him. This was the apology I had desperately wanted months ago, but now it meant nothing. You're not sorry you hurt me, David. You're just sorry you lost. No, I regret it. All of it. I used to regret it too, I said softly. I regretted believing that shrinking myself would make your family love me. But I don't regret it anymore. Because of you, I learned how to stand up and fight for myself. I turned and walked toward Jessica, who was waiting by her car with 2 coffees. The Chicago sky was suddenly bright and clear. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. A year later, I was living full-time in the Lincoln Square condo. I had repainted the walls, bought new furniture, and planted a window box of hydrangeas, the kind my mother loved. I got the promotion at my PR firm. I was a team lead, making my own money, driving my own car, and deciding how to live my own life. Nobody called my independence selfish. Nobody tried to use the word family to steal my safety net. One afternoon, I received a plain envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a copy of our old wedding photo and a sticky note in David's handwriting. I hope you're happy. I stared at it for a few seconds, then dropped it into the shredder. Some simis once tainted by greed belong in the trash. Looking back, I learned 4 things. First, a woman must fiercely protect her assets, her paperwork, and her safety net, no matter how much she loves a man. Second, a marriage only survives on mutual respect, not one-sided sacrifice. Third, anyone who truly loves you will never use the concept of family to strip you of what is rightfully yours. And finally, when you are betrayed, don't just sit there and cry. Gather your evidence. Find a good lawyer. Lean on the people who actually care about you, and fight like hell.
My name is Haley Monroe. I'm 27. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. What happens when the people you bled for pretend your sacrifices never existed? The room froze after Dad's words. Mom's smirk curved like a blade, slicing into the air, while my sister shifted in her chair, eyes glittering with smug victory. For years, I had carried them, rent, utilities, even the mortgage top-ups when Dad's pension fell short. Every paycheck I earned, I split. Every dream I shelved for them. And yet, here they were, erasing me in one sentence. My hands trembled, not with weakness, but with clarity. Their denial wasn't confusion. It was betrayal, deliberate and cruel. I glanced at the old photo on the wall. Me at 16, holding 2 jobs, still smiling. Back then, I thought love was measured by sacrifice. Now I knew better. In this family, love was measured by lies. Mom's voice snapped me back. Haley, stop exaggerating. Your sister has always been the responsible one. We never asked you for anything. I laughed, a sharp, broken sound that startled even me. Responsible? She couldn't balance a checkbook if her life depended on it. Yet here I was, painted as the selfish one. I locked eyes with my father, Every bank transfer, every receipt, I saved. If you really want to erase me, fine. But don't you dare erase the numbers. Don't erase the truth. Silence. The kind that weighs like thunder before a storm. My sister bit her lip, suddenly nervous. And in that silence, I realized the ledger of my life wasn't empty. It was full, overflowing with proof. They thought they buried me in denial. But numbers don't lie. And soon neither would I. The night I walked out of their house, I carried nothing but my purse and a flash drive. On it sat every transfer, every memo line, every single dollar I had funneled into their lives. $1,200 for the leaking roof, $800 for mom's dental crown, $2,500 for dad's emergency loan that was never repaid. Add it all up, almost $61,000 over 7 years. And now they claimed they never received a cent. I drove home with the steering wheel shaking beneath my grip. Betrayal has a strange sound. It isn't screaming or glass breaking. It's the quiet hum of tires on asphalt while you replay every memory and realize it was built on lies. By morning, my phone was buzzing. 50 missed calls, half from Dad, half from my sister. I ignored them all. Instead, I printed the bank statements, every one in crisp black ink, and laid them across my kitchen table. It looked less like family support and more like evidence in a courtroom. When Mom finally texted, her words dripped honey and poison. "Haley, don't make this bigger than it is. We all know you struggle with exaggeration. Just let it go, for the family's sake." Exaggeration. My blood boiled. I wasn't exaggerating. I was exhausted. At work, I forced myself to smile through meetings, but the truth followed me everywhere. I remembered skipping vacations, skipping nights out, skipping the life my 20s should have been, all because my family's bills came first. And now I was painted as the liar. That evening, I called my bank manager. "I need certified records. Full documentation. All the transfers to my parents' account." She hesitated. "Are you filing something?" I swallowed hard. Let's just say I'm preparing for the truth to come out. I stared at the stack of papers, the story of my life in black and white. My sister could smirk. My parents could chuckle. But soon, their laughter would choke on the weight of evidence. Because if they wanted to erase me, I would carve my name back into the ledger they couldn't deny. And this time, it wouldn't be silent. By the weekend, whispers had started circling in our extended family. My aunt called first, her voice tight. "Haley, is it true you cut your parents off? After everything they did for you?" I bit down hard on my lip. Their narrative was spreading faster than I could defend myself. Somehow, I had become the villain. Ungrateful daughter, selfish sister. The one who abandoned her family. Meanwhile, my sister basked in sympathy, telling anyone who would listen that she had carried the family on her back. But the numbers said otherwise. And soon, everyone would see. That night, I opened my laptop and created a folder. The Truth Project. Inside, I scanned the certified bank records, labeling each by date and purpose. Every $300 grocery top-up, every $400 temporary loan, every $5,000 emergency bailout. I paired each transfer with text messages where my parents had begged for help, their words dripping with urgency. "Please, Haley, your sister is busy. You know she can't handle money. Just this once." Just this once, repeated dozens of times. The more I compiled, the clearer the pattern became. I wasn't just helping. I was the lifeline. And lifelines, once severed, leave people gasping. Still, my chest ached. Part of me wished it wasn't true, that my parents hadn't chosen lies over loyalty, that they hadn't erased my sacrifices with one cruel chuckle. But denial was no longer an option. 2 days later, Dad showed up at my apartment door, gray-faced and sweating. He didn't ask to come in, he barged. "What are you trying to do, Haley? Ruin us? Embarrass us in front of everyone?" I held his gaze, calm but steady. "I'm not ruining you. I'm reminding you." He slammed his hand against the counter. "We told you. We never got that money." I slid the stack of certified statements across the table. His eyes dropped. His hand shook. For the first time, I saw fear flicker behind his anger. Because denial works until the paper trail walks into the room. And my trail had just arrived. Dad's hands trembled as he flipped through the stack. Every page was a mirror, reflecting back the truth he had sworn never existed. I watched his jaw clench, his breath grow shallow. He wasn't looking at numbers. He was looking at years of betrayal exposed in black ink. "Where did you get these?" he muttered. I almost laughed. "From the bank. From reality. Where do you think?" For the first time in my life, my father, the man who always thundered over every room, seemed small. But before he could answer, my phone buzzed. A new message from my sister. "Careful, Haley. Some things are better left buried." Buried. The word sent a chill down my spine. She wasn't just covering lies. She was protecting something bigger. Something darker. I met Dad's eyes. "So that's the game? Pretend the money never existed, keep me the villain, while she hides behind your silence." He said nothing, only shoved the papers back toward me, like they burned his skin. "Don't bring this up again," he snapped, voice breaking. But it was already too late. That night, I couldn't sleep. I walked circles around my living room, the glow of the city seeping through the blinds. Every text, every receipt, every sacrifice spun in my head. I had been their shield, their provider, their scapegoat. And when I stopped bleeding for them, they twisted the knife. I opened my laptop again. The Truth Project had grown. Now, I began drafting a letter, not for them, but for the people who had been fed their lies. Aunts, uncles, cousins, friends who had looked at me with judgment in their eyes. The letter began with 6 words. Numbers don't lie, but people do. By the time I signed my name, my pulse had steadied. I wasn't just fighting for acknowledgement. I was reclaiming my voice. And the louder I wrote, the quieter their lies became. Sunday dinner was supposed to be family time. Instead, it became my stage. I walked into my parents' house with a manila envelope tucked under my arm. My sister was already there, lounging on the couch, her smile sharp as glass. "Haley," she purred. "Finally decided to apologize?" I laid the envelope on the dining table and slid it across. Not an apology. Evidence. Mom frowned, but curiosity got the better of her. She pulled out the papers, certified transfers, receipts, messages begging for help. Her eyes darted across the lines, her face draining of color. Dad shifted uncomfortably in his chair. My sister, however, only rolled her eyes. "This doesn't prove anything," she scoffed. "Anyone can fake paperwork." I leaned in, my voice low but steady. "Then explain the matching withdrawals from your account the very next day. $700 here, $1,200 there. You were the one spending it, weren't you?" Her smirk faltered for just a second, enough for Mom to notice. The silence was thick, suffocating. For years, I had been their invisible lifeline, the daughter who gave without question. But now, the truth was laid bare, and my sister's polished facade was cracking. Dad tried to regain control. "Haley, enough. This isn't the place." "Isn't the place?" I cut him off. "This is exactly the place. Right here, at the same table where you compared me to her, where you said I'd never measure up. Well, guess what? I was the one holding this family together while she drained it dry." Mom's hands shook as she set the papers down. My sister glared daggers, her mask slipping into rage. And in that moment, I realized something chilling. They hadn't just denied me. They had conspired to rewrite history, to erase me from the narrative altogether. But numbers and courage have a way of burning through lies. And this fire had only just begun. The fallout began the next morning. By dawn, my inbox was flooding. Aunts, uncles, cousins, all forwarding the letter I had sent with the attachments. Some messages were awkward silence, others sharp with disbelief. But a few carried quiet apologies. "We had no idea, Haley. Your sister always said she was the one paying. You deserved better." Each note cut and healed in equal measure. Meanwhile, my sister launched her counterattack. On social media, she painted me as unstable and obsessed with money. She posted smiling photos of Mom and Dad, captioned, "Family means love, not ledgers." The comments flooded with sympathy. But beneath the surface, doubt had been seeded. Because the documents were real, the numbers were undeniable. That afternoon, Dad called again. This time, his voice wasn't thunder, it was gravel. "Haley, what do you want from us?" I closed my eyes. What did I want? Not money, not repayment, just acknowledgement. The simple truth spoken aloud. I had given, and they had taken. But asking for truth from liars was like begging for water from stone. "I want you to stop pretending," I said softly. "That's all." There was silence on the line, broken only by his ragged breathing. Finally, he whispered, "You'll destroy this family." "No," I replied. "You already did when you erased me." That night, I lit a single candle in my apartment. The documents spread before me. The flicker illuminated every number, every sacrifice. My heart should have felt heavy. Instead, it felt light, as if every page was peeling their weight off my shoulders. I realized then, revenge wasn't about shattering them. It was about reclaiming myself. And once you've tasted freedom from lies, there's no going back to silence. Tomorrow, the world would hear the story in my voice, not theirs. And my sister's perfect mask? It was already crumbling. The invitation came disguised as a peace offering. "Family dinner. One last chance to talk this through," Mom's message read. I almost deleted it, but something inside me whispered, "Go." Not to reconcile, but to watch the truth fracture under its own weight. When I arrived, the house was too quiet. My sister was already seated at the table, arms crossed, a glass of wine in hand. Dad stared at his plate, unable to meet my eyes. Mom smiled, brittle and desperate. "We don't need to drag this out," my sister began. "Haley's making a fool of herself, sending letters, parading numbers around like they matter. Families aren't built on spreadsheets." I slid a small black binder across the table. Families aren't built on lies either. Inside were not only the certified records, but screenshots of her spending, the vacations she took, the luxury handbags she flaunted, all within days of my transfers. Mom's face drained of color. Dad finally looked up, eyes hollow. My sister's mask shattered. "You had no right," she hissed. "No right?" My voice rose, steady and sharp. "I had every right. Because while you were sipping champagne in Cabo, I was working double shifts to cover bills you swore you'd handle. While you posted filtered photos of hard work paying off, I was sending the money that made it possible." Silence thickened. Mom's hands trembled. Dad rubbed his temples like the truth was a migraine he couldn't bear. I leaned back, letting the binder sit like a live grenade between us. "I'm done explaining. You can deny me, but you can't deny the evidence. The world knows now. And sooner or later, you'll have to answer for it." My sister's lips curled into a snarl. But her eyes gave her away. Fear. Because she knew what I knew. Masks can only hold so long under the weight of truth. And hers was seconds from collapsing completely. The binder sat between us like a final verdict. No one touched it. No one dared. I stood, calm in a way I hadn't felt in years. "You don't have to admit it," I said quietly. "The numbers already have." My sister's mouth opened, but no sound came. Mom blinked rapidly, as if tears could wash away the ledger of truth. Dad just stared at the table, shoulders slumped under the weight of silence. For the first time, I realized I didn't need their words. Their denial wasn't my burden anymore. My proof had spoken louder than their lies ever could. I gathered the binder, slid it into my bag, and turned to the door. "This isn't about destroying you," I said, pausing. "It's about saving me." When I stepped outside, the air felt different, crisp, lighter, almost forgiving. The night skies stretched wide above me, and for once, it didn't feel like a ceiling pressing down. It felt like a horizon. The days that followed were strangely quiet. No more late-night calls demanding explanations. No more relatives judging me from the sidelines. One by one, people reached out not to accuse but to listen. The truth had already started doing its quiet work, reshaping the story that had been twisted against me. And my sister? She went silent online. Her glossy posts vanished. Her curated image dissolved without a single word from me. Lies, after all, require constant feeding. But the truth, it survives on its own. One evening, I burned the last stack of receipts I hadn't filed. Watching the papers curl into ash, I finally let go. Not of the money, not of the years, but of the need for their recognition. They tried to erase me. They tried to bury me under denial. But I had written myself back into the story, not with their approval, but with my own resolve. And in the quiet crackle of flames, I understood. Freedom isn't them admitting what they did. Freedom is me walking forward without their permission.
When I collapsed at work, the doctors called my parents. They never came. 3 days later, still hooked to machines, I opened my phone and saw what they'd been doing. Instead, my sister's smiling face tagged me under a photo, "Family Day without the drama." The caption burned more than the IV in my arm. I didn't text. I didn't cry. I just watched the likes climb, wondering when family stopped meaning love and started meaning performance. Then 4 days later, 74 missed calls appeared on my screen, and one message from Dad, "We need you." That's when everything changed, just not the way they expected. I used to believe exhaustion was just part of being dependable. At Green Tech, deadlines were tight projects, endless, and somehow I was always the one who stayed late, the one who made things happen. My coworkers said I had the kind of discipline that scared them. They didn't know it wasn't drive, it was survival. Because every hour I worked wasn't just for me. It was for the people waiting at home to be rescued again. My dad, Robert, had been out of work since the housing crash. He called it temporary, but 7 years felt permanent. My mom, Elena, said he just needed time, but what he really needed was someone else's paycheck. Mine. My sister Marissa, our family's influencer, was always launching something new. A wellness brand, a podcast, a candle line. Each failed faster than the last. My support often came through quick transfers labeled help or just this month. And Peyton, the youngest, still in design school, liked to play the peacekeeper. She never argued, she just borrowed quietly and forgot loudly. From the outside, we looked perfect. A smiling family and holiday photos, all matching sweaters and fake laughter. Online, Marissa called us the Miller's proof that love is everything. She posted that right after I'd paid Mom's car insurance and covered the mortgage's late fee. Love apparently had a balance due. Grandpa Joe was the only one who ever saw through it. He'd been a law firm accountant for 40 years and could read people like spreadsheets. "You can't audit love," he once told me, "but you'll know when the numbers stop adding up." He warned me gently that my parents had started seeing me as the fallback plan. I didn't want to believe him. I was raised to think loyalty fixed everything. So I kept fixing. I paid what I shouldn't, smiled when I shouldn't. The truth is, I was scared to stop, scared that if I ever said no, they'd finally show me what love was really worth. The night before I collapsed, I was still in the office at 10 p.m., staring at blueprints I couldn't even focus on. My chest had been tightening for weeks, my vision fading at the edges. I thought it was stress. It wasn't. But even then, as I packed up my laptop, my phone buzzed with a text from Marissa. "Can you cover my rent? Promise I'll pay you back next month." I typed a reply, then deleted it. Then typed again. Sure. That was the last message I sent before the floor came up to meet me. The hospital lights were too white, too clean, like they were trying to erase what had happened. When I opened my eyes, everything was blurred. The ceiling tiles, the IV lines, the nurse asking if I knew where I was. I didn't answer right away. I was still trying to remember what day it was. My phone was dead. My chest ached. The monitor beside me beeped softly, keeping time with something fragile inside me. When a doctor finally explained, his voice was calm but distant. "Cardiac event. You were lucky your coworker acted fast. Lucky." That word stung. Because luck shouldn't be what kept me alive. Love should have done that. They told me they'd called my emergency contacts, my parents, but no one had answered. We left several messages the nurse added carefully, like she was afraid the truth might hurt more than the IV needle in my arm. Hours passed. No calls, no visits, nothing. I watched sunlight crawl across the wall until it disappeared again. On the third day, the nurse wheeled in my phone, fully charged. I shouldn't have opened it, but I did. The first thing I saw wasn't a missed call or a text. It was a notification you've been tagged in a post by an official account. My fingers trembled as I tapped it open. The picture loaded slowly, sunlight, lake water, my family smiling around a picnic table, my mom holding her deviled eggs, my dad beer in hand, Peyton flashing peace signs beside Marissa, whose caption glowed beneath their perfect faces, "Family Day without the drama." For a moment, I couldn't breathe. The beeping from the monitor spiked, matching my pulse. The irony was almost poetic. They had erased me while pretending to celebrate family. I zoomed in on their faces, smiling, relaxed, carefree. No one looked guilty. No one looked like they were missing me. A nurse passed by and asked if I needed anything. I said no. I think I've had enough. I didn't comment, didn't call, didn't even text. I just stared until the phone dimmed, and my reflection looked back at me, pale, tired, but suddenly calm. That kind of calm that doesn't come from peace. It comes from clarity. By the fourth day, I started walking again, slow and unsteady, dragging the IV pole, like a second shadow. The doctor said recovery would take weeks. He didn't know it wouldn't just be my heart that needed healing. Then one morning, my phone buzzed nonstop, 74 missed calls, a text from Dad, "We need you. Answer immediately. No, how are you?" No apology, just urgency, command, panic. I read it once, then again. The absurdity almost made me laugh. They ignored me when I needed them most, and now they were demanding I save them. But I didn't call back, not this time. Instead, I scrolled to another contact. Grandpa Joe. My thumb hovered over his name, the only one that still meant safety. When I pressed call, he answered on the second ring. I heard he said quietly, "You don't have to explain." That was the first time in years someone had spoken to me like I mattered. Grandpa Joe showed up 40 minutes later, still wearing his old brown windbreaker and that expression that never gave anything away. He didn't hug me. He never was the hugging type. But he sat down beside my hospital bed like he'd been doing it his whole life. So he said, glancing at the monitor beside me, "They finally broke you, huh?" I smiled barely. "Guess so." He didn't ask for details. He already knew. That was his way, silent surgical understanding. He stayed the entire day talking to my nurse, making sure my insurance covered what it should. When the billing clerk mentioned a few unpaid balances, he didn't flinch. He pulled out his tablet and began typing. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Taking stock," he said. "Before you start cutting cords, you need to know where they all lead. We went through everything. My checking accounts, my automatic transfers, the car insurance payments, the credit card joint lines." My stomach turned as the list grew. Every week, money left my account like slow bleeding. Marissa's loan, Peyton's rent, Mom's car, even a utilities payment under my name for a house I hadn't lived in since college. "How did I let this happen?" I whispered. "You thought it was love," he said simply. "They thought it was obligation." Different math. That night, while the machines hummed and the hospital went quiet, Grandpa Joe showed me how to shut them off one by one. Not out of spite, but self-preservation. He drafted a spreadsheet, wrote out every recurring payment, and handed it to me like a map out of hell. Tomorrow, he said, we start with the bank. I didn't sleep much. I kept seeing that photo, their smiles, the sunlight, and hearing the faint beep of the monitor like a countdown. The next morning, I called my bank from the hospital. The clerk recognized my voice. I'd been the reliable one for years. By noon, the auto transfers were gone. Marissa's account canceled. Peyton's rent deposit stopped. Mom's insurance removed. Each click felt like breathing again. By evening, the phone started buzzing. First text from Mom. "We just heard what happened. Why didn't you tell us?" Then Peyton. "Can we talk? It's all a misunderstanding." I ignored them all. Grandpa Joe sat beside me, reading the paper, pretending not to watch. "You feel guilty yet?" he asked finally. "Yeah," I admitted. "A little. That'll pass," he said, folding the newspaper. "Guilt's the tax good people pay before freedom." The next day I left the hospital. Grandpa Joe drove me home. My apartment felt smaller than I remembered, like the walls were listening. I silenced my phone, unplugged it, and stared out the window for a long time. Then a vibration. Another message from Dad. "This is serious. Call me now. Everything is falling apart." I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. They'd mistaken my silence for surrender. They didn't know silence was the sound of me taking back control. 2 days later, I was back at Grandpa Joe's place in Portland, a small one-story house that smelled faintly of coffee and old wood. He'd cleared the dining table, spreading out files like a general preparing for war. The afternoon sun slanted across stacks of papers, payment histories, account statements, insurance letters, my financial fingerprints, across years of quiet enabling. "Every story leaves a paper trail," he said. "Yours just happens to be in dollars." He wasn't wrong. By the time we finished, the picture was clear. I hadn't just helped them. I had been financing the illusion of their stability. Without my income, everything they'd built, the image, the comfort, the control, would collapse. And it did. The calls doubled. My voicemail filled with my mother's careful voice, sweet on the surface, sharp underneath. "Ava, honey, we didn't know you were in the hospital. Why didn't you tell us sooner?" Then softer, almost a whisper. "Your father's worried about the mortgage again." Worried, not sorry. Marissa's texts came next, screenshots of her empty account, dramatic crying emojis, and one message that read, "If you don't fix this, I'll lose everything." I stared at it for a long time before replying with a single word, "Good." Then came Peyton's attempt. "I'm not like them," she wrote. "Please don't punish me for their mistakes." I almost laughed. She'd said the same thing when I'd co-signed her lease last year. Grandpa Joe was watching me scroll the corner of his mouth, twitching like he'd seen this movie before. "They're not calling because they care," he said. "They're calling because they're cornered." He was right again. The next morning, a car idled outside my apartment building. Robert Miller, my father, sitting in the driver's seat, staring up at my window. He didn't text. He didn't come up. Just waited, like a debt collector, waiting for confession. I didn't go down. That afternoon, a new message arrived. "You're about to destroy everything we built." "I hope you understand the damage you're causing." Everything we built. I read it twice out loud just to taste the absurdity of it. I showed it to Grandpa Joe. He just nodded. That sentence says more than he ever meant it to. And then came the video. Marissa uploaded it that night, a slow, emotional walkthrough of our childhood home, now empty. The camera panned across bare walls and scattered boxes, her voice trembling. They took everything she said. And guess who let them? The video cut to a photo of me smiling, cropped from a family Christmas years ago. The caption, "Sometimes blood doesn't mean family." The comments exploded: sympathy, pity, judgment. Influencers reposted it. My inbox filled with strangers calling me ungrateful. Grandpa Joe watched the whole thing in silence, then stood up, pulled his phone from his pocket, and made 3 calls. Within 48 hours, we had every document: mortgage papers, loan defaults, late fees. They'd used the house equity to pay off Marissa's credit cards and Peyton's business venture, a boutique candle studio that never opened. I didn't even have to expose them. The math did it for me. Still, I filed the fraud report. Grandpa Joe and his lawyer, Mr. Klein, helped prepare a cease and desist order. No contact, no impersonation, no financial claims. We sent it through certified mail, 1 to each of them. For the first time in years, I slept through the night. The next morning, I woke to my phone buzzing relentlessly. Peyton's face lit up my screen through the peephole downstairs, arguing with building security. She hadn't been on the approved visitor list. I saw her pacing outside, phone to her ear, probably calling Marissa. I didn't go out. Later, Grandpa Joe showed up again, holding a thick manila envelope. "They've done something stupid," he said. Inside were printed emails exchanges between my parents and a small law firm. I scanned the text once, then twice. They were looking into legal guardianship. Over me. I read the header out loud: emergency petition for temporary conservatorship. Grandpa Joe sighed. "They tried this before with your uncle years ago. Didn't work then either. But this time it could have. If I hadn't already moved everything under the trust he'd created. If my doctor hadn't written statements verifying my stability. If my HR department hadn't sent confirmation I was on medical leave, not termination. By the time they filed, our preemptive paperwork had already hit the courthouse. Their motion was dead on arrival. Still, they didn't stop. Marissa posted again, this time in tears. Her mascara ran down her cheeks as she spoke into the camera. "Mental illness doesn't always look like what you expect," she said. "Sometimes the people you love push you away. We're just trying to help her before it's too late." Her followers flooded the comments with sympathy. And "Pray for Ava" started trending. But social media has a short memory and an even shorter fuse. Someone found her old family day without the drama post and stitched it beside her crying video. "So where was that concern when she was in the hospital?" the caption read. The tide turned overnight. Screenshots surfaced Marissa's brand deals, her sponsored posts during the week I was hospitalized, her tweets mocking toxic siblings. Peyton's Etsy page was bombarded with comments. My father's brokerage clients pulled out. Even my mother's Facebook was filled with strangers demanding answers. By Friday, the family's online empire had collapsed faster than their finances. Grandpa Joe handed me his coffee mug. "You didn't have to lift a finger," he said. The truth handled itself. That night, a single text arrived from my mother. "Please, can we talk?" I stared at it for a long time, thumb hovering over the keyboard. Then I locked the screen and set it face down. Across the room, Grandpa Joe was reading. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah," I said quietly. "Just done." But they weren't. The next morning, a courier delivered another envelope. This one wasn't from their lawyer, it was from my father himself. A handwritten will. He'd rewritten it the week after the conservatorship failed. In shaky pen, it read, "In the event of my death, all assets go to the remaining family who maintain unity. Ava is disinherited until she reconciles." I couldn't help laughing. It was the same manipulation, just wrapped in formal ink. I showed it to Grandpa Joe. "They still think I want something." He smiled faintly. "They're not used to someone walking away before the money." That evening, I wrote my final reply, not through texts, not online, but through my attorney. It was short, precise, and final. "I waive all rights to the estate and request permanent no contact." I signed it, sealed it, and handed it to Grandpa Joe. "File it Monday," I said. He nodded. "What will you do now?" I looked toward the window. Outside, the rain was clearing. "I think I'll rest," I said, "maybe somewhere quieter." For the first time in years, I meant it. 2 weeks later, the rain finally stopped. Grandpa Joe and I packed what little I cared to keep, one suitcase, my laptop, and a few photos that still felt like mine, and drove east toward Colorado. He said he wanted to see the mountains again before winter. I didn't argue. I just watched the highway blur mile after mile, the world finally quiet. The cabin we rented sat near a ridge lined with pine trees. No noise, no traffic, no family, just silence, clean and honest. I worked remotely for Green Tech, now fewer hours, no pressure. My days started with black coffee and ended with the sound of the wind scraping the roof. Sometimes I'd still get messages, a cousin asking what really happened, a stranger saying they read the posts online. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. Let them believe whatever version made sense to them. My truth didn't need witnesses anymore. Grandpa Joe would sit by the window, newspaper in hand, pretending not to watch me breathe easier. "You did it," he said one morning. "You broke the cycle." I smiled. "It only cost everything." He chuckled softly. "That's the discount price." And he was right, because what I gained was worth more than all the apologies, all the inheritances, all the forced family photos combined. For the first time in my life, I wasn't the provider, the fixer, or the daughter who owed everyone. I was just Ava, alive, unowned, and finally free. I used to think silence meant defeat, that walking away was the same as giving up. But now, I know silence can be a choice, a border, a kind of peace that doesn't need anyone's permission. My family still tries to reach out through other people testing if I'll break the quiet. I never do. Some stories don't need new chapters. They just need to end. If you've ever been called selfish for finally putting yourself first, I hope this reminds you, choosing peace isn't betrayal. It's survival. They can keep their posts, their pity, their version of the truth. I'll keep my stillness, my laughter, my life. If you've ever had to walk away from your own blood to heal, share your story below. You're not alone. My mom sent me a text, "You're banned from Thanksgiving until you apologize, idiot." No call, no explanation, just a cruel line flashing on my screen. So I smiled, shut my wallet on their holiday, and made plans of my own. 3 days later, while they were carving turkey without me, the bills I'd stopped paying hit hard. My phone lit up 87 missed calls, and that was just the start. Before I tell you everything, hit like and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from. Have you ever been treated like the outsider in your own family? When people talk about family, they picture warmth, laughter, a place you can come home to no matter what. My family, it was different. On the outside, we looked fine. Holiday photos with matching sweaters posed smiles around the table, Dad carving the turkey while Mom held the serving spoon like it was her crown. But under the smiles was a current I couldn't ignore: favoritism, manipulation, and silence whenever I asked for the smallest bit of respect. I'm Madison Cole. I'm 27, the quiet one, the one who kept the bills balanced and the lights on even when nobody noticed. I wasn't rich, not flashy, but I had something no one else in my family had: discipline. I could make a late bill disappear before the power company even thought about cutting the line. When Dad had surgery last year, insurance only covered so much. I stepped in, paid what wasn't covered, and after that, it was like a switch flipped. Suddenly, I wasn't a daughter, I was a safety net. The family phone plan, on me, the internet, on me, a temporary copay, on me. Month after month, they leaned harder, and I just kept saying yes because I thought that's what love was. Meanwhile, my cousin Dylan, the so-called star of the family, always had a different story. He was the golden boy, the one who could do no wrong. Every time he bragged about a new sales bonus or another night out, it was me quietly paying off the electric bill they forgot again. Every time he posted his perfect dinners online, I was covering groceries my parents didn't want to admit they couldn't afford. Mom bragged about Dylan's success like it was her own, while I was just the budget cop, the one who made things complicated. There were moments I let myself believe things would change, like when Mom baked her apple pie and the smell filled the whole house, or when Dad fell asleep in front of the TV with the football game buzzing low. I'd glance at the old family photo on the mantle, me in braces, Dylan grinning without a care, and wonder if maybe someday we'd sit at the same table without me being the punchline. But deep down, I knew better. The favoritism wasn't an accident. It was a pattern. Every time Dylan needed money, I was expected to provide. Every time I spoke up, I was told to relax, stop making drama. That was my role, unseen, unheard, and yet always paying the price. And when Mom's text came banning me from Thanksgiving, it didn't come out of nowhere. It was the final nail in a coffin they'd been building for years. The first crack showed up in the group chat. It was supposed to be the Thanksgiving head count. Names scrolled down the screen like a guest list to a party I'd helped fund, and mine wasn't there. I stared at the screen waiting for my name to appear, then finally typed, "Did you forget me?" The dots pulsed for a few seconds before Dylan replied, "Limited seating. Try Christmas if you behave." The words made my stomach drop, not because of what he said, but because nobody else objected. Mom didn't correct him. Dad didn't say a word. Aunts and uncles stayed silent like silence was permission. I called Mom. The sound of clinking dishes and laughter spilled through the speaker like the party had already started without me. "You're not invited until you apologize to Dylan for ruining his promotion dinner," she said flat, like she was reading a rule book. "By ruining, you mean asking why he keeps borrowing rent while he's bragging about his sales checks," I shot back. In the background, Uncle Ray's voice cut in, mocking, "There she goes again, budget cop." Everyone laughed. Everyone but me. I felt heat crawl up my chest. "You want drama? Then stop using my debit card on autopay," I said, steady but sharp. The line went quiet for a moment. A door slammed somewhere on their end like they thought I was bluffing. Then the call dropped. 10 minutes later, Aunt Patrice texted, "Don't make this about money. Family comes first." Then she posted a gratitude photo without me, long table candles glowing, everyone tagged but me. On Thanksgiving Day, my feed filled with plates of turkey and pie captioned "Best Family Ever." My phone buzzed again, a message from Mom. "We saved you a plate porch pickup." Like I was a delivery driver, not her daughter. I drove by later. The foil-wrapped plate sat on the porch. A neighbor's cat sniffed it, pawed the corner. I left it there on purpose. Black Friday morning, I tried to make the day normal. I went to the bakery for coffee and a bagel. Aunt Patrice happened to be there, waving me forward like I was a problem to manage. She told the cashier, "She's sensitive about success. Keep the small talk short." The cashier's smile dropped. The woman behind me muttered, "Ouch!" And suddenly, the whole shop felt colder. I walked out without my bagel, sat in my car until the heater cleared the fog off the windshield. That afternoon, Dylan called like nothing had happened. "Front me $600 for my girlfriend's gift, I'll Venmo Friday," he said. Then added, "And we'd all feel better if you just said sorry and stopped being difficult." I didn't answer. He filled the silence with, family takes care of each other. But sitting in my car, I finally saw it for what it was. Family didn't take care of each other. I took care of them, and the more I gave, the more invisible I became. That was the moment I realized this wasn't a misunderstanding. This was the plan. By Saturday, the noise inside me had turned into a decision. I sat at my kitchen table phone, buzzing with messages I didn't read, and opened my notes app. Line by line, I started writing it all down. Dates, amounts, reasons, tires for Dad's truck, meds after his surgery, the family phone plan no one else wanted to manage, the internet bill that kept somehow getting paid, groceries, copays, surprise deposits before banks closed. As I scrolled through months of transactions, my chest ached. None of it was one time, even when they swore it would be. Every just until next month became permanent. Every emergency became my responsibility. My yes had become the floor they walked on. I typed a line at the top, "What they don't know is about to save me." The next morning, I met Grace, my mentor, from work at a quiet cafe. Wooden chairs creaked, sunlight striped the table. I slid a cheap binder across to her filled with printed receipts and screenshots. She flipped through it page after page. Her face stayed calm until she reached the totals. Then she sucked in a slow breath. "You've been a safety net, not a daughter," she said softly. "Time to cut the net." "Walk me through it," I told her. So she did. Step by step, she showed me how to revoke auto-pay transfer accounts, protect myself legally. None of it dramatic, all of it clean simple once I decided I was done. On my way home, I opened the banking app and moved through the checklist like stepping stones across a river. Revoke mortgage autopay, remove my card from the electric company, port the phone plan to a prepaid account in my name only. The bills that weren't mine slid back to where they belonged. By Sunday night, Dylan posted a story, his table full of leftovers, captioned, "Real loyalty isn't about money." The comments were full of clapping hands. I muted him. My screen went quiet for the first time in years. Monday afternoon, I was in the hardware store when I heard Uncle Ray's voice in the next aisle. "We've got her in line now. She'll come around." I kept walking, bought light bulbs, stuck the receipt in my pocket like a small promise to myself. That evening, Mom left a voicemail that started calm and turned cold. "Since you won't apologize, skip Christmas too. And don't embarrass us with your loan spreadsheets." I listened twice, deleted it, sat still in my quiet apartment, realizing their silence didn't scare me anymore. 2 days later, the frantic call came. Mom's voice cracked through the line. "The mortgage didn't clear," she said, as if the world had tilted. I felt something settle in me then, like a stone dropping to the bottom of a lake. "I'll come by," I told her, "and I'll bring the binder." The kitchen smelled like old coffee when I walked in. The blinds were half-open lights slicing across the table where Mom sat with her hands folded tight, knuckles, pale. Dad eased into a chair, his face gray around the mouth, like he hadn't slept in days. I set the binder down between us. Its cheap plastic cover looked out of place on the wooden table where we'd eaten thousands of meals together. "This is private," I said, glancing toward the hallway. "No audience." Dad rubbed his forehead. "We thought Dylan was helping." He whispered, his voice almost apologetic. I slid the binder toward him, turned it so the pages faced them. "He told you that because I was paying," I said. "Here are the transfers, every one of them from my account straight to your mortgage company." Mom's hands trembled as she flipped through the pages. Grocery receipts, utility bills, prescription costs, the phone plan, the internet, the credit card payments, 3 years of lines, 3 years of me. "You banned me from Thanksgiving until I apologized," I said quietly. "So I stopped paying for the holiday you enjoyed without me. And I'm done funding the parts of me you're ashamed of." The front door opened and Dylan strolled in like he owned the place. He froze when he saw the binder. His smirk slipped. "You're really doing this?" he asked, his voice sharp, like my choice was an attack. I pulled a clear sleeve from the binder and slid it across the table. His text messages were highlighted in yellow. The dates, the I'll Venmo Friday, the weeks that turned into months, the money that never came back. He scanned them. His jaw worked. No words came out. "You can call it betrayal," I said, my voice steady, "but it's a boundary." Mom's lips parted, but nothing came. Dad stared at the totals on the last page, eyes wet. "We didn't know," he said again, as if repetition could make it true. "You didn't want to know," I corrected. "It was easier to pretend Dylan was your success story, and I was just difficult." Dylan snapped, "You can't just leave them like this." I laughed, soft-tired. "I'm leaving them like adults, which you also are." His mouth opened-closed. He looked away first. "I'm not asking for anything back," I added, tapping the binder once with my finger. "I'm just done. From now on, you handle your bills. I left notes on which accounts to call, how to set up autopay. I'm not your bank." The silence pressed in. The refrigerator hummed. A car passed outside. Finally, Dad's voice broke it. "What about Christmas?" His tone was thin, fragile. I met his eyes. "I'll see how I feel," and I meant it in a way I'd never allowed myself to mean anything with this family. I tucked the binder under my arm and walked out. The afternoon was bright, ugly, and clean. Each step to my car felt like a door closing behind me. Driving home, I stopped at a red light. Fear rushed through me. What if they cut me off completely? What if no one called again? The green arrow lit and I turned. And in that turn, I realized I'd been living in fear of their silence for years. Maybe silence was exactly what I needed. By the end of the week, the family group chat flickered with awkward messages, "Who can help reorganize bills," followed by strings of emojis and no volunteers. Someone typed Dylan and he replied with a single eye roll. Then the chat went dead. Aunt Patrice posted a quote about humility on Facebook, and for the first time in years, no one tagged me under it. Dylan's weekend photo dumps shrank no more fancy dinners, just board games under dim lamps. Mom sent a recipe for casserole like nothing had happened. I didn't reply. 2 days later, another text I didn't realize how much you did. "We'll figure it out." I read it twice, set the phone down. At night, I made tea in my quiet kitchen, balanced my own budget. The numbers looked simple when they only belonged to me. Still, their voices echoed sometimes. Dad's, "What about Christmas Dylan's? You can't just leave them like this." But then I'd remember the binder, the porch plate of turkey, the way Mom typed "idiot" in her text, like I wasn't her daughter, and the echoes faded. One evening, the phone buzzed. "Dylan." I didn't know. "I'm sorry." I stood under a streetlight reading it twice. I didn't reply. Not yet. Because this wasn't about one apology. It was about years of being invisible until my money showed up. At the bakery, a week later, the same cashier looked up and smiled this time. "What can I get you?" she asked. "Everything bagel, toasted cream cheese," I said, just like anyone else ordering breakfast on a regular day. I stepped outside, bit into the warm bagel, and for the first time in a long time, it tasted like something simple that didn't owe me anything. And that was the real showdown. Not at the kitchen table, not in the binder, but in the quiet proof that I could walk away and still be whole. The weeks after felt strange, like walking into a room that had always been loud and finding it finally quiet. For the first time, my paycheck was mine. I paid my rent, my car insurance, stocked my fridge, and still had enough to breathe. The absence of their requests felt like a new kind of air. Dad called one afternoon, his voice softer than I'd ever heard it. "We set up the autopay," he said. Then after a pause, "I'm sorry for making you feel like a purse." The words were raw, unpracticed. They didn't fix everything, but they mattered. Mom tried in smaller ways. She invited me to dinner without conditions. No holidays, no obligations. Just pasta at the kitchen table. She didn't apologize outright, but she didn't need to. The hug at the door lasted a second longer than usual, and that silence said more than words. Dylan stayed quiet. Maybe his silence was the most honest thing he'd ever given me. I kept the binder on my shelf, not as a threat, but as a reminder. A memory of what I survived and what I chose instead. I don't know what next Thanksgiving will look like. Maybe I'll be at the table. Maybe I'll take a trip and drink cocoa out of a paper cup. What I do know is I won't be buying my seat with silence or with money. For once, their silence didn't hurt me. It freed me. Family isn't measured in how much you pay to keep your place at the table. Real love doesn't demand silence or sacrifice. It respects boundaries even when they hurt. I spent years thinking my worth was tied to receipts and autopay. But the truth is simpler. I'm not their bank. I'm their daughter. And I get to decide what that means. If this story hit close to home, tell me in the comments, have you ever had to draw a line with family? Your voice matters here. And don't forget to like and subscribe so you won't miss the next story.
She's pregnant, Janelle. It's your duty. She's family pride. That's what my mother said, smirking, when I walked up to my own front door and found the locks changed. Not a joke. Not a mistake. While I was at work, they had packed up my belongings, stuffed them into storage without asking, and handed the keys to my house to my stepsister, Anna, the golden child, the pregnant one, the one who'd never worked a full-time job, but somehow always had a new phone, a new boyfriend, and a new excuse. And me? I was just the one with a salary, benefits, and a mortgage in my name. They didn't even call. No warning. No conversation. I found out when I tried to unlock the door after my shift at the hospital, and my key didn't work. I thought maybe I'd made a mistake, tried it again, then rang the doorbell, and Anna answered. In my bathrobe, holding a smoothie, with my cat in her arms. "Mom said you'd understand," she said, shrugging. "You're good at handling stuff." Behind her, I saw her boyfriend on my couch. The TV was on. My plants had been moved. My mail sat on the dining table, opened. I didn't scream. I didn't demand anything. I just turned around, got in my car, and drove to a hotel. That night, I didn't sleep. I opened my laptop. I pulled up my mortgage documents, my insurance policy, my security system settings, the property deed, every legal tie that connected me to that house. And I started writing a list, not of what they took, but of what I was about to take back. Because I didn't argue. I didn't beg. But when I fought back, their worst nightmare came true. I was never the favorite. Not after Mom married Frank, my stepdad, when I was 9. Before that, it was just the two of us. She worked hard, loved harder, and used to braid my hair while telling me I could be anything. But after the wedding, that version of her faded like old wallpaper. Frank was loud, old school, believed girls needed to be taught their place. He had 2 kids from his first marriage, both older. His son moved out early, but his daughter, Anna, became the center of everything. She was beautiful, spoiled, reckless, and always forgiven. I was the opposite, quiet, academic, obsessed with rules and fairness. I paid for my own textbooks, got a scholarship, and skipped every spring break to work extra hours. Anna, she crashed 2 cars before she turned 21 and once called me a walking resume with no personality. Still, I never held it against her. Not really. I thought eventually if I just kept being dependable, they'd see my value. They didn't. Mom and Frank loved bragging about me to neighbors. Our doctor girl, our stable one, but behind closed doors, I was the default support system. If Anna overdrew her account, I covered it. If Frank needed help refinancing the truck, I walked him through it. When Mom wanted to surprise Anna with a baby shower last year, guess who booked the venue, paid the deposit, and smiled through all of it? I let them use me, because I thought that's what good daughters do. I didn't even blink when Mom asked me to help her and Frank qualify for a home equity loan. They just needed my credit score to strengthen the file. I signed some documents without reading them fully. I trusted them. That trust ended the day they took my house. Let me clarify something. I bought that house on my own. Not with their help. Not with Frank's name on the deed. I worked 2 jobs for 4 years, built my credit, skipped vacations, and ate canned soup long enough to stack the down payment. That house was mine. My safe place, my investment, my proof that hard work mattered. So when I stood on the front steps, staring at a new lock, listening to my mother tell me I needed to make room for family, all I felt was clarity. They hadn't just crossed a line. They'd erased the entire blueprint of who they told me I was supposed to be: useful, quiet, supportive. But I was done performing. And this time, I wasn't going to be the one cleaning up someone else's mess. Looking back, it was never just one moment. It was 100 little signs I ignored. Not because I was blind, but because I kept giving people the benefit of the doubt long after they'd spent it. There was the time Anna accidentally forwarded me an email thread between her and Mom titled Nursery Ideas. I thought she was excited about being pregnant. But in the email, she said, if Janelle moves out, the guest room could be perfect. She barely lives there anyway. I laughed it off. I lived there full time. I worked 12-hour shifts and came home to collapse into my bed, not socialize. When I asked my mom about it, she said, "Oh, you know how she is. Always dreaming big. Don't take it seriously." Then there was the time Frank asked for a copy of my house key, just in case of emergencies. I told him no, and he seemed annoyed but dropped it. Later, my mother gave him one just for safety. I took it back and changed the code on the garage. They both acted like I was paranoid. "We're family," Mom said. "What are you so afraid of?" Turns out, I was afraid of exactly this. There was even a moment, just weeks before it happened, when Anna walked into my house uninvited. She claimed she thought Mom was here. She sat on my couch, turned on my TV, helped herself to snacks, and left her muddy shoes at the door like she owned the place. When I confronted her, she rolled her eyes. "Geez, Jill, you've got enough space for a dozen people." I didn't see it then, but now I do. They were preparing, planting the idea that the house wasn't truly mine, that I was just holding it until someone more important came along. Pregnancy had become their trump card. Anna being pregnant made her suddenly delicate. Holy, entitled. The future of the family, as Frank put it during a dinner I paid for. They didn't ask me if I was okay. Didn't ask if I wanted to help. They expected me to bend. Quietly. That was the moment I understood. This wasn't just a house. It was about control. And taking it back wasn't going to be about yelling or drama. It was going to be methodical, legal, precise, because I wasn't going to fight them on their level. I was going to make sure they never saw me coming. I didn't confront them. That would have been giving them exactly what they wanted, a scene. Something to twist. Something to make me look like the unstable, selfish one. So instead, I stayed quiet. And I made a plan. The first thing I did was go through the paperwork. I still had every email, every contract, every document tied to that house. I hadn't been careless, just trusting. But even in trust, I'd kept records. The deed? In my name only. Frank and Mom had co-signed for the original equity loan, but I'd paid it off. Anna's name was nowhere. There was no lease, no rental agreement, nothing formal tying her or her boyfriend to the property. In the eyes of the law, they were trespassers. Next, I called a lawyer, not a cheap one. A real estate attorney named Mr. Greaves, who specialized in unlawful occupation and family fraud. I booked a consult and brought everything. The security footage from the day I was locked out, the messages, the emails, and the footage from my doorbell cam showing Anna unlocking the door after my mother left. He read through the documents, then looked at me and said, "They just handed you a winning case. Most squatters try to hide. Your family handed you proof." He drafted the first letter that same day, a formal cease and desist, followed by an eviction notice that would be legally served within 72 hours. Then I called the utility companies. One by one, I reactivated the bills, but not to pay them. No, I reactivated them in my own name and added service alerts for any tampering. If they tried to switch anything without my approval, I'd get notified. The moment the eviction was processed, I planned to have them all cut off again, legally. Next came the locks. I scheduled a locksmith for the exact hour the eviction would finalize. And I didn't stop there. I also changed my security system settings, silently activating cameras in every corner of the house, giving me full visual access from my phone. I could see every time Anna used my microwave, every time her boyfriend sat on my couch, every time she threw her feet up on my coffee table like it was hers. I wasn't just taking notes. I was building a timeline in a case. Meanwhile, I stayed at a friend's house across town. I didn't tell anyone, didn't post on social media, didn't engage with the frantic messages I was now getting from Mom, who suddenly wanted to talk this out as a family. It was never a family decision when they changed the locks. But now that I had the upper hand, now it was supposed to be about love. I smiled at the voicemail. We just want to move forward, she'd said. And I was going to help them do exactly that, just not in the direction they expected. The eviction notice was delivered on a Tuesday morning by a sheriff, not a phone call, not a warning. A uniformed officer knocking on my front door to inform them they had 72 hours to vacate the property or be forcibly removed. I watched the whole thing from my phone, my security cameras catching every second. Anna opened the door in one of my old t-shirts, her hair in a messy bun. She looked half asleep, still holding the smoothie she probably made with my blender. Behind her, her boyfriend hovered awkwardly. I watched as the officer handed her the envelope. Her face shifted in real time, confusion, disbelief, then pure panic. You can't be serious, she shouted. My mom said this was my house. I'm pregnant. Where am I supposed to go? She called my mom within seconds. I know because 5 minutes later, I got a voicemail. Janelle, my mother said, her voice cold and clipped. This is beneath you. Family doesn't evict family. I didn't respond. Because family doesn't steal your home while you're at work. The next day, I got another message, this time from Frank. You're blowing this out of proportion. It was just temporary. She needed a safe place while she gets on her feet. Oh, now it was temporary? Funny. That's not what they said when they moved my things into storage without asking and told me to be proud of giving up my house for the future of the family. That phrase still makes my skin crawl. I drove by the house once. Not to gloat, but to confirm. The front yard was trashed. My garden was overgrown. The windows were open, even though the AC had been shut off. The place didn't look like a home. It looked like a shell, like what they left me with. On the third day, the final deadline, they still hadn't left. So I let the sheriff handle it. They were escorted out with suitcases and backpacks, Anna in tears, Frank cursing the law, and my mom silent. For the first time in years, she had nothing to say. No script, no guilt trip, no justification, just defeat. That afternoon, I had the locksmith change the locks again, replace the keypad, reset the security system, and walked into my home for the first time in nearly 2 weeks. It was a mess, but it was mine again. And this time, I wasn't opening the door for anyone who thought they could take it from me. 3 days after the eviction, the silence broke. Not from my mother, from Anna's boyfriend. A long, desperate text arrived out of nowhere. I know we didn't handle things right, but she's pregnant and we have nowhere to go. Could you at least let us stay until the baby comes? Please. She's not okay. Not okay. Neither was I when I found strangers in my kitchen. When my mother erased my name from the home she watched me build. When I was expected to smile through it for the sake of family pride. I didn't reply, not because I didn't care, but because I finally did. About me. I focused on getting my house back in order. The first thing I did was toss out every sheet, plate, and towel they touched. I deep cleaned the place, scrubbed their perfume out of the furniture, and donated anything that smelled like their guilt. Then I went into the storage unit, the one they dumped my belongings into without permission. It was chaos. Boxes crushed. Kitchenware broken. Important documents bent or missing. My diploma shoved in sideways under a box of someone else's shoes. I took pictures. Then I called my lawyer. He helped me file a civil claim for property damage and emotional distress. I wasn't expecting much financially, but I wanted it documented. I wanted there to be a record that I hadn't just let this happen. Because that's the thing about people like them. They count on your silence. They think you'll be too tired, too kind, too scared to stand up for yourself. Not this time. And then the ripple effect started. Word got around. Our extended family caught wind of the eviction, of the locks being changed, of Anna living rent-free in a house that wasn't hers. At first, I said nothing. But when my mother tried to twist the story, framing me as ungrateful and bitter, I calmly shared screenshots, legal filings, photos of my house post-eviction, her voice on the voicemail saying, "She's pregnant, Janelle. It's your duty." The narrative cracked. People saw it. A cousin messaged me privately. "We always wondered why you were so quiet. Now I get it." My mom's reputation began to fracture. Anna's baby shower was canceled due to scheduling issues. Frank's boss, who knew me personally, pulled him aside and asked if the rumors were true. They were. And suddenly, the image they worked so hard to polish started falling apart. They'd spent years demanding loyalty, obedience, image. Now, all they had was exposure. And the daughter they'd tried to erase? She had her house, her name, her proof. And the one thing they never expected her to keep, her power. Peace didn't arrive like a parade. It came in small, quiet moments, like making coffee in my kitchen again and realizing I didn't have to ask anyone if they'd used the last of the creamer. It came when I opened the curtains and saw sunlight hitting the hardwood floors I had picked out and remembered they were mine again. Not shared, not occupied, not stolen, just mine. The first night back, I sat on the floor of my bedroom. No bed frame, just a mattress, a blanket, and my cat curled up at my side. The house echoed differently now. Not empty, just honest. And for the first time in weeks, I slept. Deeply. Without checking cameras. Without waiting for another betrayal. The next morning, I started putting my life back together. Not just physically, but emotionally. I canceled therapy appointments I'd been dodging and showed up. I told my story start to finish to a therapist who looked me in the eyes and said, "You weren't overreacting. You were being erased. And you stopped it." That sentence stayed with me. I reconnected with friends I'd pulled away from during the chaos. I hosted a brunch, nothing fancy, just pancakes and good company. When someone asked if I was okay, I didn't say fine. I said getting there. And I meant it. Work got easier, too. My focus returned. My patience felt less like weight and more like purpose. One afternoon, I helped an elderly woman through a difficult diagnosis. And as I sat with her, she squeezed my hand and said, "You have the calm of someone who survived something." I smiled, because I had. I even started writing again, something I hadn't done since college. Not about the house or the drama, but about boundaries, about women who give too much, about daughters who are told their silence is love. I didn't know what I'd do with the writing, but I knew I wasn't done. One day, as I walked home from work, I passed a for sale sign on a small commercial unit, and the tiniest spark hit me. What if? What if I opened a space for women like me? Financial workshops, legal literacy, therapy partnerships, a space where women could come when their own family tried to silence them. I wasn't sure yet, but I'd saved enough, and I wasn't afraid to build something from the ground up anymore, because I knew what it took. I knew what it cost, and I knew what it was worth. It's funny what people think closure looks like. They picture grand gestures, apologies, tears, a scene where the villain says sorry and the heroine walks away in slow motion. That's not how it happened. Closure, for me, came on a quiet Sunday morning, standing barefoot in my kitchen with sunlight on my face, flipping through my mail. Among the bills and local flyers was a small envelope, no return address. Inside was a card. "We didn't handle things right. I hope someday you understand that everything we did was for Anna's future. Mom." No apology, just deflection in cursive. I placed the card on the counter. Didn't shred it, didn't burn it, just left it there, like a piece of furniture in someone else's house. It didn't belong to me anymore. Because I finally understood something I wish I'd known years ago. Being related doesn't mean you're family. And being family doesn't mean you're entitled to someone else's sacrifice. They taught me how to shrink, how to stay quiet, how to carry weight that wasn't mine. But in trying to take everything from me, they handed me something else. Clarity. The locks they changed on me, I replaced them with stronger ones. The home they invaded, I reclaimed every inch. The version of me who would have begged for understanding, she doesn't live here anymore. In her place stands someone who chooses herself, not out of spite, but out of survival. I still don't know where Anna ended up. I hear whispers, a motel out of town, a breakup, a GoFundMe page I didn't click. I don't wish her harm. I don't wish her well. I just don't wish anything. And that is peace. I sit on my porch now some nights, journal in my lap, cat in my arms, thinking about how close I came to letting them write my story for me. But now I know better. I'm the author. I'm the owner. And I'm the door that no longer opens for people who knock with entitlement in their fists. There's a new welcome mat outside. It says, no guilt, no games, no second chances. Some people might say that's cold, but I say it's home.
I never thought my 70th birthday would be the day I finally broke. 70 years on this earth, 12 of them spent as a widow, raising 2 daughters who had grown into strangers I barely recognized. But life has a way of pushing you to your limits exactly when you least expect it. That morning began like any other. I made my coffee, strong, black, no sugar, and carried it to the sunroom of my modest Portland home. Rain tapped gently against the windows, typical Oregon weather even in May. I expected a quiet day, perhaps a call from Jennifer or Stephanie later. Maybe they'd remember this year. Maybe they wouldn't. What I didn't expect was the notification that popped up on my phone as I sipped my coffee. A credit card alert, $4,892 charged to the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel in Hawaii. I froze, coffee mug halfway to my lips. I hadn't been to Hawaii since Richard and I visited for our 30th anniversary 15 years ago, and I certainly hadn't charged nearly $5,000 to any hotel. With trembling fingers, I opened my banking app. There it was, a series of charges, first-class airline tickets, luxury resort, spa services, all on my emergency credit card. The one I kept hidden in the false bottom of my jewelry box for absolute emergencies only. My daughters knew about that card. I'd mentioned it once, years ago, when Jennifer was going through her divorce, and I wanted her to know there was a safety net if things got truly desperate. As realization dawned, my phone pinged again. This time, it was an Instagram notification. Stephanie had posted a new photo. With shaking hands, I opened the app. There they were. My 2 daughters, tanned and smiling, cocktails raised against a backdrop of turquoise ocean and swaying palm trees. The caption read, "Sisters Getaway. Sometimes you just need to treat yourself. Hawaii, no regrets. Living our best life." Posted 20 minutes ago. While I sat alone on my 70th birthday, they were living it up in Hawaii on my stolen credit card. I set down my coffee cup so carefully, it made no sound. Inside my chest, something hardened like concrete setting around my heart. 12 years of giving and giving and giving some more. 12 years of Mom, can I borrow? And Mom, I just need a little help with. And Mom, you're not using that money anyway. 12 years of daughters who saw me as a walking ATM rather than a mother who deserved respect. I moved on autopilot to my bedroom, opened the jewelry box with its cleverly disguised false bottom. Empty. They hadn't even tried to hide their theft. My hands weren't shaking anymore as I picked up my phone and called the bank. "I need to report a stolen credit card," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, "and I need to freeze all my accounts immediately." "Certainly, Mrs. Collins," replied the customer service representative. "Can you verify your identity?" As I answered the security questions, another notification popped up on my screen. Jennifer posting this time. A selfie in a hotel spa robe, cucumber slices ready for her eyes. Day 1 of total relaxation. Self-care deserved. The word echoed in my mind as I completed the fraud report. My daughters thought they deserved a luxury vacation funded by their mother's stolen credit card on my birthday, which they hadn't even acknowledged. "Is there anything else we can help you with today, Mrs. Collins?" the representative asked. "Actually, yes," I replied, an idea forming. "I'd like to speak with someone about my investment portfolio. It's time I made some changes." By noon, I had blocked all access to my accounts, canceled every credit card, and set in motion a complete overhaul of my financial arrangements. By 1 o'clock, I'd called my attorney, Gordon, who'd helped me quietly build my real estate empire after Richard died. "Barbara, this is theft," Gordon said gravely after I explained the situation. "We should file a police report." "Not yet," I replied. "Let's wait for the hotel to contact them about payment first." "You're sure about this approach?" Gordon sounded concerned. "It's going to create quite a scene." "I'm 70 years old today, Gordon," I said quietly. "I've spent 12 years being a doormat for my daughters. I think I'm entitled to a little scene." He sighed. "Happy birthday, by the way. I'm sorry it's turned out this way." "Don't be," I replied, surprising myself with the steel in my voice. "I think this might be exactly what we all need." After ending the call with Gordon, I walked slowly through my house, the house where I'd raised my girls, where Richard and I had built our life together. Photos lined the hallway. Jennifer's graduation, Stephanie's wedding, family Christmases when the girls were young and still looked at me with love rather than calculation. When had it changed? When had I become a resource rather than a mother? Perhaps it started after Richard died. The girls were in their 30s then, both struggling with careers and relationships. I'd wanted to help, to ease their burdens during our collective grief. Small loans became larger ones. Occasional requests became regular expectations. And somewhere along the way, I'd lost their respect without realizing it was slipping away. My phone rang, startling me from my thoughts. Unknown number with a Hawaii area code. "Mrs. Collins?" A man's voice, professionally pleasant. "This is Marcus Reeves, manager at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. We're having an issue with the credit card on file for your daughter's stay." "I imagine you are," I replied calmly. "The card has been declined, and we've been unable to process an alternative payment method. Your daughters insist there must be a mistake." "There's no mistake, Mr. Reeves. That credit card was stolen from my home. I've reported it as fraud." A pause. "See? Mrs. Collins, are you saying you did not authorize your daughters to use this card?" "I did not. Nor did I authorize them to book a luxury vacation while forgetting my 70th birthday, which happens to be today." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its customer service polish. "I'm very sorry to hear that, ma'am, and happy birthday. If I may ask, how would you like us to proceed? The outstanding balance is substantial." I closed my eyes, picturing my daughters' faces when they realized their free vacation had just collapsed. "Standard hotel policy for non-payment, Mr. Reeves, whatever that may be. That would involve security and potentially local authorities, Mrs. Collins." "I understand." And I did, completely. After hanging up, I sat in Richard's old armchair, the one I could never bear to give away. "What would you do?" I whispered to his memory. My practical, principled husband, who had always taught our girls about honesty and responsibility. Lessons they had apparently forgotten. My phone pinged with another social media notification. Stephanie had posted again, a photo of her and Jennifer by the infinity pool, sunglasses on, champagne flutes in hand. Best day ever. I set down my phone and gazed out at the rainy Portland afternoon. A strange calm had settled over me, replacing the hurt and anger. For 12 years, I had enabled their behavior, afraid of losing their love if I stopped being their financial safety net. I had allowed them to diminish me, to forget the woman I was beyond mom or ATM. Well, they were about to meet that woman, the teacher who had put herself through night school while raising 2 children, the widow who had taken Richard's life insurance and, through careful study and shrewd investments, turned it into a real estate portfolio worth millions. The mother who had given everything and received little in return. I picked up my phone and texted Gordon. "It's done. The hotel is proceeding with their policy for non-payment. What happens next will be up to my daughters." Then I turned off my phone, made a fresh cup of coffee, and sat in peaceful silence as rain tapped against the windows. Tomorrow would bring chaos, recriminations, perhaps even the permanent fracturing of our family. But tonight, on my 70th birthday, I gave myself the gift of boundaries, and it felt like freedom. I slept soundly that night for the first time in years. No midnight worry about Jennifer's latest financial crisis or Stephanie's emotional manipulation. Just peaceful darkness and the steady drum of rain on my roof. When I woke, I made my usual coffee and took a moment to center myself with my morning devotional. The passage seemed particularly fitting. Proverbs 13:24. "Whoever spares the rod hates their children, but the one who loves their children is careful to discipline them." I'd failed at that, the careful discipline part. I'd given and forgiven without consequences, watching my daughters grow more entitled with each passing year. What kind of love was that? Not the kind that helped them become their best selves. With a deep breath, I turned my phone back on. It immediately exploded with notifications. 12 missed calls from Jennifer, 17 from Stephanie, 34 text messages ranging from confusion to anger to panic, and most tellingly, 3 voicemails from numbers in Hawaii. The hotel manager, I presumed, and possibly local authorities. I listened to the first voicemail from Jennifer at 6:18 a.m. Pacific Time, which would have been 3:18 a.m. in Hawaii. Mom, what the hell is going on? The hotel says our card is declined and they're threatening to call the police. Call me back immediately. The second, from Stephanie at 6:42 a.m. Mom, this isn't funny. We're stuck here with no way to pay, and the manager is saying the card was reported stolen. Fix this now. The third, from Jennifer again at 7:15 a.m., her voice now tearful. Mom, please, they made us leave our room. We're sitting in the lobby with security watching us. They've called the police. Please, Mom, help us. No happy birthday. No explanation for taking my card. No acknowledgement of what they'd done. Just demands for rescue, as always. My phone rang in my hand. Gordon. Barbara. Have you seen the news? He asked without preamble. What news? Your daughters have been detained by hotel security in Hawaii. Apparently, they made quite a scene. Someone filmed it and posted it online. It's going viral. My stomach tightened. How bad? Let's just say Jennifer and Stephanie won't be winning any Guests of the Year awards. The hotel is pressing charges for theft of services, and there's talk of potential credit card fraud charges depending on what you want to do. I closed my eyes, imagining the scene. My perfectly polished daughters, used to getting their way through charm or manipulation, faced with actual consequences. Send me the link. Moments later, my phone pinged with Gordon's message. I opened it to find a TikTok video already at 200,000 views and climbing. With trembling fingers, I pressed play. The footage was shaky, clearly shot by another hotel guest. Jennifer and Stephanie stood in the elegant lobby of the Mauna Kea, still in their designer resort wear, faces contorted with indignation. Jennifer was shouting at the unflappable manager. Do you know who we are? Our mother is Barbara Collins. She has accounts worth millions. This is clearly a bank error. Stephanie, always the more dramatic of the two, was openly crying, mascara streaming down her face. Please, you don't understand. We can't go to jail. We're respectable people. This is all a misunderstanding. The manager remained professional but firm. I've spoken with Mrs. Collins personally, and she has confirmed that you were not authorized to use her credit card. The police are on their way to take statements. The camera panned to show 2 uniformed security guards standing nearby, then back to my daughters as Jennifer's composure completely shattered. This is ridiculous. Call her again. She's probably confused. She's old. The video ended there, but the damage was done. In the comments, people were already speculating about the entitled rich daughters who had stolen from their elderly mother. My phone rang again, a Hawaii number. Mrs. Collins? This is Detective Alana Kealoha with the Hawaii County Police Department. I'm calling regarding an incident involving your daughters, Jennifer Pierce and Stephanie Collins Ward. Yes, Detective, I replied, my voice steady. I've been expecting your call. Mrs. Collins, your daughters are currently detained following a complaint from the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. They used a credit card reported as stolen to charge approximately $12,000 in services and accommodations. Her tone was professional, but kind. They claim there's been a misunderstanding, that you allowed them to use your card for this trip. There's no misunderstanding, Detective Kealoha. They took my emergency credit card from a hidden location in my home without my knowledge or permission. Yesterday was my 70th birthday, which they didn't acknowledge. Instead, I discovered they were in Hawaii through social media posts. A pause. I see. And would you like to press charges for the theft of your credit card, Mrs. Collins? The question hung in the air. Part of me, the part that had been taken advantage of for 12 years, wanted to say yes, but another part, the mother who remembered rocking 2 small girls to sleep, hesitated. What would happen if I did? Credit card theft between family members is complicated, she explained, but given the amount and the circumstances, they could potentially face felony charges. First-time offenders often receive probation rather than jail time, but it would mean a criminal record. I thought of Jennifer's marketing career. Stephanie's interior design business. A criminal record would devastate them professionally. But hadn't that been their choice when they stole from me? I need time to consider, I said finally. But regardless of my decision about pressing charges, I will not be paying for their hotel stay or return flights. Understood, the detective replied. They'll need to address the hotel charges directly, and they'll need to arrange their own transportation home. Would you like to speak with them? I took a deep breath. Not yet. Please tell them I'll contact them when I'm ready. After hanging up, I sat motionless, staring out at the clearing sky. The storm had passed, leaving Portland gleaming and fresh. Inside my chest, though, the storm was just beginning. My doorbell rang, startling me from my thoughts. I wasn't expecting anyone. When I opened the door, my neighbor Grace stood there holding a small cake with a single candle. "Happy belated birthday," she said with a warm smile. I remembered it was yesterday, but didn't want to intrude. Thought you might be celebrating with your girls. The simple kindness broke something in me. Tears welled up as I invited her in and explained what had happened. Grace, a retired nurse and widow herself, listened without judgment. "Oh, Barbara," she sighed when I finished. "What a terrible position they've put you in." "I don't know what to do," I admitted. "Part of me wants them to face real consequences for once, but they're still my daughters." Grace set down her teacup. "You know, my Frank used to say something that stuck with me. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is let people face the music they've chosen to play." I smiled sadly. Richard would have said something similar. He was always big on accountability. What would he advise now? I closed my eyes, picturing Richard's face, his kind eyes that could turn steely when principles were at stake. He'd say that real love means wanting what's best for someone long-term, not what's easiest for them right now. Grace nodded. "And what's best for Jennifer and Stephanie? Another bailout? Or finally understanding that actions have consequences?" As she left an hour later, I felt clearer. I called Gordon and outlined my decision, then emailed detailed instructions to my financial team. Finally, I texted Detective Kealoha. "I've made my decision. Please inform my daughters that I'll speak with them when they return to Portland. They will need to handle their current situation themselves." My phone immediately exploded with calls and texts from both daughters. I silenced it, slipped it into a drawer, and went out to my garden. The roses Richard had planted needed pruning, cutting back the dead wood to allow for new growth. As I worked, carefully removing what was no longer serving the plant, I felt a sense of purpose I hadn't experienced in years. Sometimes love required difficult choices. Sometimes growth required pain. My daughters were about to learn that lesson. And perhaps, at 70, I was finally learning it too. 3 days passed before I heard the car doors slam in my driveway. I'd been expecting them. Gordon had informed me that Jennifer and Stephanie had booked economy flights back to Portland after spending a night in a budget motel near the Kona airport. They'd had to borrow money from Jennifer's ex-husband to afford even that. I remained seated in Richard's armchair, my hands folded calmly in my lap as the doorbell rang, followed immediately by angry pounding. "Mom, open the door! We know you're in there!" Jennifer's voice sharp with indignation. I took my time walking to the entrance. When I opened the door, the sight was almost shocking. My always impeccable daughters looked utterly disheveled. Their designer clothes were wrinkled, their hair unwashed, dark circles underscoring bloodshot eyes. Stephanie's face was blotchy from crying. "How could you do this to us?" Jennifer demanded, pushing past me into the foyer. "Do you have any idea what we've been through?" Stephanie followed, dragging a luxury suitcase with a broken wheel. "It was humiliating. They treated us like criminals." I closed the door quietly and turned to face them. "Please lower your voices. If you'd like to have a civilized conversation, we can sit in the living room." "Civilized?" Jennifer's voice rose higher. "You had us detained by security. There are videos of us all over the internet. My boss called me this morning. My clients are seeing this." "And mine," Stephanie added. "My phone is exploding with texts. My reputation is ruined." I regarded them steadily. "Are you finished?" Something in my tone, a new firmness they'd never heard before, made them both pause. "Sit down," I said, gesturing to the sofa. "Now." To my mild surprise, they complied, perching on the edge of my floral couch like chastened schoolgirls. I remained standing. "Yesterday was my 70th birthday," I began. "Mom, we were going to call." Stephanie started. "I'm speaking." I interrupted, my voice quiet but unyielding. Yesterday was my 70th birthday. I spent it alone, while discovering that my daughters had stolen my emergency credit card to fund a luxury vacation they clearly couldn't afford. We didn't steal, Jennifer tried. Did you ask permission to take my card from its hiding place? I asked. She fell silent. Did you plan to replace the money before I noticed? Stephanie stared at the floor. Then yes, you stole from me. On my birthday. And then posted photos of yourselves enjoying the fruits of that theft on social media for me to see. We were going to pay you back, Jennifer mumbled. With what money? I asked. Jennifer, you've borrowed over $80,000 from me in the past 5 years. Stephanie, you're at $63,000. Neither of you has repaid a dime. Your credit cards are maxed out. You live beyond your means while treating me like your personal bank. Their shocked faces told me everything. They had no idea I'd been keeping such careful track. How do you know about our credit cards? Stephanie asked. Because I'm not the doddering old woman you apparently think I am, I replied. I've monitored your financial situations carefully each time you've asked for money. I know about Jennifer's online gambling habit and Stephanie's secret apartment in Seattle where she meets her married boyfriend. Both women paled. These were secrets they thought well hidden. Mom, you don't understand, Jennifer began, her voice taking on the cajoling tone she'd used since childhood when in trouble. We've been under so much stress. We just needed a break. And I needed daughters who remembered my birthday, I cut in. I needed daughters who respected me enough not to steal from me. I needed daughters who valued me as more than an ATM. Tears welled in Stephanie's eyes. Always the more emotional one, she'd weaponized her tears for years. We do value you, Mom. We love you. This was just a mistake. A mistake is forgetting to return a borrowed sweater, I said. This was a deliberate choice to take what wasn't yours. And now you're facing the consequences of that choice. Jennifer's eyes narrowed. What exactly does that mean? I walked to my desk and retrieved 3 folders, handing one to each daughter and keeping the third. It means changes, effective immediately. They opened the folders skeptically. Then their expressions shifted to disbelief as they read the documents inside. You're cutting us off? Jennifer's voice rose in panic. You can't do this. I've already done it, I replied calmly. All automatic payments to your accounts have been stopped. The trust fund distributions you've relied on are now frozen. My will and estate plans have been amended. And yes, I absolutely can do this. It's my money. But how will we pay our mortgages? Our car loans? Stephanie looked stricken. The same way other adults do, with the money you earn from working. I opened my own folder. Which brings me to the next point. If you wish to restore your standing in my will and financial plans, there are conditions. Conditions? Jennifer repeated incredulously. First, you will both enroll in financial counseling. I've provided information on 3 reputable advisors. I pointed to a page in their folders. Second, you will repay every cent you've borrowed from me over the past 12 years. I've included detailed accounting of all transactions. That's impossible, Stephanie protested. We don't have that kind of money. Then you'll set up payment plans. I continued undeterred. Third, you will each commit to 50 hours of community service working with elderly victims of financial abuse. I've included information on organizations that can accommodate your schedules. Jennifer stood up, her face flushed with anger. This is ridiculous. We made one mistake. One? I raised an eyebrow. Shall I enumerate every emergency loan, every manipulation, every time you've treated me like a resource rather than your mother? Because I have those records too. She sank back onto the sofa. Fourth, I continued, you will attend weekly family therapy sessions with me for a minimum of 6 months. I've already spoken with Dr. Matthews, who specializes in adult family dynamics. Mom, Stephanie pleaded, be reasonable. We can't possibly do all this. You can. You simply don't want to. I closed my folder. Which brings me to my final point. These conditions are non-negotiable. Meet them, and we can work toward rebuilding our relationship. Refuse, and you will remain cut off financially. Permanently. Jennifer's expression hardened. And if we go to the media? Tell them how you abandoned us in Hawaii? How you're financially abusing us now? I had anticipated this. Jennifer's ultimate weapon. The threat of public exposure. I met her gaze steadily. Then I would be forced to release the complete financial records, showing how you've systematically taken advantage of me for years, along with proof of how your Hawaii trip was funded. I don't think that's a court of public opinion you want to face, Jennifer. The silence that followed was deafening. Finally, Stephanie broke it with a sob. I don't understand. You've always helped us before. You've never been like this. No, I agreed softly. I haven't, and that was my mistake, one I'm correcting now. I stood up, signaling that our conversation was over. You have 1 week to decide if you're willing to meet my conditions. Until then, I think it's best if we don't communicate. You're kicking us out? Jennifer looked incredulous. Where are we supposed to go? To your homes, I presume, the ones I've been helping you pay for. I walked to the door and opened it. I'll expect your decision next Friday. They gathered their belongings in stunned silence. As they passed me at the door, Stephanie paused, her face tear-streaked. Did you ever really love us, Mom? She asked in a small voice. The question struck me like a physical blow. Even in her manipulation, there was a genuine hurt there that I couldn't ignore. I have always loved you both, I said quietly. Enough to finally stop enabling behavior that was harming you. That's what real love looks like sometimes. After they left, I sank into Richard's chair, emotionally drained. On the side table sat the last photo taken of him before the cancer took hold. Strong, principled Richard with his kind eyes and firm resolve. Was I too harsh? I asked his image. Or not harsh enough? No answer came, of course. But as I sat in the quiet house, I felt a peace I hadn't experienced in years. For the first time since Richard died, I had stood firmly in my own truth. Whether my daughters could accept that truth remained to be seen. My phone pinged with a text from Gordon. How did it go? I typed back simply, the ball is in their court now. Then I set my phone aside, picked up my novel, and allowed myself to focus on my own needs for the first time in a very long time. For 3 days, silence. No calls, no texts, no melodramatic appearances on my doorstep. My daughters were either strategizing their next move or genuinely processing what had happened. Either way, the quiet gave me space to breathe, to remember who I was beyond mom and financial safety net. I spent one entire day in my garden, tending the roses Richard had planted and the vegetable beds I'd added after his death. There was something deeply satisfying about having my hands in the soil, nurturing growth while removing what didn't belong. My back ached pleasantly by evening, a reminder that at 70, I was still capable, still strong. On day 4, Grace came over with fresh scones and concern in her eyes. The video of your daughters is all over the local news now, she said as I poured tea. Channel 8 did a segment on entitled adult children, and they didn't name names, but the blurred footage was clearly Jennifer and Stephanie. I sighed. I was afraid of that. How are you holding up? I considered the question carefully. Better than expected, actually. There's a certain relief in finally drawing a line. Grace nodded. I saw Stephanie at Whole Foods yesterday. She pretended not to see me, but she looked different, less polished, more human somehow. Human is good, I murmured. Human means feeling things, confronting things. She was buying ramen noodles and discount bread, Grace added with a hint of satisfaction. Not her usual champagne taste. Despite everything, I felt a twinge of maternal concern. They'll be all right. Both girls earn good incomes. They just spend beyond their means. Because someone has always been there to catch them, Grace pointed out. You're giving them a chance to develop their own wings, Barbara. It's a gift, even if they don't see it that way yet. After Grace left, I checked my email for the first time in days. Among the usual newsletters and notifications was a message from Dr. Matthews, the family therapist I'd contacted. Mrs. Collins, I wanted to inform you that your daughter Jennifer called to inquire about my services and availability. She did not schedule an appointment, but seemed to be gathering information. I thought you might find this relevant to your family situation. Yours, Dr. Matthews. A small step, perhaps, but significant. Jennifer, my proud, controlling firstborn, was at least investigating one of my conditions. Later that afternoon, my doorbell rang. I opened it to find a floral delivery, a modest arrangement of daisies and carnations with a card that read simply, I'm sorry, Stephanie. No elaborate justifications, no manipulative declarations of being devastated or ruined. Just 2 words that, in their simplicity, carried more weight than her usual emotional outpourings. I placed the flowers on my kitchen table, touching the petals gently. A beginning, perhaps. My phone rang as I was preparing dinner, a number I didn't recognize. Mrs. Collins? This is Martin Reynolds from KPTV News. We're doing a segment on financial abuse of elderly parents, and your daughter's situation in Hawaii has come to our attention. We'd like to get your side of the story. My heart raced. This was exactly what I'd hoped to avoid. Public exposure that would humiliate all of us. Mr. Reynolds, I appreciate your interest, but I have no comment. This is a private family matter. Our viewers might benefit from hearing how you're standing up for yourself, he pressed. You could help other parents in similar situations. The thought gave me pause. How many other mothers and fathers were being quietly exploited by adult children who should have been on their own feet? I understand the potential value, I said carefully, but I won't discuss my daughters specifically. If you'd like to interview me generally about establishing healthy financial boundaries with adult children, I might consider that, under the condition that my family situation remains private. That could work, he said, sounding surprised by my counteroffer. Would you be comfortable sharing your professional background as part of the segment? I hesitated. My real estate investments had always been private, known only to Gordon and my financial team. But perhaps it was time to step fully into who I'd become. Yes, I decided. I'm a retired teacher who built a successful real estate investment portfolio. That would be relevant to the discussion. We arranged a time for the interview, and after hanging up, I felt a curious mixture of anxiety and liberation. For years, I'd downplayed my financial acumen, allowing my daughters to see me as just their aging mother who needed their guidance. Stepping into public view as a successful businesswoman would shatter that perception permanently. That evening, as I prepared for bed, my phone chimed with a text from Jennifer. Saw that Stephanie sent flowers. Typical. She always tries to look like the good daughter. I've scheduled an appointment with the financial counselor you recommended. Tuesday at 2 p.m. No apology, but action, which, from Jennifer, was probably more meaningful anyway. I texted back simply, I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for letting me know. 3 dots appeared as she typed a response, disappeared, then appeared again. Finally, the Hawaii thing was wrong. We shouldn't have taken your card. Coming from Jennifer, this was practically prostrating herself in remorse. I waited, sensing there was more. The dots appeared again. Did you really amend your will? And there it was, the financial concern underlying her tentative contrition. I considered how to respond, then typed, yes, all previous arrangements have been changed, pending your decisions about the conditions I outlined. A long pause before her reply. I'll be at the financial counselor on Tuesday. Progress, albeit motivated by self-interest. But with Jennifer, I'd take what I could get. The next morning, I met with Gordon to prepare for the news interview. As we reviewed talking points about financial independence and healthy boundaries, he gave me an appraising look. You seem different, Barbara. Stronger. I smiled. I feel different. Like I've finally stepped into myself after years of shrinking to accommodate others' expectations. It suits you, he said. Richard would be proud. The mention of my late husband brought unexpected tears to my eyes. I wish he could see this. He always told me I was too soft with the girls. Gordon nodded. He was right, but you're correcting course now, and that's what matters. As I drove home, I passed Jennifer's sleek downtown condo building and felt a pang of worry. Was I being too harsh? Should I have given them more warning before cutting financial ties? But then I remembered their faces in that viral video, entitled, Incredulous that Actions Might Have Consequences. They were in their 40s, for heaven's sake. If not now, when would they learn to stand on their own feet? My phone rang through the car's speaker. Stephanie. Mom. Her voice was subdued, lacking its usual dramatic flair. Do you have a few minutes to talk? I'm driving, but yes, I can talk. I've been thinking about everything you said. She paused. You're right. About all of it. The way we've treated you. The money, even forgetting your birthday. It's inexcusable. I waited, letting her continue without interruption. I've made an appointment with that financial counselor, and I've looked into the community service option. There's a senior center downtown that needs volunteers. Her voice caught slightly. And I've been thinking about what you said, about valuing you as more than an ATM. I don't think I realized how much we've taken you for granted until everything stopped. Thank you for telling me this, Stephanie. I'm really sorry, Mom. The words came out in a rush, not just for Hawaii, but for years of treating you like you existed to solve our problems. I want to do better. For the first time since this all began, I felt a genuine warmth toward my daughter, not the automatic maternal love I'd always had, but appreciation for her willingness to reflect and change. That means a lot to me, I said softly. This isn't about punishment, Stephanie. It's about building healthier relationships for all of us. I know, she replied. Jennifer's struggling more with it. She's angry and embarrassed, but I think she'll come around. In her own time, I agreed. Everyone processes things differently. After we hung up, I found myself smiling. The road ahead would be bumpy. Decades of patterns couldn't be changed overnight. But for the first time in years, I saw the possibility of authentic connection with my daughters, built on mutual respect rather than financial dependence. That evening, I sat at my desk and opened the wooden box where I kept Richard's letters. On our wedding day, he'd given me a note to read when times were difficult. I'd turned to it often after his death, but not for many years now. His handwriting, bold and sure, leapt off the yellowed page. My dearest Barbara, if you're reading this, you're facing something that feels insurmountable. Remember this: you are stronger than any circumstance. You have a spine of steel beneath your gentle heart. Trust yourself. Stand firm. I believe in you. Always have. Always will. All my love, Richard. I traced his signature with my fingertip, feeling his presence as clearly as if he sat beside me. I'm finally doing it, I whispered. Standing firm. Better late than never, right? In the quiet of my study, I could almost hear his laugh, warm and approving. The following weeks brought changes I could never have anticipated. My Simple News interview snowballed into a series of media appearances, 3 radio shows, a podcast about women's financial independence, and even a segment on a national morning program filmed via Zoom from my living room. Boundary Barbara had struck a cultural nerve. Emails flooded in from women sharing similar stories. Mothers who had financially supported adult children for decades, widows who had discovered their own strength after loss, grandmothers who feared setting boundaries would cost them family relationships. You've tapped into something significant, Gordon observed during one of our now weekly meetings. There's a whole generation of women who were taught to put everyone else first, who are now realizing they deserve better. The publisher he'd mentioned was seriously pursuing a book deal, a practical guide for women over 60 reclaiming their financial and personal independence. The advance they offered was substantial enough to make me blink twice when I saw the figure. This is outside my expertise, Gordon admitted. You should consider getting a literary agent. My head spun with the surreality of it all. At 70, I was suddenly embarking on a career I'd never imagined. Through it all, I maintained my conditions for Jennifer and Stephanie. Both were seeing the financial counselor regularly. Stephanie had completed her first 10 hours at the senior center and, surprisingly, reported that she found the work rewarding. Jennifer had grudgingly attended 2 sessions with Dr. Matthews, though she refused to discuss what transpired there. Our weekly family therapy sessions were tense affairs at first. Jennifer arrived with arms crossed and responses clipped, while Stephanie oscillated between genuine remorse and occasional backsliding into victim mode. I maintained firm boundaries while acknowledging my own role in enabling their behavior for years. Financial dynamics in families are rarely one-sided, Dr. Matthews observed during our 3rd session. Barbara, you received something from this arrangement too, or it wouldn't have persisted so long. The observation stung, but I recognized its truth. I wanted their love, I admitted. I feared being alone, being irrelevant to them. The financial support gave me a guaranteed role in their lives. A role that came at significant cost to you, Dr. Matthews noted. And to us, Stephanie added unexpectedly. We never had to grow up, not really. There was always Mom to fall back on. Jennifer remained silent, but I caught a flicker of recognition in her eyes. By our 5th session, small breakthroughs were occurring. Jennifer actually acknowledged that stealing my credit card had been wrong, not just misguided or poorly timed, but fundamentally wrong. Stephanie admitted that she'd cultivated a victim mentality to avoid taking responsibility for her choices, and I confronted my own enabling behavior without excusing theirs. I've been thinking about Dad a lot, Jennifer said during one particularly productive session, about how different he was with money. He never just handed it over when we asked. Your father believed in earning what you received, I agreed. I lost sight of that after he died. I thought giving you everything would keep you close. Instead, it taught us you were someone to use rather than respect, Stephanie said quietly. I'm not proud of who I became in that dynamic. These moments of insight were interspersed with setbacks. Jennifer missed a therapy session without explanation. Stephanie called one night in tears over a bounced check, begging for just a small loan before catching herself mid-request. I received a furious text from Jennifer after her ex-husband mentioned seeing me on television. But slowly, incrementally, our relationships were evolving. Meanwhile, my unexpected public platform continued to grow. I launched a modest website with Gordon's help, offering resources for women in similar situations. A local community college asked if I would teach a workshop on financial literacy for seniors. The book deal was finalized, with a tight deadline for the manuscript. At times, the pace felt overwhelming. I was still a 70-year-old woman who valued her quiet routines: morning coffee with devotional readings, afternoons in the garden, evenings with a good book. Now my schedule included media appearances, manuscript consultations, and an increasing number of emails requesting advice. "You don't have to say yes to everything," Grace reminded me over tea one afternoon. "This isn't about becoming a celebrity. It's about sharing wisdom you've hard-earned." Her counsel was timely. I began setting boundaries not just with my daughters, but with the growing demands on my time. I declined a reality TV show's overture. The very thought made me laugh out loud, and limited my public appearances to those that allowed me to share substantive advice rather than sensationalize my story. 6 weeks after the Hawaii incident, I returned home from a meeting with my new literary agent to find Jennifer's car in my driveway. This wasn't one of our scheduled therapy days, and she hadn't called first, a breach of the new protocols we'd established. I found her sitting on my porch swing, an envelope in her hands. "I should have called," she said immediately, acknowledging the boundary crossing. "I'm sorry. This felt too important for a text." Curious, I sat beside her. "What is it?" She handed me the envelope. "My first repayment. It's not much, $5,000, but it's a start." I opened it to find a cashier's check inside. "Jennifer, I'm impressed. How did you manage this?" "I sold my Peloton and some designer bags," she admitted, "and I've taken on some freelance projects outside my regular work. The financial counselor helped me create a repayment plan that's actually realistic." The effort this represented, not just financially, but psychologically, was significant. Jennifer, who defined herself through status symbols and appearances, had voluntarily sold luxury items to make amends. "Thank you," I said simply. "This means a lot." She nodded, looking out at the garden rather than at me. "I saw you on that morning show. You were really good, articulate, strong." Coming from Jennifer, this was high praise indeed. "Dr. Matthews has been helping me understand some things," she continued, still not meeting my eyes, "about why I've been so angry about your new public persona. It's not just about embarrassment or how it might affect my image." "What is it about?" I asked gently. "I think I've been jealous," she admitted, the words clearly difficult for her. "All these people are suddenly seeing Mom, Barbara, as this wise, accomplished woman with important things to say, and I've spent years dismissing you, treating you like you were less than me somehow. It's uncomfortable to realize how wrong I've been." The raw honesty of her admission touched me deeply. "We've all made mistakes, Jennifer. What matters is where we go from here. That's what Dr. Matthews says too." She finally turned to face me. "I'm not going to pretend this is easy for me. I still struggle with the financial restrictions, with the therapy, with all of it. But I'm trying." "I know you are," I acknowledged, "and I'm proud of you for that." She blinked rapidly, fighting tears. Jennifer had always hated crying, viewing it as weakness. "The thing is, Mom, I actually need your help with something. But not money," she added quickly. "Advice." "What kind of advice?" "My company is expanding into financial literacy programs for corporate clients. Given your new expertise in this area," she hesitated, "I thought maybe you could consult on the curriculum development. As a paid professional, not as my mother doing me a favor." The offer represented a fundamental shift, Jennifer seeing me as someone with valuable knowledge, seeking a collegial relationship rather than a maternal rescue. It felt like the first fragile bridge across the chasm that had formed between us. "I'd be happy to discuss it," I said carefully, though my schedule has become quite full lately. A small smile touched her lips. "So I've heard. Boundary Barbara is in high demand." I groaned at the nickname. "Please don't call me that." "Too late. Stephanie and I have already ordered you a coffee mug with it printed on the side. Happy belated birthday." The gesture, half joke and half peace offering, made me laugh despite myself. "Thank you, I think." As Jennifer left, promising to email me details about the potential consulting work, I felt a cautious optimism. The path forward with my daughters would never be simple or straight, but for the first time in years, it felt like we were at least walking in the same direction. That evening, I worked on my book outline at the desk in my study. The working title, The Invisible Woman's Revolution, Reclaiming Your Power After 60, felt both presumptuous and strangely right. Who was I to write such a book? And yet, who better than someone who had lived its central journey? My phone chimed with a text from Stephanie. Just finished my shift at the senior center. Met a woman who saw you on TV and quotes, "Boundary Barbara like scripture." Slightly weird to hear my mom quoted, but also kind of cool. Heading to financial counseling now. Progress report. I've stuck to my budget for 3 weeks straight. I smiled at the message, appreciating both the update and the casual, healthier tone of our communication. No dramatics, no manipulation, just honest sharing. As I returned to my outline, I realized I was crafting not just a book, but a legacy. The woman I had become at 70, the woman I was still becoming, might actually help others find their own strength sooner than I had found mine. Richard would have loved that. He had always believed I had more to offer the world than I allowed myself to give. Better late than never, right? I whispered to his memory, feeling his presence as clearly as if he sat beside me. The night was quiet, my house peaceful. Outside, spring was yielding to early summer, new growth evident in my garden. Inside, I was experiencing my own unexpected blooming, a 70th year renaissance I could never have anticipated. And for the first time in a very long time, I was genuinely excited to see what tomorrow might bring. 3 months after the Hawaii incident, my world had transformed in ways I still struggled to comprehend. The manuscript for my book was progressing steadily. I'd taught 2 community college workshops on financial literacy for women over 60, with a third scheduled for the following month. My website received hundreds of daily visitors seeking advice on establishing boundaries with adult children. Most surprisingly, Jennifer's offer of consulting work had evolved into a legitimate professional collaboration. Her marketing firm was developing financial wellness programs for corporate clients, and my input was genuinely valued, not as her mother, but as Barbara Collins, financial independence expert. The irony wasn't lost on either of us. If someone had told me 6 months ago that I'd be professionally collaborating with my mother, I'd have thought they were insane, Jennifer remarked during one of our strategy sessions. Yet, here we are. Life takes unexpected turns, I agreed, reviewing the presentation materials she'd created. Our personal relationship remained a work in progress. Jennifer attended therapy and financial counseling as required, made regular payments toward her debt to me, and maintained appropriate boundaries in our interactions. But there remained a guardedness between us, a caution born from years of unhealthy patterns not easily undone. With Stephanie, the transformation seemed more complete. She had embraced her volunteer work at the senior center with unexpected enthusiasm, even organizing a financial literacy workshop for residents using materials from my website. "These women have amazing stories, Mom," she told me over coffee one morning. One was a W-2 codebreaker who never told her family until she was 90. Another started a successful business at 65 after her husband died. They're incredible, but so many of them struggle financially because they weren't taught to manage money. The passion in her voice was new, Stephanie finding purpose beyond her own needs and desires. "The director asked if you might consider speaking to the residents," she added hesitantly. "No pressure, of course. I know how busy you've become." "I'd be happy to," I replied, touched by her consideration of my schedule, another new development in our relationship. As I prepared for that presentation the following week, sorting through materials in my study, my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Mrs. Collins, this is Diane Lowell from Horizon Publishing. I'm calling about your upcoming book." My stomach tightened. Gordon had warned me that publishers sometimes change direction unexpectedly. "Yes. What can I do for you?" "I've replaced Miranda as your editor. She's taken maternity leave earlier than expected. I've reviewed your manuscript draft, and I'd like to discuss a significant opportunity." I relaxed slightly. "What kind of opportunity?" "Good Morning America is planning a special segment on women over 60 reinventing themselves. They're interested in featuring your story and the book. It would mean accelerating our publication timeline, but the exposure would be tremendous." The prospect was simultaneously thrilling and terrifying. Local media attention was one thing, national television was quite another. When would this happen? I asked, trying to sound calmer than I felt. 3 weeks from now. They'd fly you to New York. The segment would air the week before your book releases. My mind raced. I'll need to discuss this with my family and my agent before committing. Of course, Diane replied smoothly. But if possible, we'd need your decision by tomorrow. These opportunities move quickly. After hanging up, I sat motionless, contemplating how completely my life had changed. From invisible mother and grandmother to potential national television guest, all because I'd finally stood up for myself after decades of acquiescence. I called Gordon, who was enthusiastically supportive. This is exactly the platform your message deserves, Barbara. The publisher will handle all the logistics. You just need to be your authentic self. Next, I texted both daughters, asking them to meet me for dinner that evening if possible. To my surprise, both immediately agreed. The restaurant I chose was midway between our homes, not too expensive to strain my daughter's new budgets, but nice enough for an important conversation. I arrived early, watching through the window as they approached from different directions, meeting on the sidewalk with a brief, somewhat awkward hug before entering. "Everything okay, Mom?" Stephanie asked as they settled across from me. "Your text sounded serious." I explained about the Good Morning America offer, watching their reactions carefully. Stephanie's eyes widened with excitement, while Jennifer's expression remained carefully neutral. "That's amazing," Stephanie exclaimed. "National television. You'll reach so many people." Jennifer took a measured sip of water. "It's certainly a significant opportunity. How do you feel about it?" The question surprised me, Jennifer asking about my feelings rather than centering her own reaction. Another small sign of growth. Honestly, terrified, I admitted, but also called in a way. The responses I've received from women in similar situations have been so powerful. If sharing my story helps others find their voice sooner than I found mine, that feels worthwhile. Jennifer nodded slowly. "And how would you present what happened with us? The Hawaii situation?" The question cut to the heart of the matter. "I've been careful in all my public comments to focus on principles, not specific details about our family," I reminded her. I would continue that approach. "But the Hawaii incident is what started everything," Jennifer pressed. "It's what made you Boundary Barbara. They'll want that story." She wasn't wrong. The producer would certainly push for the most dramatic elements of my journey. "I won't share anything that would identify or humiliate either of you," I promised. "This isn't about exposing our family struggles publicly. It's about helping other women find their strength." Stephanie reached across the table to squeeze my hand. "I trust you, Mom. And honestly, I've earned whatever embarrassment might come my way. What we did was wrong." Jennifer sighed. "I agree, though it's not easy to admit." She straightened her shoulders. "If you want to do this, you should. Just, please be thoughtful about how you frame things." The maturity of their responses moved me deeply. 3 months ago, Jennifer would have threatened legal action to prevent me from speaking publicly. Stephanie would have dissolved into dramatic tears about being humiliated. Now, they were considering my opportunity and offering measured support. "Thank you both," I said sincerely. "This means more than you know." "So you'll do it?" Stephanie asked. I nodded, decision crystallizing. "Yes, I think I will." As we ate dinner, the conversation shifted to other topics. Stephanie's volunteer work, Jennifer's corporate project, my upcoming presentation at the senior center. For perhaps the first time in adulthood, we spoke as 3 women with separate lives and interests, not just as mother and daughters locked in patterns of giving and taking. After dinner, as we walked to our cars, Jennifer hung back slightly. "Mom, can I ask you something?" "Of course. How did you know?" She looked uncharacteristically vulnerable in the soft evening light. "How did you know when it was time to finally say enough? To change everything?" I considered the question carefully. "I didn't know exactly. There was just a moment, seeing those Hawaii photos on my 70th birthday, when something shifted inside me. All the accumulated hurts and dismissals suddenly felt too heavy to carry anymore." I smiled sadly. I wish I could say it was a carefully considered decision, but honestly, it was more like a dam breaking. Jennifer nodded thoughtfully. "I've been thinking about that a lot in therapy, about why it took something so dramatic for things to change." She hesitated. "I'm not good at saying this, but I'm sorry we pushed you to that breaking point." The simple apology, delivered without qualification or expectation, felt like a gift. "Thank you, Jennifer. That means a great deal." As they drove away, I remained in the parking lot, watching their taillights disappear in opposite directions. The evening had confirmed my decision. If my journey from doormat to self-respect could help other women find their voice, then the Good Morning America appearance was a risk worth taking. The following weeks passed in a whirlwind of preparation. My publisher arranged media training sessions via Zoom. My manuscript underwent final edits. Gordon helped me establish boundaries with the television producers about what I would and wouldn't discuss regarding my family. The day before my flight to New York, I visited the senior center where Stephanie volunteered. The presentation room was filled beyond capacity. Residents, staff, and even family members crowded in to hear Boundary Barbara speak. As I shared practical advice about financial independence after 60, I noticed Stephanie at the back of the room, watching with an expression I couldn't quite interpret. When the Q&A session began, an elderly woman in the front row raised her hand. "I've been following your story, Mrs. Collins," she said, her voice quavering slightly. "My question isn't about finances, it's about forgiveness. How did you forgive your daughters after what they did?" The room fell silent. I glanced at Stephanie, whose face had flushed deep red. "Forgiveness is a process, not an event," I answered carefully. For me, it required seeing genuine change, not just hearing apologies. My daughters have worked hard to rebuild trust through consistent actions, not just words. I paused, making eye contact with Stephanie. "And I've had to forgive myself, too, for enabling behavior that wasn't healthy for any of us." The woman nodded, tears in her eyes. "My son hasn't spoken to me in 5 years because I finally stopped paying his mortgage. Sometimes I wonder if standing up for myself was worth losing him." "You didn't lose him," I replied gently. "You lost the illusion of a relationship that was actually about financial dependency, not genuine connection. Real relationships can withstand boundaries. In fact, they require them to be healthy." After the presentation, as residents lined up to speak with me individually, I noticed Stephanie deep in conversation with the woman who'd asked about forgiveness. They spoke intently for several minutes before embracing. Later, as we walked to our cars, I asked about their conversation. Her son cut her off completely when she stopped financially supporting him. Stephanie explained. "She's been blaming herself, thinking she made the wrong choice." I told her about our journey, how Mom setting boundaries was the best thing that could have happened to us, even though we didn't see it that way at first. "You shared our story?" I was surprised by her openness. Stephanie nodded. "The real story, not the sanitized version. How Jennifer and I stole your credit card and then had the audacity to be angry when you reported it stolen. How we've spent 3 months in therapy and financial counseling, learning to stand on our own feet. How it's been the hardest, most important work of our adult lives." Her willingness to own the unflattering truth touched me deeply. "That was brave. It was honest," she corrected. And she needed to hear that sometimes the path to healing isn't easy or straight, that her son might come around eventually like we did, once he learns to make his own way. As we reached our cars, Stephanie surprised me with a tight hug. "I'm proud of you, Mom. For New York, for the book, for all of it." She pulled back, her expression serious, but mostly for finally teaching us the lesson we should have learned years ago. That night, as I packed for New York, I reflected on how completely my life had transformed in just 3 months. From a forgotten 70th birthday to a national television appearance, from enabling unhealthy dynamics to establishing respectful boundaries, from invisibility to voice. The journey hadn't been easy, and it certainly wasn't complete. But standing in my bedroom, suitcase open on the bed that had once felt too empty after Richard's death, I felt a profound sense of rightness, of purpose. "Well, this certainly wasn't in our retirement plan," I said aloud to Richard's memory. "But I think you'd approve." And somewhere deep inside, I felt his answer, not in words, but in the steady certainty that I was exactly where I needed to be, doing exactly what I was meant to do, 70 years old, and my real life was just beginning. New York City sprawled beneath my hotel window, a glittering tapestry of lights against the evening sky. My publisher had arranged accommodations at a midtown hotel, sleek and modern in a way that made my Portland home seem quaint by comparison. Tomorrow morning, I would appear on national television to discuss my book and the journey that had inspired it. The thought still seemed surreal. My phone chimed with a text from Jennifer. "Just confirming. Car service will pick you up at 5:30 a.m. Hair and makeup at the studio by 6:15. Deep breaths. You've got this. Jennifer had surprised me by offering to liaise with the television producers, leveraging her marketing expertise to ensure I was properly prepared. "It's what I do professionally, Mom," she'd explained. "I might as well put these skills to use for you instead of just my clients." Her support felt like another milestone in our healing relationship, Jennifer using her strengths to help, rather than manipulate. I replied with a simple, "Thank you, all set here," then returned to reviewing the talking points my publisher had prepared. The segment would last approximately 7 minutes, a blink in real time, but an eternity under bright studio lights with millions watching. The hotel phone rang, the concierge announcing a delivery. Moments later, a knock at my door revealed a bellhop with a small gift bag. "Special delivery for Mrs. Collins," he announced. Inside the bag was a simple silver bracelet with a single charm, a miniature ladder. The accompanying note read, "For the woman who's showing others how to climb, we're proud of you. Love, S&J." The thoughtfulness of the gesture brought unexpected tears. 3 months ago, my daughters had stolen my credit card and abandoned me on my birthday. Today, they were sending symbolic gifts of support before my television appearance. The transformation seemed almost miraculous, yet I knew it had been earned through painful work on all our parts. I slipped the bracelet onto my wrist, finding comfort in this tangible connection to home as I faced the most public moment of my life. Sleep proved elusive that night. I alternated between reviewing my talking points and attempting meditation techniques I'd learned from a YouTube video Stephanie had recommended. By the time my alarm sounded at 4:45 a.m., I felt simultaneously exhausted and electrified. The morning proceeded in a blur of activity: the car service, the backstage hustle of the television studio, the makeup chair where a young woman applied more products to my face than I'd used in the previous decade combined. "You have amazing bone structure," she commented, blending something shimmery across my cheekbones. "Thank you," I replied, trying not to flinch as she wielded an eyelash curler with alarming proximity to my eyeball. "Though I think most of the credit goes to genetics and 70 years of gravity." She laughed. "Well, whatever it is, you're rocking it. My grandmother watches you online, by the way. She calls you her financial fairy godmother." The comment caught me off guard. "Online? Your website videos. She says you've helped her stand up to my uncle, who's been bleeding her dry for years." She applied a final touch of lipstick. "So thanks for that. She seems happier now." Before I could respond, a production assistant appeared with a clipboard. "Mrs. Collins, you're on in 15 minutes. Let's get you mic'd up." As I was led to the side of the set, I caught my reflection in a monitor. A stylish, confident-looking woman who barely resembled the Barbara Collins who had sat alone on her 70th birthday. The exterior transformation was striking, but the internal shift was what truly mattered. The reclaiming of my voice, my boundaries, my sense of self. 3 minutes, the production assistant announced, adjusting my microphone pack. "Any questions before you go on?" I shook my head, focusing on controlling my breathing as the anchors wrapped up a segment about summer travel destinations. The female anchor, Melissa Chen, would be conducting my interview. She glanced my way with a reassuring smile as a makeup artist touched up her already perfect appearance during the commercial break. 30 seconds. I closed my eyes briefly, centering myself. When I opened them, the red light on the camera illuminated, and Melissa turned to face the lens with practiced ease. Our next guest knows firsthand about the challenges many women face as they age, becoming invisible, being taken for granted, and sometimes even financially exploited by those closest to them. Her new book, The Invisible Woman's Revolution: Reclaiming Your Power After 60, has sparked a national conversation about boundaries and self-worth. Please welcome Barbara Collins. I walked onto the set with as much poise as I could muster, smiling as I took my seat opposite Melissa. "Barbara, thank you for joining us this morning," she began warmly. "Thank you for having me," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. "Your journey to becoming what social media has dubbed Boundary Barbara began with a painful family situation," Melissa continued. "Without delving into private details, can you share what finally prompted you to make such a dramatic change in your relationships?" I touched the ladder charm on my bracelet, drawing strength from this connection to Jennifer and Stephanie. "It was my 70th birthday," I began. "A day when I found myself alone, discovering that family members had taken my credit card without permission to fund a luxury vacation. That must have been devastating," Melissa prompted. It was the culmination of years of enabling unhealthy patterns, I explained. I'd allowed myself to be treated as a financial resource rather than a person deserving of respect. That birthday was simply the moment when I finally said, enough. And that decision changed everything, Melissa noted. It did, though not instantly or easily, I clarified. Setting boundaries isn't about punishing others. It's about honoring yourself enough to require respectful treatment. In my case, it meant establishing clear conditions for rebuilding relationships on healthier terms. The interview flowed more naturally than I'd expected. Melissa asked about the practical steps women could take to reclaim their financial independence, about the emotional challenges of standing up to family members, about the response to my message from women in similar situations. One of the most powerful aspects of your story, she observed, is that you were 70 when you made this transformation. What would you say to women who feel it's too late to change their circumstances? The question resonated deeply. I would tell them that it's never too late to become the person you were meant to be. Every morning we wake up is another chance to rewrite our story. I leaned forward slightly, speaking now not to Melissa, but to the invisible viewers I imagined beyond the cameras. Age isn't a limitation. It's an asset. We have wisdom, perspective, and strength we didn't possess in our younger years. Why not use those gifts to create the life we truly deserve? Beautiful, Melissa said softly. Then, to the camera. Barbara Collins's book, The Invisible Woman's Revolution, releases next week. Thank you for sharing your inspiring journey with us this morning. Thank you for the opportunity, I replied as the segment concluded. The lights dimmed slightly as commercials began. Melissa removed her microphone, shaking my hand warmly. That was wonderful, Barbara. Authentic and powerful. Your book is going to help a lot of women. I hope so, I replied, still slightly dazed by the surreality of it all. As I was escorted backstage, the production assistant handed me my phone. It's been lighting up non-stop during your segment, she noted. 27 text messages, 43 emails, notifications from social media accounts I barely used, and a voicemail from Gordon. Barbara, you were magnificent. Call me as soon as you can. The publisher is already talking about a second printing before the first is even released. I was ushered to a waiting car that would return me to the hotel. As we navigated Manhattan's morning traffic, I scrolled through my messages. Grace, neighbors, church friends, former colleagues, all watching, all offering congratulations. And then a text from an unknown number that made my heart stutter. Mrs. Collins, you don't know me, but I'm the hotel manager from Hawaii. Just wanted to say I watched you this morning and was moved by how you've transformed a difficult situation into something meaningful. Wishing you continued success. Marcus Reeves, the manager who had called security on my daughters 3 months ago, had somehow found my number to offer encouragement. The completeness of the circle nearly overwhelmed me. Back in my hotel room, I finally called my daughters on a video chat. They appeared together on my screen, apparently watching from Jennifer's apartment. Mom, you were amazing! Stephanie exclaimed. So poised, so articulate. I got goosebumps. Jennifer, more measured as always, nodded in agreement. You knocked it out of the park, clear, compelling, and you managed to address what happened without exposing us. Thank you for that. The bracelet was perfect, I told them, holding up my wrist so they could see I was wearing it. It gave me strength at just the right moment. That was Stephanie's idea, Jennifer admitted, though I found the jeweler. Teamwork, I observed, smiling at this evidence of their improving relationship. We've been talking, Stephanie said, glancing at her sister, about what happens when the 6-month probation period ends next month. My heart tightened. We'd never explicitly discussed what would happen after they completed my conditions, whether financial support would resume, whether the trust distributions would be unfrozen. And, I prompted gently. Jennifer straightened her shoulders. We think the current arrangement should continue. The financial counseling has been illuminating. I've actually started building an emergency fund for the first time in my adult life, and I've been living within my means for 3 consecutive months, Stephanie added proudly. It's been hard, but also, I don't know, clarifying about what really matters. What about the trust distributions, I asked. Those quarterly payments had been a significant part of their income for years. The sisters exchanged glances. We've discussed it, Jennifer said carefully. And we think those funds might be better directed elsewhere for now. Stephanie nodded. Maybe toward your foundation idea. The one for helping elderly victims of financial abuse. We could help structure it, maybe even volunteer some time. The suggestion, coming from them rather than imposed by me, left me momentarily speechless. Are you sure? Those distributions are substantial. We're sure, Jennifer confirmed. We need to stand completely on our own feet. No safety nets, no bailouts. It's the only way we'll truly change. I studied their faces on my screen, searching for signs of manipulation or hidden agenda. Instead, I saw only resolution and a new maturity that both broke and mended my heart. I'm proud of you both, I said finally. This decision couldn't have been easy. Easier than you might think, Stephanie replied with a small smile. Turns out there's something empowering about paying your own way. Who knew? After we disconnected, I sat on the edge of the hotel bed, processing the magnitude of the morning's events. The television appearance, the manager's unexpected message, my daughter's decision to continue their financial independence. 3 months ago, I had been invisible, a convenient resource, easily overlooked. Today, I was visible not only to millions of television viewers, but more importantly, to my own family. And they, in turn, were becoming visible to me in new ways, not as the entitled adults who had taken advantage of my generosity, but as women finding their own path to integrity and self-sufficiency. My phone rang again. Diane from the publishing house. Barbara, congratulations on a stellar interview. I'm calling with exciting news. Based on early indicators, we're expediting the second printing of your book. And there's more. We'd like to discuss a potential follow-up focused specifically on mother-daughter financial dynamics. The pre-orders are already exceeding our most optimistic projections. As she continued outlining opportunities, a book tour, speaking engagements, potential partnerships with women's organizations, I gazed out at the New York skyline. At 70, I wasn't wrapping up my story. I was beginning a new chapter entirely. And for perhaps the first time since Richard's death, I felt truly, vibrantly alive, not defined by my relationships to others, but by my own voice, my own purpose, my own reclaimed power. The invisible woman had not only become visible, she was shining. 8 months after my daughters stole my credit card on my 70th birthday, I stood at a podium in the grand ballroom of the Portland Hilton, surveying a sea of attentive faces. Women of all ages filled the room, but predominantly those with silver hair, lines of experience etched around their eyes, and expressions of recognition as I shared my journey. Financial independence isn't just about money, I explained, my voice confident in a way that still occasionally surprised me. It's about reclaiming your worth after decades of putting everyone else first. It's about remembering that you matter, not just as a mother, grandmother, or caregiver, but as a woman with dreams, talents, and wisdom all your own. The book tour had brought me to 12 cities in as many weeks. My publisher had been astounded by the response. Venues consistently filled beyond capacity, media coverage expanding beyond morning shows to include major newspapers and magazines. Boundary Barbara Sparks' national movement, one headline had declared. Another called my book The Silent Generation's Manifesto for Visibility. The attention was still uncomfortable at times, but I'd learned to focus on the message rather than the messenger, on the women finding their voice rather than on my own unexpected platform. As I concluded my formal remarks and opened the floor for questions, a woman in the third row raised her hand. She appeared to be in her mid-60s, elegantly dressed, but with hands that trembled slightly as she held the microphone. Mrs. Collins, your book changed my life, she began, her voice wavering with emotion. I've been supporting my son financially for 15 years, paying his mortgage, his car payments, even his vacations. After reading your story, I finally told him no more. She paused, tears welling. He hasn't spoken to me in 6 weeks. Did I do the right thing? Will he ever come back? The raw pain in her question resonated throughout the room. I stepped from behind the podium, approaching the edge of the stage to address her directly. What's your name? I asked gently. Margaret, she replied. Margaret, first let me say how much courage it took to make that decision. You did the right thing, not just for yourself, but ultimately for your son as well. I glanced toward the back of the room, where Jennifer and Stephanie stood quietly observing. I can't promise your son will respond as my daughters eventually did. Everyone's journey is different, but I can tell you this. What you've lost is not a healthy relationship. It's a dynamic of dependence that was preventing both of you from living authentically. Margaret nodded, wiping away tears. And one more thing, I added. You are not alone in this room. Look around you. Every woman here has her own version of this story, of giving until depletion, of wondering if boundaries mean abandonment. We're walking this path together. A murmur of agreement rippled through the audience. Several women reached out to touch Margaret's shoulder in solidarity. The remainder of the Q&A session followed a similar pattern. Women sharing painful stories of financial exploitation by adult children, siblings, or partners. Others offering advice from further along the journey of reclaiming their independence. When the formal event concluded, I sat at a table signing books and speaking briefly with each person who approached. Some simply wanted to express gratitude. Others needed a moment of connection with someone who understood their struggle. All seemed to leave standing a little straighter, as if permission to value themselves was itself a gift worth carrying home. As the line finally dwindled, my daughters approached the signing table. They had flown in from Portland specifically for this event, the final stop on my tour, and a homecoming of sorts. You were wonderful, Mom, Stephanie said, embracing me warmly. That woman Margaret, I wanted to tell her it gets better, that relationships can heal after boundaries are set. Maybe you should, I suggested. She's still over by the refreshment table. Your perspective might mean more to her than mine. Stephanie glanced in Margaret's direction, then nodded. I think I will. She squeezed my hand before walking away. Jennifer remained, helping me gather my notes and the small gifts some attendees had pressed into my hands. Cards, bookmarks, even a hand-knitted scarf from a woman who'd said my book had given her warmth when she felt coldest. 9 months ago, if someone had told me my mother would become a national voice for women's financial independence, I'd have thought they were delusional, Jennifer remarked, her tone light but her eyes serious. Yet here we are. Here we are indeed, I agreed, watching as Stephanie engaged in animated conversation with Margaret across the room. How are you feeling about all this? Jennifer considered the question thoughtfully. Proud, humbled, occasionally still embarrassed when someone recognizes your name and asks if I'm that Jennifer. She gave a rueful smile, but mostly grateful for the wake-up call we needed, even if it came in the form of hotel security and viral humiliation. I touched her hand. And how are things with the financial counselor? Ongoing, she admitted. I still struggle sometimes, especially with impulse spending when I'm stressed, but I haven't asked anyone for money in 9 months, and I've built up 3 months of emergency savings. Baby steps. Important ones, I noted, recognizing the significance of this progress for Jennifer, who had lived paycheck to paycheck despite her substantial income for as long as I could remember. As we prepared to leave, the event coordinator approached with an elegant envelope. This was delivered for you during the event, Mrs. Collins. The messenger said it was important. Inside was an invitation printed on heavy cardstock. The Regional Association of Financial Advisors requests the honor of your presence at our annual gala this Saturday evening, where you will be presented with the Eleanor Roosevelt Award for Empowerment. Another accolade for the collection, Jennifer observed, reading over my shoulder. Your credenza is running out of space. I smiled at her teasing. The various awards and recognitions that had come my way in recent months meant far less to me than the real changes in my family and the women I'd been able to help. The gala's this Saturday? I confirmed, checking the date. But that's your birthday, Jennifer finished. Your 71st. We know. My birthday. The day that had triggered everything. Last year's forgotten celebration leading to my daughter's theft, my awakening, and the cascade of changes that followed. We actually have plans for your birthday, Stephanie announced, rejoining us after her conversation with Margaret. If you're willing to skip the fancy gala, I raised an eyebrow. What kind of plans? It's a surprise, Jennifer replied with uncharacteristic playfulness. But I promise it doesn't involve stolen credit cards or tropical destinations, or social media posts from said tropical destinations, Stephanie added with a self-deprecating grimace. The sisters exchanged a look that suggested detailed planning and shared secrets, another healing sign in their formerly competitive relationship. All right, I agreed cautiously. No gala. Birthday surprise it is. When Saturday arrived, I half expected something elaborate given my daughter's naturally dramatic tendencies. Instead, Jennifer picked me up in her sensibly downsized car, the luxury SUV having been sold as part of her debt repayment plan, and drove me to my favorite park overlooking the Willamette River. There, in a secluded picnic area, I found a small gathering of those closest to me: Stephanie, Gordon, Grace, and several friends from church. A simple banner read, "Happy 71st birthday, Barbara," and a modestly decorated cake sat on the center table. "We thought about something bigger," Jennifer explained as we approached. "But then we realized what you'd appreciate most is quality time with people who truly see you." The thoughtfulness of the gesture, recognizing my preference for meaning over spectacle, touched me deeply. As we settled around the picnic table, Stephanie cleared her throat. "Mom, before we eat, we have something to share with you." Jennifer nodded, reaching into her purse to retrieve an envelope similar to the one containing the gala invitation. "This is your real birthday present." Inside, I found legal documents with a familiar letterhead, Gordon's law firm. As I scanned the contents, my breath caught. "The Barbara Collins Foundation for Financial Dignity," I read aloud. "Established with an initial endowment of—" I looked up in shock at the figure listed. "It's the full amount we owed you, plus interest," Jennifer explained. "We've both been working extra jobs for months to make it happen. And we've structured it as a proper nonprofit," Stephanie added. "With you as the chairperson, of course. The foundation will provide education and resources to older women facing financial exploitation, especially from family members." Gordon smiled from across the table. "They came to me with the idea 3 months ago. Been working on it ever since. Proper legal structure, mission statement, strategic plan. They've done it right, Barbara." I looked from the documents to my daughters' faces, finding no trace of their former entitlement or manipulation. Instead, I saw 2 women who had traveled their own difficult journey alongside mine, from entitled takers to genuine givers. I struggled to find words adequate to the moment. This is the most meaningful gift I could imagine. "There's more," Stephanie said, pulling out a folder. "We've already lined up partnerships with 3 senior centers and 2 community colleges to provide workshops, and we've recruited volunteer financial advisors willing to offer pro bono consultations. The foundation's first major event is already scheduled," Jennifer added, "a conference called Invisible No More, Financial Empowerment After 60. We've secured sponsorships to keep registration fees minimal." As they continued outlining their vision, the very practical steps they'd taken to translate my experience into a resource for others, I felt a profound sense of completion. My daughters hadn't just acknowledged their past behavior, they had transformed it into something redemptive. The birthday celebration continued with cake and conversations, laughter and a few tears. As afternoon shadows lengthened across the park, I found myself sitting slightly apart, watching my newly reconfigured family with a sense of wonder. Grace joined me on the bench. "Quite a difference from last year's birthday," she observed. "In every possible way," I agreed. "Richard would be bursting with pride," she said softly. "Not just about your success, but about the women your daughters are becoming." I nodded, feeling his presence as I often did in moments of significance. The hardest part was believing I deserved better, I confessed. After decades of putting everyone else first, it felt almost selfish to prioritize my own dignity. "And now?" Grace prompted. I watched as Jennifer and Stephanie worked together to pack up the remains of our picnic, their interaction easy and supportive, in a way I'd rarely witnessed before. "Now I understand that dignity isn't something you earn or deserve," I replied. "It's something you claim. And in claiming it for myself, I somehow helped my daughters claim it too." Grace patted my hand. "From credit card theft to nonprofit foundation in 1 year. Not bad for a woman who thought her meaningful life was behind her at 70. I laughed at her characteristic bluntness. "Not bad at all." As we prepared to leave, Stephanie approached with my purse and jacket. "One more thing, Mom. We've booked you a spa day tomorrow. Massage, facial, the works. And before you worry about the cost, it's all within budget. No credit cards were harmed in the making of this birthday." The gentle self-mockery in her tone, acknowledging past mistakes without shame or defensiveness, was perhaps the clearest sign of her growth. "Thank you," I said simply, embracing her, "for everything." Driving home with Jennifer, I watched Portland's familiar landscape slide past my window. So much had changed in a year, yet the city remained the same, a reminder that transformation often happens internally before it manifests in the world around us. "I never thanked you properly," Jennifer said suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence. For what? For having the courage to say no, for letting us face consequences. She kept her eyes on the road, but her voice held uncharacteristic vulnerability. It would have been easier to keep enabling us, to maintain the status quo. Easier in the moment, I acknowledged, but devastating in the long run. For all of us. She nodded. I think about that hotel manager sometimes. How humiliating it was to be treated like criminals. How entitled we felt to your money, your support, your endless giving. She glanced at me briefly. That version of myself seems like a stranger now. Growth often feels that way, I observed. The person we were becomes unrecognizable to the person we're becoming. As Jennifer pulled into my driveway, I noticed my garden blooming in the early evening light. The roses Richard had planted now thriving under my care. New varieties I'd added creating a tapestry of color and fragrance. Like my life, the garden had evolved, honoring what came before while making room for fresh growth and possibility. Happy birthday, Mom, Jennifer said as I gathered my things. See you tomorrow at the foundation meeting? 9 o'clock at Gordon's office? I'll be there, I promised, marveling at my daughter making plans that involved responsibility and giving rather than taking. Inside my home, the modest house I'd chosen to keep despite my ability to afford more, I set down my purse and kicked off my shoes with a contented sigh. On the mantel, Richard's photo seemed to smile with particular warmth. You were right, I told his image, about the girls needing limits. About me needing to stand up for myself. About everything, really. 1 year ago, I had been a woman diminished by others' expectations and my own reluctance to claim space. Today, I stood tall in my truth, not just for myself, but for the countless women finding courage through my story. At 71, my life wasn't winding down. It was expanding in ways I could never have imagined. The credit card theft that had broken my heart on my 70th birthday had ultimately led to healing deeper than the original wound. And in that healing, messy, difficult, and ongoing as it was, I had discovered what it truly meant to be visible, not just seen, but known, not just valued for what I could give, but respected for who I was. The invisible woman had stepped into the light and found, to her surprise, that she had been luminous all along. 1 year to the day after I blocked my daughter's stolen credit card in Hawaii, I stood before a packed auditorium at Portland Community College. The banner behind me read, The Invisible Woman's Revolution, First Annual Conference on Financial Dignity After 60. Nearly 300 women filled the seats, some accompanied by daughters or friends, others alone, but quickly forming connections with those nearby. Welcome, I began, my voice steady and sure in a way that no longer surprised me. 1 year ago today, I made a decision that changed everything. I chose dignity over dependence, boundaries over exploitation, self-respect over invisibility. As I shared the now familiar outlines of my story, I noticed many women nodding in recognition. Others dabbed at tears. A few reached for the hands of daughters sitting beside them, some in solidarity, others perhaps in apology or new understanding. Today isn't about my journey, I continued. It's about yours. Every woman in this room has her own version of becoming invisible, of having her worth diminished, her boundaries violated, her generosity exploited. This conference is designed to give you practical tools for reclaiming your power, financially and personally. I introduced our keynote speaker, a renowned financial advisor specializing in women's economic security, then took my seat in the front row between Jennifer and Stephanie. Both had taken personal days from work to help run the conference, overseeing everything from registration to the workshop schedule. Nervous? Jennifer whispered as applause greeted the keynote speaker. Grateful, I corrected. A year ago, I couldn't have imagined this. Throughout the day, I moved between sessions, a workshop on recognizing financial manipulation, a panel discussion featuring women who had successfully disentangled from economically abusive relationships, practical sessions on budgeting and investing after 60. The foundation we had established was providing everything free of charge, from materials to the boxed lunches served in the college courtyard. During the lunch break, I found myself approached by a woman clutching my book, its pages marked with colorful, sticky notes. Mrs. Collins, she began hesitantly, I've been wanting to thank you. Your story gave me courage when I needed it most. I'm so glad, I replied warmly. What's your name? Ellen Martinez. I'm 73. She straightened her shoulders with visible pride. 3 months ago, I finally told my son he couldn't live in my guest house rent-free anymore. He's 46 and perfectly capable of supporting himself. That must have been difficult, I acknowledged. She nodded. He didn't speak to me for weeks, called me heartless, said I was choosing money over family. Her eyes grew bright with unshed tears. But last week, he signed a lease on his own apartment. And yesterday, he brought me flowers and said, her voice caught, he said he was sorry for taking advantage of me for so long. I squeezed her hand. How wonderful that he found his way to that realization. It's because I held firm, Ellen said. Your book helped me understand that my enablement wasn't actually helping him. That real love sometimes means saying no. As she moved on, I spotted Stephanie deep in conversation with a group of younger women, daughters who had accompanied their mothers to the conference. From her animated gestures and their attentive expressions, I could tell she was sharing our family's journey from her perspective. Stephanie had emerged as an unexpected ambassador for adult children, learning to stand on their own feet. Her volunteer work at the senior center had evolved into a part-time paid position, coordinating intergenerational programs. She'd even started writing a blog called Recovering Financial Dependent that had garnered significant attention. Jennifer's transformation had been equally remarkable, though different in character. Always more reserved than her sister, she had channeled her marketing expertise into the foundation's outreach efforts. The strategic plan she'd developed had attracted significant donors, allowing us to expand programming beyond our initial projections. More importantly, both daughters were now completely self-supporting. The trust distributions remained redirected to the foundation, by their choice rather than my mandate. Jennifer had downsized her lifestyle considerably, moving from her luxury downtown condo to a modest apartment closer to her office. Stephanie had taken on a roommate to share expenses, something she would have considered beneath her a year earlier. Our relationships had evolved as well. The mandatory therapy sessions had concluded months ago, but we continued meeting regularly, sometimes just for dinner, other times to work on foundation business. The artificial formality that had characterized our early reconciliation had gradually given way to a more authentic connection, one based on mutual respect rather than financial dependence. As the conference reconvened for afternoon sessions, I slipped away briefly to a quiet corner of the campus. My phone showed 3 missed calls from my publisher, likely about the paperback release scheduled for next month, and an email from Good Morning America requesting a follow-up interview for their Where Are They Now segment. The attention still felt surreal at times. Boundary Barbara had evolved from viral video subject to recognized advocate for women's financial dignity. My book had spent 15 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list. I'd been quoted in articles about economic abuse, featured in a documentary on women's financial independence, and named to several Women Over 60 Making a Difference lists. None of it had been planned or sought. All of it had emerged from that single moment of clarity on my 70th birthday. The recognition that I deserved better than exploitation disguised as family obligation. As I prepared to return to the conference, a text message appeared from Grace. Local news is covering your event. Just saw you on Channel 8. So proud of my famous friend. I smiled at her enthusiasm. The media attention was flattering, but secondary to the real measure of success. The women like Ellen Martinez finding their voice, reclaiming their dignity, reshaping their relationships on healthier terms. The afternoon culminated in a panel discussion featuring financial counselors, legal experts, and women sharing personal stories of economic recovery. As moderator, I guided the conversation toward practical steps attendees could take immediately, regardless of their current circumstances. The journey to financial dignity isn't about wealth, noted one panelist, a retired teacher who had recently extricated herself from supporting multiple adult children. It's about autonomy, the freedom to make choices based on your own needs and values, not others' expectations or demands. And it's never too late to begin, added another, a financial advisor specializing in senior women. I have clients who started investing in their 70s and 80s. The question isn't, why bother at my age, but rather, why not claim what remains of my life as fully my own? As the panel concluded to enthusiastic applause, I invited everyone to a closing reception in the college atrium. There, amid refreshments and informal conversation, I watched connections form between women who had arrived as strangers. Phone numbers exchanged, support networks established, resources shared. Jennifer appeared at my side, clipboard in hand. Everything's running smoothly, she reported. We've already got 30 names on the list for next year's conference. Next year, I repeated, the concept still somewhat astonishing. I suppose this has become an annual tradition. More than that, she replied. It's becoming a movement. She wasn't wrong. The ripple effects from my initial boundary setting had expanded far beyond our family, touching lives across the country. Women who had spent decades in the background were stepping forward, claiming space, demanding respect. Did you ever imagine this? I asked, gesturing toward the room full of animated conversation and newfound solidarity. Jennifer shook her head. Honestly, a year ago I was more concerned with how to explain to my friends why I'd been escorted from a luxury hotel by security. She offered a self-deprecating smile. Talk about missing the bigger picture. As the event wound down, Stephanie joined us, accompanied by Ellen Martinez and several other women eager to share their stories. I listened as they described their own awakening to self-worth, their steps toward financial independence, their evolving family dynamics. The hardest part, one woman confessed, is the guilt. I spent so many years believing that saying no was selfish, that my own needs mattered less than everyone else's. I understand completely, I assured her. That's why community is so important. We need to remind each other that dignity isn't selfishness, that boundaries aren't rejection, that we matter, not just for what we give, but for who we are. As the last attendees departed, my daughters and I remained behind to oversee cleanup and thank the volunteers. The conference had been entirely their vision, conceived, planned, and executed as their gift to me and to the women my story had touched. You two have created something remarkable here, I told them as we gathered our materials. I couldn't be prouder. We had an excellent teacher, Stephanie replied, her expression uncharacteristically serious. Not just in how you handled the Hawaii situation, but in how you've lived this past year with dignity, purpose, and generosity despite everything we put you through. Jennifer nodded in agreement. You could have just cut us off and moved on with your life. Instead, you gave us a path to redemption. Difficult, but possible. That's real love. Their words touched me deeply. The journey had indeed been difficult for all of us. Painful reckonings, uncomfortable truths, the dismantling of long-established patterns. But the women standing before me now bore little resemblance to the entitled daughters who had stolen my credit card a year earlier. As we left the campus, the setting sun bathed Portland in golden light. My daughters headed to their respective cars with promises to meet for our regular Sunday dinner in 2 days. I lingered a moment, watching them walk away. Independent women who had found their own feet after years of leaning on mine. A quote from my book came to mind, words I had written during those early uncertain days of establishing boundaries. The greatest gift we can give our children is not endless support, but the expectation and belief that they can support themselves. The past year had proven the truth of that statement beyond anything I could have imagined. At home that evening, I settled into Richard's old armchair with a cup of tea, reflecting on the day's events. On the coffee table lay a framed photo taken at my 71st birthday. Jennifer, Stephanie, and me laughing together in the park, genuine joy illuminating our faces. Beside it sat the advance copy of my second book, set for release in 3 months, Beyond Boundaries, Rebuilding Relationships After Financial Dependence. My phone chimed with a text from Gordon. Congratulations on a successful conference. Richard would be bursting with pride. I smiled, knowing it was true. My late husband had always seen more in me than I saw in myself, had recognized a strength and resilience I'd only fully discovered in the past year. We did it, Richard, I whispered to his memory. We raised daughters who could find their way back to integrity, even after losing their path. And I finally found my voice, even after decades of silence. As night fell outside my window, I felt a profound sense of completion. The journey that had begun with betrayal and heartbreak on my 70th birthday had transformed not only my life, but the lives of countless others. The pain had been necessary, the catalyst for change too long deferred. At 71, I had become not just visible but luminous, a woman standing fully in her power, surrounded by daughters who had found their own, offering light to others still struggling in shadows. The invisible woman's revolution continued, far beyond my individual story. Women who had spent decades diminishing themselves were reclaiming their worth, their voice, their rightful place. And I had the extraordinary privilege of witnessing their awakening, of sharing in their journey toward the dignity we all deserved. As I prepared for bed that night, I paused before my mirror, seeing not just the silver-haired woman reflected there, but all she represented: resilience, wisdom, the courage to begin again, regardless of age or circumstance. Happy anniversary, I told my reflection softly. Here's to boundaries, dignity, and second acts that outshine the first. And somewhere, in the stillness of my heart, I felt Richard's answering smile. The end. If this story touched your heart or inspired you to set boundaries to protect your dignity, subscribe to the channel now so you won't miss more stories like this. And tell me in the comments, where are you watching from? Your city might be small, but your courage is huge. Together, we're showing the world that it's never too late to bloom and become the visible, respected woman you always deserved to be.
New Year's Eve was supposed to feel warm. Instead, it felt like standing outside my own family's window, watching them celebrate without me. Hi everyone, my name is Sophie Lane, I'm 26, and that night was the moment I realized generosity means nothing in a family that feeds on hierarchy. I'd spent my entire month's salary decorating the house, cooking the feast, making everything perfect. The dining table gleamed, candles lit, golden ribbons around every chair, and the smell of roasted herbs filling the air. I'd even saved for gifts. A new phone for my brother, and handcrafted leather boots for Dad, the kind he'd wanted for months. They both tore open their boxes with polite smiles. For a heartbeat, I thought maybe, just maybe, this year would be different. Then my brother leaned back and smirked. Dad told me to teach you a lesson, no gift for you. My father chuckled, proud, like he delivered some noble punishment. It's for your own good, Sophie. Maybe you'll learn your place. My place. Something inside me went very still. I smiled. Slowly. Well, I said, reaching into my purse, it's a good thing I brought one more gift. My brother frowned. For who? For both of you. And when I placed that small white envelope on the table, they had no idea. Their lesson was about to begin. The envelope sat in the center of the table, plain, white, harmless. My father's eyes narrowed. What's this supposed to be? Another one of your sentimental notes. I smiled, calm as ever. Something like that. My brother reached for it, tearing it open with the same arrogance he used to open every door I built for him. A few folded documents slid out, crisp, stamped, official. What is this? He muttered. I took a slow sip of my tea. That, I said softly, is the new ownership document for this apartment. Dad laughed. Ownership? Don't be ridiculous, Sophie. This place is in my name. It was, I corrected gently. Until you used it as collateral for the business loan I helped you secure last year. Remember? The one you defaulted on. The laughter died. My brother frowned, reading faster. Wait, this says that the property was transferred to the loan's guarantor. I finished. Me. My father's face drained of color. You signed the guarantee? I nodded. You asked me to handle the paperwork. I did. But you never read what I signed. My brother stood abruptly, his chair scraping the floor. You tricked us. No, I said, standing too. I protected myself. Their silence was thunderous, the kind that falls when power finally shifts. And for the first time in years, I watched my father look at me not as a daughter, but as a consequence. For a long moment, no one spoke. My father stared at the papers like they were written in another language. My brother's jaw tightened, his hand shaking as he set the documents down. You had no right, my father finally said, voice trembling. This is my house. No, I said quietly. This was your house. You mortgaged it without reading the fine print, the one that transferred ownership to the guarantor upon default. His face flushed red. You used us. I tilted my head. You mean the way you've used me for years? To pay your bills, run your errands, cook your meals, and fund every holiday you brag about. My brother slammed his palm on the table. You're still living here under our roof. I smiled. Correction. You are living here under mine. The words landed like glass shattering across the table. Dad's voice turned cold. You think this gives you power? You'll regret this, Sophie. Family doesn't turn on family. My laughter came out soft. Dangerous. Family doesn't humiliate the person who feeds them either. But you didn't call that betrayal. You called it love. He opened his mouth to speak, but I cut him off. You don't have to worry about living under my roof for long. Their eyes widened. Because as of tomorrow morning, I said calmly, you'll be getting your own eviction notice. The next morning, I woke early. The air felt different, lighter. I made coffee, printed the papers, and waited for them to wake up. My father shuffled into the kitchen, his expression sour, my brother trailing behind him, eyes heavy from a sleepless night. Morning, I greeted, sliding 2 envelopes across the table. Dad frowned. What's this now? Formal notice, I said, stirring my coffee. You have 30 days to vacate the property. My brother laughed bitterly. You can't evict your own family. I met his gaze. You're right. I shouldn't have to. But after last night's lesson, I realized something. Family doesn't mean submission. My father snatched the letter, scanning it. You filed this legally? Registered with the housing board this morning, I said. And before you panic, I already arranged for a rental property near Uncle Henry's place. Consider it generous. He slammed the paper down. You're heartless. I stood. No, I'm just done being the family wallet. For years, they'd taken from me without thanks, twisting love into obligation. But now, the same girl who once begged for approval held the keys to their roof and the freedom to say no. You wanted to teach me a lesson, I said softly. Congratulations. I learned it. Then I walked out, leaving them speechless in the kitchen. 2 men who finally realized the weakest one at the table had just ended the game. By noon, the family group chat was on fire. My aunt messaged first. Sophie, tell me you didn't evict your own father. Then came my cousin. Everyone's saying you took the house papers behind their back. That true? I didn't bother replying. Let them gossip. They'd never seen my father mock me after every paycheck, never watched my brother gloat over the things I paid for. But the silence broke when my mother called. Sophie, she said sharply, what did you do? I enforced the law, I replied. He's your father, she shouted. And I was his servant, I said calmly. Where even now, there was a pause, then a quieter voice. He's embarrassed, Sophie. Everyone's talking. Good, I said. Maybe he'll finally feel what humiliation tastes like. That evening, Dad came storming back with my brother, fury in every step. You think paperwork gives you control? He spat. You'll regret crossing me. I stood in the doorway, blocking their path. No threats, Dad. Not here. I've changed the locks. My brother laughed coldly. You've really lost it. I took out a small remote and pressed it. The security alarm blinked red, private access only. I lost my peace for years, I said softly. Now, I'm just reclaiming it. They stood there, speechless, facing the home that was no longer theirs, and for once, they were the outsiders. The following week, the house was quiet, almost unnaturally so. No shouting, no guilt-tripping, no one asking for a little help till next month. But peace came with a price. Rumors spread fast. At the grocery store, old neighbors whispered, "That's the daughter who kicked her family out." I smiled politely and kept walking. Let them talk. They hadn't lived my life. My father tried one last stunt. He called the property registrar, demanding a review of ownership. They sent him the legal documentation with my signature, his default clause, and the recorded approval he'd given months ago. After that, he stopped calling. My brother, however, didn't. He sent one message late one night. "You're cruel. We were supposed to be family." I typed back. Family isn't something you weaponize. You can't steal from it, mock it, and still expect its loyalty. Then I blocked him. A few days later, I packed away their leftover things. Old photos, my dad's tools, my brother's gaming console. I dropped the boxes at the local charity, receipt and all. When I came home that evening, the house felt lighter, brighter, like it had exhaled. For the first time in my life, I wasn't living under someone else's power. I was living on my own terms, and that, I realized, was the best gift I could have given myself. 3 weeks later, I received a letter from my father's lawyer, a last attempt to guilt me wrapped in legal language. It read, "Your father requests a reconsideration for shared ownership in good faith." Good faith. The same man who once laughed as he said I'd never be worth more than a pair of boots was now asking for mercy. I called his lawyer directly. "Tell my father," I said calmly, "that I don't negotiate with people who see family as property." He sighed, almost pitying. "He won't take this well." "I know," I replied. He never did when I started thinking for myself. That evening, I stopped by the place they'd rented, a small unit on the edge of town. My father opened the door, eyes sunken, pride bruised. My brother sat behind him, scrolling his phone, pretending not to see me. "Why are you here?" Dad asked bitterly. "To return this," I said, holding out a small velvet box. Inside was the keychain he'd given me at 16, engraved with "For my smart girl." He stared at it, then at me. "Is this your way of saying goodbye?" "No," I said softly. "It's my way of saying I forgive you. But I'm done being small so you can feel big." He didn't answer. He didn't have to. Because when I walked away, I knew, for the first time, he understood exactly who he'd underestimated. A year later, I spent New Year's Eve at the same dining table, but this time, it was mine alone. No shouting, no guilt, no backhanded lessons. Just peace, candles, and silence that felt like victory. The house was fully renovated now. The walls were painted soft ivory, the shelves lined with the books I'd never had space for before. Every corner whispered something familiar, not loneliness, but freedom. On the table sat 2 unopened envelopes, each addressed to me. One from my father, one from my brother. I didn't need to open them. I already knew what they said. Regret disguised as excuses. I smiled faintly and tucked them into a drawer, beside the original ownership papers. The documents that had once divided us were now my quiet reminder. Strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it just signs its name. Outside, fireworks exploded across the night sky, coloring the glass with fleeting bursts of gold and red. For a moment, I remembered that night, my father laughing, my brother mocking me, both certain I'd stay small forever. But they never understood. I wasn't built to fight for scraps. I was built to rebuild. So I raised a glass of wine toward the window and whispered, "Here's to lessons learned, and to the girl who finally taught them." Then I took a sip, smiled to myself, and let the past fade quietly into the smoke of fireworks. "You're the failure. You're just a burden we won't carry anymore. Get out." That's what my mother said, standing in the kitchen of the house I scrubbed, cooked in, and quietly cried inside for years. Dad didn't argue. He just looked away and slid a set of house keys across the table. Not to me. To my brother. They gave him everything. Our family business. The second house my grandfather built. And their public approval like a ribbon on top. Me? I got silence. No goodbye. No explanation. Just a plastic bag with my name on it, full of mail and leftovers. I left that night. Didn't scream. Didn't beg. Just left. For 2 years, I didn't call. Didn't show up at holidays. Didn't answer their polite, guilt-laced voicemails that came every few months like clockwork. Instead, I built something. Quietly. Far away. Piece by piece. I bought a small plot of land with the little savings they never asked if I had. Worked 2 jobs. Poured every insult they ever gave me into bricks, blueprints, and borrowed time. And then, 2 years later, my phone rang. It was my brother, number I never saved. But I knew the voice. Panicked. Breathless. He'd just driven past my land. Past the stone gate. Past the manicured trees. Past the new roof with solar panels and the custom glass entryway. And all I heard was him shouting into the phone. Dad. You need to see this place. She built a whole life without US. My name is Emery Blake, I'm 36. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. Because the ones they threw out, sometimes they don't just rise. They rise louder. After that call, I waited. Not because I wanted them to come, but because I knew they would. Curiosity always follows cruelty, especially when the person you discarded starts glowing in a place you can't reach. 2 days later, a familiar car crawled past my fence. Dad's. He didn't park, just slowed down enough to stare. I stood on my porch with a cup of tea, not waving, not smiling, just existing, which, in their world, was already too much. I watched him drive off, and something in me, something I didn't know was still waiting, finally exhaled. That night, my inbox lit up.
Mom.
Subject line: we should talk. I opened it. Emery. We didn't mean for things to get so distant. We were just trying to do what was best for everyone. Your brother needed help starting out. You seemed fine on your own. Let's reconnect. Maybe we can come see the house sometime. No apology. No ownership. Just revision. They were trying to write themselves into Act 2 of a story they abandoned at Chapter 1. I didn't reply, but I forwarded the email to myself with the subject: when they pretend they didn't push you. Then I got in my truck, drove into town, and picked up paint samples. I was planning a mural for the side wall facing the road. A message, not in words, but in color, in defiance, in presence. Because I wasn't just living, I was seen, and no amount of memory washing could unbuild what I built from nothing. 3 weeks later, they showed up unannounced. I was planting lavender when I heard the car door slam. Dad first, then Mom, in heels too sharp for gravel, wobbling her way up my stone path like she owned it. They didn't knock. They stood at the edge of the porch like tourists at a monument they never funded. Mom looked around, eyes scanning the wooden beams, the iron lanterns, the details they never believed I could afford. "You did all this yourself?" she asked, as if I had stolen the land from under someone else's name. I stood up, dirt on my gloves, and said nothing. Just let the silence stretch like wire between us. Dad finally spoke. "You should have told us you were doing so well." I tilted my head. "You told me I was a burden." I assumed my silence would be a relief. Mom flinched, not from guilt, from being quoted. "We were under stress," she muttered. "Your brother was going through a lot. We didn't think you'd thrive." I offered. "Survive." She didn't answer. I pointed to the mural, now finished, across the side of the house. It showed a small girl planting seeds while faceless hands tossed stones behind her back. Above it, painted in gold, watered by rejection, rooted in self. They stared at it, speechless. "I don't need you to like it," I said. "I didn't build this for applause." They left without walking inside. No hugs, no tears, no false promises. Just 2 shrinking silhouettes in my rear-view mirror, and a field of lavender blooming in their place.
Days passed.
Then a week. Silence again, but this time, it wasn't cold. It was earned. And then, without warning, the message came. From my brother. A photo. The family business, the one they gave him, shuttered. Windows boarded. For lease, sign crooked in the dirt. Captioned with one bitter sentence: "Hope your little garden's worth more than our legacy." Our legacy. The same legacy that I was told I wasn't good enough to touch. The one I cleaned after school, took inventory for, worked weekends in unpaid. He ran it into the ground. Hired friends. Ignored the books. Refused advice. He didn't build it, so he didn't know how to carry it. And now he was angry that I hadn't crumbled in his shadow. I didn't reply, but I printed the photo, taped it behind my front door. Not out of pettiness, out of memory. A reminder that not all gifts are blessings, and not all exclusions are losses. The next day, I opened the envelope that had been sitting on my desk for months. The deed to my land. Fully paid. No loans. No cosigners. Just me. I signed the back. Stamped the official record. Filed it with the county. Ownership not just of land, of story, of self. They gave him walls. They gave me air. He suffocated in his inheritance. I learned how to breathe on my own. And the air was sweeter than anything money ever bought. The story might have ended there, but people like them don't leave loose ends. Mom emailed again. This time with a photo of her and my brother at a charity gala. Dressed to impress. Caption: still standing. Family always finds its way. No greeting. No context. Just a not-so-subtle reminder that they still had each other. Still standing. I stared at that phrase longer than I should have. Because standing and growing aren't the same thing. And roots, once ignored, don't return to the soil that starved them. So, I posted something of my own. A photo of the greenhouse I'd finished building. My hands covered in soil. A caption that read, "Some of us weren't handed anything, so we built everything we needed. By hand. In silence." The response? Hundreds of shares. Messages from people I hadn't spoken to in years. I needed to see this today. You're doing more than growing, you're thriving. I wasn't looking for validation. But for once, I felt seen on my own terms. Later that evening, my neighbor came by with fresh bread. She glanced at the mural and asked, "What inspired it?" I paused, then said, "Family. And what blooms after them." She smiled like she understood. And I think she did. Because sometimes family builds your foundation. And sometimes they're just the fire that teaches you how to rebuild. Either way, you grow. Fall rolled in quietly, bringing amber leaves and early dusk. I spent most of my evenings on the porch now, tea in hand, peace in my chest. That's when the letter came. Not an email, not a text, a real, handwritten letter with my name carefully penned on the envelope. It was from Dad. "Emery, I drove past again last week.
I don't think you saw me.
The place looks beautiful. You did more with your piece of land than I ever did with the whole business. I still don't know how to talk to you. I don't know how to undo the way we hurt you. But I wanted to say, I see it now. We got it wrong. I hope you're happy. Dad." There was no manipulation. No ask. Just words. Late, but almost honest. I didn't cry.
I didn't write back.
But I folded the letter and placed it inside the same folder that held the property deed. Not as a keepsake. As a record. Proof that people can change their words, even if they never change their choices. Later that night, I sat under the string lights in my backyard, watching the shadows dance along the mural. My land was quiet, but my heart wasn't empty. Because all of it had taught me that home isn't inherited. It's claimed, built with hands no one believed in, protected by boundaries no one respected, and filled with love that doesn't ask for proof. They may have given my brother the title, but I made something untouchable. Winter came, and with it, silence. Not the kind I feared anymore. The kind I chose. The letter from Dad was the last I ever received. No follow-ups. No visits. No staged family interventions. They had said their piece. And I had heard it. But forgiveness doesn't mean returning to the table that taught you hunger. Instead, I kept growing. Expanded the greenhouse. Started hosting weekend workshops for women in the area. Women like me. Quiet builders. Late bloomers. Daughters who were told to settle for silence. One afternoon, after a class, a woman lingered behind. She said softly, "I know you don't talk much about your past, but did you build this place because of them?" I smiled. Not sad. Not bitter. Just honest. "No," I said. "I built it because of me. They were just the reason I had to start from scratch." She nodded like she understood, maybe too well. Later that night, I stood on the back porch and looked at the mural again. I'd added to it last week, just a small detail. A second figure. Standing beside the girl planting seeds. Not helping her. Not handing her tools. Just watching, letting her bloom on her own. It represented something I hadn't realized I'd found. Witnesses. Not saviors. People who saw me as I was, not as I failed to be. Family, it turns out, isn't always blood. Sometimes, it's the ones who show up after the fire and sit beside the ash without asking you to pretend it never burned. Spring returned like a soft exhale. My lavender fields stretched wider now, buzzing with bees, bending with wind. The greenhouse thrived. And so did I. I received one final delivery in the mail, a legal notice. My brother had defaulted on the business loan. They had used the family home as collateral. It was gone. The empire they gave him had crumbled. The inheritance they thought was legacy had become debt. For a moment, I wondered if I should feel something.
Pity.
Vindication. But all I felt was distance. Like watching the end of a movie you walked out of years ago. A week later, a local magazine asked to feature my land. The lavender, the murals, the workshops. They titled the piece, "From Discarded to Rooted, a woman who built backward and bloomed anyway." I didn't post it.
Didn't send it to them. Didn't need to.
Because my revenge was never meant to be loud. It was always this: living well. Without them. That weekend, a little girl from the neighborhood brought me a drawing. Stick figures in front of a purple field. One of them had curly hair and muddy gloves. Below it she wrote, "I want to grow up just like you. The kind of lady who makes things stay alive." I hung it beside the mural. Because sometimes the real legacy isn't in what you're given. It's in what you plant, what you protect, and what grows because you refuse to stay buried. New car, can you co-sign? My brother's text blinked on my phone screen, smug as always. I stared at it, then typed back 2 words. Keep dreaming. A few minutes later, another notification lit up my phone. This time it was my dad. Big, bold letters filled the screen like a verdict. Refuse and you're cut off from family events. Cut off. From dinners where I was treated like a servant. From birthdays where my brother's gifts were mountains and mine were envelopes of pity. From holidays where my seat was at the end of the table, scraping plates while everyone else laughed. I sat there in the dim light of my apartment, their words echoing like a dare. My brother, entitled and reckless. My father, wielding threats like weapons. Both of them convinced that family loyalty meant blind obedience. But they had forgotten something. My name is Natalie Grant. I'm 27 years old. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. What happens when the family that thinks they can buy your silence learns that you're the one holding the receipts? I didn't reply. Not to my brother's demands, not to my father's ultimatum. Instead, I picked up the phone and dialed a number I had been holding onto for months. A number they didn't know I had. As it rang, I picture my father's face when the foundation he thought was his alone began to crack. The face of a man who believed threats could control me. The voice on the other end answered warmly. "This is Attorney Collins. Ready to proceed?" I smiled into the receiver.
Yes.
It's time. And just like that, the game shifted. Attorney Collins's voice was calm, confident. "We've prepared everything. All we need is your go-ahead to file the paperwork." I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. Do it. For months I'd been collecting documents, bank transfers, tax records, property deeds, all the proof of how much I had propped up my family while they called me ungrateful. Every loan in my name. Every temporary favor that turned permanent. Every time they told me it was my duty because I was the responsible one. By morning, the plan was in motion. Quietly. Legally. Meanwhile, my brother's texts piled up. "So? Are you co-signing or not? Dad says you're being selfish." "Fine, but don't come crying when you're not invited to Thanksgiving." Thanksgiving. The holiday where I cooked the entire meal while they laughed in the living room. What a loss. Then Dad's voice thundered through my voicemail. "Natalie, this is your last chance. Family loyalty means sacrifice. If you won't help your brother, you're no daughter of mine." I played it twice, then saved it. Evidence. At lunch, Collins called again. Paperwork filed. Clause 7.2 of your joint accounts protects you from being liable for any of their debts moving forward. And, she paused, almost amused, it also freezes access to the emergency fund unless you authorize it. I grinned. That fund had always been their safety net. Their cushion. Their weapon when they wanted to remind me I wasn't in control. By dinner, my phone lit up again. This time, not with demands, but with panic. "Natalie, what happened to the account? Why can't we withdraw?" I set the phone down, calm washing over me. For once, the silence wasn't mine. By dawn, the storm had arrived. 32 missed calls. A dozen frantic texts. My brother's messages alternated between rage and begging. You froze the account? Are you insane? Unfreeze it now, or Dad's cutting you out for good. Please, Nat, I already told the dealership I'd be there this week. They're holding the car. I almost felt sorry for him, almost. But then I remembered every time he borrowed money and called it a loan he'd never repay. Every birthday where he got a brand new gadget while I unwrapped a sweater. Every smug grin when Dad called him the future of the family. Now the future looked a little shaky. At noon, Dad finally showed up at my office. He stormed in like he owned the place, slamming his hands on my desk. Natalie, you've embarrassed this family. Do you know what people will say if they find out you turned against your own brother? I closed my laptop calmly. You mean what will they say when they find out you threatened to cut me off from family events because I wouldn't co-sign his debt? Or when they learn I was the one covering the bills behind the scenes for years? His face went red. That was your duty. I leaned forward, my voice steady.
No, Dad.
That was my choice. And now I choose differently. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, I pressed play on my phone. His voicemail boomed through the office. Family loyalty means sacrifice. If you won't help your brother, you're no daughter of mine. His eyes flickered. He knew what it meant. Proof. Leverage. Power. For the first time, he looked unsure. I smiled. Game over. Dad froze as his own words echoed from my phone, filling the office. The same threats he'd barked with pride now hung in the air like evidence in a courtroom. You recorded me, he hissed. I shook my head slowly. No, Dad. You recorded yourself. I just pressed save. His jaw tightened. You wouldn't dare use that against me. I leaned back in my chair, calm, steady. I don't have to. Imagine what happens when Grandma hears it. Or Aunt Linda. Or the investors who always brag about how honorable you are. Do you think they'll see loyalty? Or abuse? The color drained from his face. My brother texted again, desperate this time. Nat, please. The dealership called. I'll lose the deposit. Just sign for me. I'll owe you forever. Forever. The same word he'd used the last 5 times. I slipped my phone into my bag and looked Dad in the eye. You wanted to cut me off from family events? Perfect. I'm cutting myself off, too. Except I'm taking my accounts, my business, and every last string you thought you had on me. He tried one last jab. You'll regret this when you're alone. I smiled. Funny. I've never felt less alone in my life. Because I wasn't playing their game anymore. I was rewriting the rules. Dad slammed the folder shut, grabbed it off my desk, and stormed out without another word. My staff watched from the doorway, wide-eyed. I just sat back, steady, letting the silence crown me. For the first time, the threat wasn't hanging over me. It was hanging over him. 2 days later, the wider family knew. Not because I told them, but because Dad couldn't hide it. Word leaked through cousins, then uncles, then Grandma herself. Everyone had questions. Why would you try to force Natalie into co-signing? Is it true you threatened to cut her off? I didn't need to say a word. The voicemail, forwarded to one relative, spread like wildfire. Dad's booming voice, if you won't help your brother, you're no daughter of mine, was now the family's favorite topic. At Sunday dinner, I stayed home, sipping coffee while my phone buzzed with updates. A cousin texted me. Your dad stormed out halfway through. Grandma told him she's ashamed. Said no father should treat his daughter like that. Another. Your brother kept whining about the car. No one had sympathy. Aunt Linda told him to grow up. I almost laughed out loud. The same relatives who once looked past every slight against me now saw the truth. Loud and undeniable. Meanwhile, my brother's text shifted tone again. Nat, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Just can you help me, please? I'll work for you if I have to. For years, I'd been the one reduced to begging. Now the roles had reversed. I typed one reply. No. And for once, that single word felt like the loudest sentence I'd ever spoken. Because the power wasn't in the evidence anymore. It wasn't even in their humiliation. It was in finally saying no and meaning it. By midweek, the silence from Dad was deafening. No calls, no emails, no bold demands in all caps. For a man who had spent his life barking orders, the quiet was the clearest sign of defeat. But my brother? He couldn't stop. Nat, I'll pay you back. Just this once. The dealer said they'll blacklist me if I don't follow through. Please, Dad won't help. I need you. Each text was a reminder of the role they had tried to lock me into: provider, fixer, servant. And with every vibration of my phone, my resolve hardened. That night, Attorney Collins called again. Everything's finalized. They can't touch your accounts, and the joint fund is permanently frozen. You're in the clear. I thanked her, a weight lifting from my chest that I hadn't even realized I was still carrying. For the first time in years, I wasn't waiting for the next crisis to land in my lap. I was free. To celebrate, I drove out to a dealership, not for my brother's car, but for mine. The one I'd been putting off because family emergencies always came first. When I slid behind the wheel of a gleaming midnight blue sedan, the salesman asked, "Would you like to finance or buy outright?" "Outright," I said, handing over my card. The refund from the frozen account made it easier than ever. Driving home, the city lights reflected off the hood, and I realized something powerful. I hadn't just cut them off. I had stepped into my own life fully. They had tried to make me feel powerless. Instead, I had proven I was unstoppable. And their silence was proof they knew it. The face-to-face came sooner than I expected. Saturday morning, a knock rattled my apartment door. When I opened it, Dad stood there, shoulders heavy, my brother hovering just behind him like a guilty shadow. "Natalie," Dad began, his voice low, not booming this time. "We need to talk." I crossed my arms. "Funny, last time you wanted to talk." It came in all caps. He winced, glancing at my brother. "We overreacted. Your brother made mistakes, but he's young. We just thought." I cut him off. "You thought I'd roll over. You thought I'd sign my name, ruin my credit, carry his debts, and call it loyalty. That's not family. That's exploitation." My brother shuffled his feet. "I'm sorry, Nat. I didn't mean." I raised a hand.
No, you meant it.
"You meant every request, every demand, every assumption that I'd sacrifice myself for you. You just didn't expect me to say no." Dad's jaw tightened, the old pride flickering. "Do you really want to cut ties over something like this?" I stepped closer, my voice steady. "I didn't cut ties. You did, when you threatened me, when you chose his comfort over my dignity. You made it clear I wasn't a daughter to protect, but a tool to use." The silence between us stretched, heavy and unfixable. My brother's eyes dropped, Dad's fists clenched, but neither had words left. I opened the door wider, not to invite them in, but to make my point clear. This is my space, my rules, my life, and unless you can respect that, you don't belong here. They stepped back, defeated. For once, the power was entirely mine. When the door finally shut behind them, I leaned against it and exhaled. The same people who had once dictated my every move had just walked away powerless, their threats hollow, their pride cracked wide open. Weeks later, the fallout became permanent. At family gatherings, their absence was obvious because they stopped inviting me, thinking it would punish me. But I didn't feel punished. I felt free. My holidays weren't filled with forced smiles and endless chores. They were mine, quiet dinners with friends, laughter that wasn't conditional, celebrations where I belonged. The voicemail still lived in my phone, Dad's booming voice snarling. "If you won't help your brother, you're no daughter of mine." I didn't delete it. I didn't need to. It was proof, a reminder of the line they had drawn, and how I had chosen to step over it into something better. One evening, I drove my new midnight blue sedan through the city, windows down, music playing. Freedom hummed in the engine, in the road stretching out ahead. This was the car my brother thought would be his, the signature my dad thought he could force from me. Instead, it was mine, bought outright, untethered, undeniable. When I parked, I snapped a photo, me leaning against the hood, Skyline glowing behind me. Caption. Funny thing about threats, they only work if you care about losing what they offer. The likes and comments rolled in. Supportive. Admiring. People who saw me not as a freeloader, not as a backup plan, but as someone who had finally chosen herself. And that was the sweetest justice. Not revenge. Not payback. Just peace. They had tried to cut me off. Instead, I walked away whole. This story shows the bitter truth of family betrayal and the sweet taste of standing up for yourself. Sometimes those closest to you will test your limits, use your kindness, and expect your silence. But when you draw the line, you discover strength you never knew you had. The real lesson is simple. Loyalty is not slavery, and family doesn't mean blind sacrifice. It means respect. Without respect, there is no bond worth keeping. Monetization safe, YouTube friendly, and built to keep viewers hooked, this script carries raw emotion, poetic justice, and a satisfying closure that resonates with millions who've been overlooked or used by the people they trusted most.